Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to a brand new series on the channel. What if I was reincarnated in the Naruto verse as Orochimaru's human experiment? Synopsis: my name is Karasuma Izaya. I was a spy working for the UN on a top secret mission when a rat sold me out. Seriously, what is my luck? I had to work fast and hard to escape my situation, but sometimes faster just increases the chances of getting caught. Having failed my mission, the last thing I remember was an explosion before waking up in my new bizarre situation. What a shame. Another failure, said a cold, dark, and eerie voice. Is that Orochimaru? Have I been reincarnated? Let's not waste any more time and let the tale begin. Chapter 1. Drip, 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 water from the ceiling of the cave continued to fall at a constant pace. Not too fast, but not slow either. The room was dimly lit by multiple torches hanging on the sides of the wall. Multiple large cylindrical containers filled with liquid were erected in the room and gave off a light blue glow. In one of the containers, the fingers of a specimen slightly moved. Ugh, what happened? Where am I? Am I not dead? I took a minute to slowly assimilate my mind and recollect my thoughts, since all I could see was darkness. The last thing I remembered was being shot in the chest and then pressing a button that triggered an explosion. Oh wait. Right, I was on a search and destroy mission. I worked as an international spy for the UN and was supposed to infiltrate and recover or destroy the new weapon of one of the most dangerous terrorist organizations in the world. The day before I was about to complete my mission, someone leaked the info of my mission to the enemy, so I had to work in haste. I ended up getting shot in the process, but I was able to successfully transmit the data of their weaponized research to the UN. Since I was dying and had no way to escape, I ended up destroying the entire research base with the multiple explosives I planted. I should have died then and there, but turns out I'm alive. Is this what they call reincarnation? I slowly opened my eyes and took in my surroundings. Seems I'm in some sort of experimental container, I mused as I checked over the multiple needles and pads attached to my new body. Wow, my hands are pretty pale looking. Wait, does this mean my entire body is this pale? Geez, almost like a ghost. I have a feeling that if I stick around here I'll be in for a world of torture. Seems like the other containers are empty. And my hands and feet are pretty small. Did I reincarnate into the body of a child? As I was musing to myself, I heard footsteps coming from the hallway corridor, so I quickly resumed my dead-like comatose state. Surprisingly, even with my eyes closed, I seemed to be able to tell where the mysterious figure was and track its movements. In my mind, the figure looked like a blue light of fire. The footsteps slowly got louder and louder until they came to a stop in front of the container I was in. I wonder who it is, I silently pondered. Probably the person who put me in this damn jar. What I wasn't expecting was that the voice of this mysterious individual sounded incredibly eerie and sinister. Another failure, it said. Looks like I'll have to leave this hideout before I'm discovered. What a pity. Other than that kid Yamato, every other experimental subject died in the process of creating a wood-style user. I even went to the lengths of giving this one the Sharingan and tortured its mind in hopes to unleash the Manjikyu Sharingan. Unfortunately, both the body and the mind couldn't stand the process and ended up shutting down. I silently cursed in my head at this vicious bastard and was also surprised at myself that I understood what he was saying. After a while of this mysterious figure taking a few important documents, he left without saying another word. I remained unmoved for a few hours just in case before opening my eyes again and taking a sweep around the room with my eyes. Surprisingly, everything in the room, even while being dimly lit, was perfectly clear to me. Oh wait, that person did say he gave this body Sharingan. No way, don't tell me I reincarnated into the world of Naruto? And that person, no way, could that have been Orochimaru? I was reincarnated into the body of one of his experimental subjects? I unplugged the pads and needles attached to my body and took off my breathing mask before swimming to the top of the container and removing the lid to climb out. I gave my body a quick stretch and took in a deep breath before looking at my naked reflection through the glass container. Wow, pale, I mused to myself. And definitely male. Surprisingly, I'm not genderless as one of Orochimaru's experiments. I ran my hand through my snow-white hair, which was surprisingly soft. From the looks of my appearance, I'm probably around age 4 or 5. I stared fixedly at my eyes, which bore the blood-red color of the Sharingan and the trademark 3-tomo pattern on them. I focused in an attempt to deactivate the Sharingan, which failed miserably. Guess I can't deactivate the Sharingan since my body isn't that of the Uchiha. I focused on my body and sensed the changes of energy flow through it. This energy must be chakra. Surprisingly, the drain on my chakra was minimal. Must have something to do with what Orochimaru did to this body. My guess is that this was an artificial body made from the first Hokage's cells. For an artificial body, I'm surprisingly handsome compared to the experimental subjects I saw in the anime and manga of my past life. Thankfully, I don't look like White Zetsu. I wonder which timeline of the Naruto verse I was reincarnated in. Since Orochimaru mentioned recreating wood style and Sharingan implantation, I'm guessing before the Fourth Great World War and possibly after the Third Great World War. And since I have the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan massacre must have occurred already. I walked around the room and found some drapes in cloth which I used to create some makeshift clothes to wear. I sat down on the ground looking through the memories contained in this body before a quick and sharp pain pierced my mind and my eyes. Evidently the previous owner of this experimental body had consciousness, and so the experiences it went through and kept as memories came rushing at me all at once. From the moment it was born to the inhumane torture it suffered, all of it filled my mind in one go as I let out an agonizing scream of pain. Ewa! I clutched my eyes as blood ran down them and squirmed on the floor. This went on for a few hours before I lost consciousness. When I finally woke up, I took a deep breath and steadied my heart and my mind. That was awful. I only wanted to organize the memories of this body, but it suffered so much pain and torment that it built up a wall in the back of its mind to keep the pain at bay. Once I tried to pry open that wall in my subconscious, all that pain came back at once. I turned to look at my reflection once more and noticed the change in my eyes. Red eyes with 6 tomo on the outside, and instead of a black pupil in the center it was a swirl of darkness akin to that of a black hole. Manjikyu Sharingan. So, Orochimaru made this body go through all that pain and torture both physically and mentally in order for this body to awaken the Manjikyu. However, he failed to notice that this body awakened the Manjikyu just prior to its death. According to the memories of this body, Orochimaru put in a lot of time and effort creating and nurturing it aside from torturing it. Apparently, this body is very good at assimilating other bloodlines and was a branch subject for his research on Uchiha Shin. If I remember correctly, Uchiha Shin was a character in the spin-off manga in the Boruto series after Naruto ended. He was an experimental subject used for creating a method to utilize multiple Sharingan, and later Orochimaru used Shin's Sharingan-filled arm to fuse it with Danzo. Shin later escaped and ran off into some other dimension with his clones. Guess he won't be making an appearance anytime soon. Getting up off the floor, I walked around the room one more time according to the memories this body studied of Orochimaru's movements. Pushing behind some of the rocks on the walls, I found a box. Aha, Orochimaru probably thought this was useless to him and left it. I carefully opened the box to find some scrolls inside and then opened and studied the contents contained within. Oh, this has some various sealing techniques. And this one contains some information on low-level D-rank ninjutsu, even some C-rank ninjutsu and taijutsu. Oh, the substitution jutsu will be useful. Body flicker jutsu, earth-style headhunter jutsu, leaf whirlwind, shadow shuriken, fire-style flame bullet, and a few others. Looks like Orochimaru collected some various jutsu that seem to be miscellaneous for him, but for me this is a golden opportunity. I sat down and carefully memorized the details of all the jutsu before creating a makeshift bag out of some rags and bundling my feet in some cloth as temporary protection for my feet. I cut a black cloth into a blindfold and utilizing one of the sealing techniques I just learned, I imprinted a one-way visual sealing technique on the blindfold before tying it around my eyes. The drain on my chakra wasn't too bad after using the one-way concealing seal jutsu. I wonder how my chakra reserves are compared to others. Considering this body is only 4 or 5 years old, my guess is the chakra I have access to isn't a small number. If I'm right and the Uchiha massacre happened already, and given the fact that I am not of the Uchiha clan, me possessing the Sharingan is way too high profile. I'd most likely get hunted down by other shinobi. With my Sharingan I can see through the blindfold just fine, and with the one-way concealing seal jutsu it'll prevent others from seeing through the blindfold and detecting my eyes as long as the blindfold doesn't come off. I walked to the box I opened earlier and took out a map to study it. Looks like I'm near Kirigakure, the land of water. According to some of the documents I found lying around this hideout, it seems that I was reincarnated about 5 years after the Kyuubi's attack on the Leaf Village. That should also mean that Sasuke and Naruto are about 5 years old right now. I have a chance given that I'm already near Kirigakure. If I time it right and move fast enough, I could potentially save Haku and Kimimaro. Since I know Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto are probably going to be on a team, what if I can save Haku and Kimimaro and form our own team? I know Kimimaro will suffer from an illness, but that won't be until the later years, and Konoha should have the medical equipment to keep him stable for a while until Tsunade arrives. Good thing Orochimaru had a detailed map here. Since I can sense chakra and people's presences from far away, I must be a sensor type, so that'll make things easier. Alright, I'm finally ready to get out of this damn cave. Chapter 2, Finding Haku. Whoosh, the wind breezed past my face as I continued to run through the forest at a leisurely pace. I took a piece of bread from my knapsack and stuffed it into my mouth with appreciation. Thankfully those bandits I saw earlier were pretty stupid, as I thought back to what happened a few days ago. Flashback a few days ago. You idiot, I told you to double-check the information. Those merchants obviously aren't going to come down this way, or they would have crossed our paths yesterday. Alright, calm down, Yugo. No need to yell so furiously at Kanwai. Sen, you're too soft of Kanwai. Yugo said. Kanwai gave an embarrassed glance at Yugo and Sen before turning his head away in shame. Sen simply sighed and then said, well, no use fussing about it now. Let's go and gather some intel in the nearby town, Yugo. Kanwai, you stay here and watch our stuff. We'll be back in a few days. Kanwai simply gave a nod before lowering his gaze once more. Yugo shook his head, and soon after the man called Sen and Yugo both ran off towards the town they spoke of earlier. I simply stayed hidden in a nearby bush, remaining as still as possible and controlled my breathing to be as shallow as possible, not giving a chance to expose my presence. Thankfully it didn't seem like any of them were a sensor-type ninja. Well, given that they failed to track the merchant group they wanted to rob, gave me assurance that they probably wouldn't find me so long as I didn't make any sudden movements. I was resting nearby when I sensed 3 different chakra signatures approach, so I had quietly made my way over to observe. Through my Sharingan and sensory skills, I easily determined that this guy named Kanwai was the weakest of the 3. Since they're bandits, I won't feel that bad stealing from them, but should I go in guns blazing or wait for a better chance, I'll wait and see what this Kanwai guy does first. Maybe he'll do something stupid like leave the campsite. Wow, I'm used to myself. Speak of the devil, this guy really is leading the campsite. I can't believe I got duped and got false information. Kanwai mumbled to himself. Gotta take a leak, he silently thought. He stood up and started walking away from the campsite to a nearby tree. Heh, leaving your back exposed to me with your guard visibly down, luck is on my side. Earth-style headhunter jutsu. I placed my hands on the ground and sunk into it. Not a moment later my hands reached up and dragged Kanwai down to the ground by his ankles until only his head was above ground. He shrieked at the sudden attack. Who the hell is it? Kanwai panicked and yelled. He tried turning his head, but to no avail. I slowly walked up in front of him so he could see me. Who are you? What do you want? He said. As I walked closer out from the shadow of the trees and into the light, I simply gave him a smile. What the hell? A kid? Kanwai calmed down and started laughing. Ha 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 ha. Boy, do you have any idea who I am? Better run before I... Before he could finish his sentence, his body shuddered everywhere and beads of sweat started falling from his forehead. The reason? It was because before he could finish his sentence, the kid in front of him took off his blindfold and revealed demonic-looking eyes. The legendary eyes that many ninja in the shinobi world dreaded facing on the battlefield. Those blood-colored black patterned deadly-looking eyes. The Sharingan. How, why you? At this point Kanwai couldn't form a coherent sentence. I stopped walking once I was close enough to him and then knelt down in front of him as I stared straight into his eyes. Don't worry, it'll all be over soon, I said. Utilizing the power of the Sharingan, I cast a Genjutsu on Kanwai and sifted through his memories. He may have been a coward, but that didn't excuse his disgusting personality and horrific deeds, robbing anyone from children to elderly, killing innocents too weak to defend themselves, and raping defenseless women. I snarled in disgust. I walked over to their campsite and found some ninja tools, took out a kunai and slit Kanwai's throat, effectively killing him. Whether in this world or my previous world, there's always scum like them that exist. The world is better without them, I silently thought to myself. I put my blindfold back on and I raided their campsite before leaving and ensuring my tracks were erased so the other two bandits couldn't investigate. End of flashback. Unfortunately, they didn't have any clothes suitable for kids my size. I sighed to myself as I looked down at my raggedy getup. Oh well, there's no helping it. I got some money and ninja tools, so I should be able to buy some clothes in town. I'll also need to exchange this knapsack when I have the chance, just in case I bump into those other two bandits and they recognize it. It's already been a few days since that incident, and the time interval between those two bandits Yugo and Sen leaving for the town wasn't that long before I raided their camp and left for the same town. I continued on my way, and not long after the town came into view. I slowed down my pace and walked through the town. The weather was dark and cloudy and a cool wind was blowing today. The town itself looked dark and unhappy. There were plenty of children in rags and old beggars on the streets, so I suppose I didn't really stand out that much. I silently looked around for a clothing shop and quickly located one near the corner by an alley. I walked in and bought some normal-looking clothes and shoes and a new knapsack. Thankfully the bandits I raided from had enough money to exchange for these stuff, with even some extra ryo for food and lodging. I walked up to a food stand and bought a meat skewer to enjoy while scoping out the state of the town and listening in on people's conversations in hopes to gather some useful intel. Thankfully the heavens are on my side. I overheard a conversation about a tragedy that occurred not too long ago, about an incident in a village north of here where a group of people attempted to kill a woman and child due to them finding out they had the ability to manipulate water, but in the end the child ended up killing everyone in pursuit of him. This was exactly what happened to Haku. I immediately set out northbound toward that village. It would take me at least a week to get there. Cross my fingers that Zabuza hasn't gotten there first. I ran as fast as I could, taking as minimal rest for food and sleep as possible, allowing me to get there in 5 days. I slowly walked through the snow as I let out a cold breath of air. I draped the pelt of a gray wolf I killed on the way here over my body. It's definitely colder here, I thought silently as I walked into the town. I closed my eyes through the blindfold and sensed all the surrounding people in the small village. I slowly filtered out any adult signatures I was picking up on and focused only on the children. If I want to find Haku quickly, then focusing on looking for a kid's signature and strong chakra should quickly narrow the search. In the dark recesses of my mind, dark blurry outlines represented people with no chakra and blue flames represented those with chakra. The larger and denser the flame, the more powerful the person was. It wasn't long after that hundreds turned into a few 20s and a few 20s turned to 10s, then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That one. That's got to be Haku. I walked up to a food stand and bought a nice and hot meat skewer first. Okay, now how to approach. Naturally, I guess. Whatever, I'll wing it. I walked over to where I sensed the chakra signature was from earlier and turned into an alleyway. There I saw a lone and ragged child fighting off some dogs over a scrap of meat. I kept a cool-looking expression, but inside my heartbeat quickened slightly. Holy crap, it's really Haku. I found him. I was internally elated. Haku was currently fighting off the two wild dogs barehanded while guarding the piece of meat on the ground. I decided this is where I should step in, so I reached in my knapsack and threw 2 kunai at the wild dogs. Even though I didn't get to train a lot yet in this life, my previous memories as a spy had experienced throwing knives, and having the Sharingan makes it even easier. Both kunai hit their marks perfectly, sinking deep into the nape of the skinny dogs' necks. They both let out a whimper before collapsing, dead on the ground. Haku finally took notice of my presence and stared at me blankly with eyes that looked as if he were dead. His eyes devoid of purpose and life. As he was about to grab the piece of meat on the ground, I stepped forward and said, "Wait." He paused momentarily and turned to face me. In my previous life, I too had the same kind of expression in my eyes. One filled with no purpose. One filled with void. Looking at Haku's expression brought back my painful memories of my past life. I too had no parents, abandoned and left for dead. I had to fight for my own survival. Whether in this life or my past life, there too exists kids like Haku. Just seeing his pained expression reminded me of my own, and because I know what that pain felt like, I didn't want him to wallow in the darkness. Haku continued to stare blankly at me with those eyes devoid of emotion until I finally held out the meat skewer in my hand. "Here! Don't eat the one on the ground. You can have this one." He flinched slightly and held out his hands to grab the skewer. He hesitated at first, but then grabbed it and held onto it. He didn't eat it, nor did he do anything with it. He simply held it. For the first time he took in the full picture of this stranger in front of him who offered him fresh food. A kid who looked no older than himself, and who seemed to be blind with the black blindfold around his eyes. And with the softest and almost inaudible voice, he spoke, "Why?" I stared at him silently for a moment before answering, "I don't know. I just felt like we were similar." He continued to stare at me for what seemed like hours, when in reality it was more like a few seconds. Then a drop of tears poured down his cheek, followed by 2 and 3, and soon after tears were streaming down his face. He didn't wail or weep, he simply stood there with tears flowing down his face. I looked on and flinched when the tears started coming down his face. But what caught me off guard was that I hadn't realized that not long after Haku began crying, tears rolled off of my own cheeks. Even though you couldn't see my eyes due to the blindfold, the tears rolled onwards. It was like we were both staring at a mirror in that moment. Honestly, it was a strange situation to be in. 2 kids the age of 4 standing in the middle of an abandoned alleyway near 2 dead dogs, with one kid holding a meat skewer and both kids having tears streaming down their faces without even weeping or making a noise. Anyone who saw this scene would definitely be confused. I quickly returned to my senses and used my sleeve to wipe away the tears from my face, then said, "Hurry up and eat before the meat turns frozen." He simply nodded and wolfed down the meat skewer he held in one hand while using his other hand to wipe away his tears. I gave a small smile in satisfaction. He threw away the emptied skewer before saying, "What do I do now?" I took off my wolf pelt and draped it over him, which surprised Haku since he finally showed me a surprised expression instead of an emotionless one. Inwardly I sighed a relief that Haku could show an emotion other than nothingness. "What do you do? How about you travel with me? You and I are brothers now, deal?" I said as I held out my hand towards him. Haku stared at me with slight disbelief before giving a faint smile that showed how broken he was emotionally inside, yet not totally broken. He grabbed my hand and said, "Deal. I'm Izaya. Karasuma Izaya. What about you?" "I'm Haku. Yuki Haku." Chapter 3, Kagaya Clan. It's been a year since Haku and I have teamed up together, and we've been traveling around the land of water gathering information and materials for training when and wherever we can. With the spare money I had from last time, we were able to get Haku a new set of clothes, and with how unruly and unstable the land of mist is, robbing a few highway bandits and thugs didn't make us feel the least bit guilty. After this past year, our relationship has definitely improved, and we don't just silently stare at one another with awkward silence. "Where are we going this time?" Haku asked. "We're going to a place where the Kagaya clan used to be, then we'll leave Kirigakure." I replied. "Kagaya clan? What kind of clan is it? It was a brutal clan that believed in killing each other to become stronger. Why are we going there, big bro? Wouldn't it be pretty dangerous then? It'd be safer to leave from another access point. And what do you mean by used to be? Does that mean it's not there anymore? I inwardly smirked. This past year, as our relationship got better, Haku started calling me big bro. We also revealed some secrets to each other, such as what happened to Haku in his past and how he can use the ice release Kekii Jinkai, whilst I told him that I'm not actually blind, but was an experimental subject of Orochimaru and had the Sharingan planted in my eyes, hence the blindfold. We continued our conversation while running side by side through a valley. Remember when we heard that a clan was wiped out recently because it attacked the Hidden Mist village? Haku nodded and replied, yeah, I remember. So that Kagaya clan was the one behind that incident? I nodded. We're going to take a look at the aftermath and see if there's any opportunity to get stronger. If we don't have any fruitful harvests, then we'll leave for the Land of Fire and search for Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. I hear they have a stable economy and that it's relatively safer there than the other villages. Haku nodded and said, okay, I'll follow wherever you go, big brother. I sighed inwardly. I can't possibly tell him that I already know there's someone named Kimimaro, who's a kid like him and that the real purpose in us going there is to recruit him. We traveled on for a few more hours before stopping to rest in a well-concealed area. We'll rest here for tonight, I said as I gave the area a quick sweep with my senses. Haku slowly took a glance over the area before saying, okay, how much further do you think we have to go? I gave a thoughtful look before replying, we passed by the main river not too long ago, so a day's travel at most. Haku nodded before taking out a few target practice papers and stuck them to the surrounding trees. He then proceeded to take out some Senbon needles and practice throwing them to hit their marks. Since we didn't have anyone to properly guide us and since our access to resources were limited, the techniques, skills, and tools we did have were all obtained from our experiences fighting thugs and bandits on the road. I offered my advice every now and then to Haku as I had plenty of combat experience in my previous life. The main difference is having to adapt to the use of chakra, which allows for more versatility and power in battle. I started practicing my tree climbing exercise by gathering chakra at my foot and keeping a stable control of it there to allow me to walk up the tree and hang upside down. When I had first started practicing this technique, it took me multiple trial and errors before getting it right since I didn't have an instructor to guide me. Luckily, I'm a sensory type and have the Sharingan, so it helps me see and understand the flow of chakra better than others. While hanging upside down on a tree branch, I started to observe Haku's needle throwing. He's gotten a lot better and more accurate. His accuracy is about 95% and he's only 6 years old. His chakra reserves for a 6-year-old are definitely abnormal. He's definitely a prodigy, but I guess I'm not one to talk since my 6-year-old body also has an abnormal amount of chakra for my age. Well, and factor in that I wasn't even naturally born, I let out a sigh which caught Haku's attention. He stopped throwing his Senbon needle midway and turned his head to look up at me. Is something wrong, big brother? Did I make a mistake in my throwing technique? He asked anxiously. I stared down at him for a moment before jumping down from the tree branch. No, it's not that. I was just thinking about some things. Your technique is good, great in fact. Give yourself another week, maybe less, and you'll be hitting these targets with 100% accuracy. Haku gave a curt nod before continuing on with his practice. As he continued his needle throwing, I began training in my own kunai and shuriken throwing technique. Haku and I are both 6 years old now, and Kimimaro should be the same. Naruto and Sasuke should also be about 6, and they'll start the academy when they turn 7. Please let it be that Orochimaru did not find Kimimaro, I silently prayed to myself as I threw a shuriken with my left hand toward a tree marked with a target hidden behind a few other trees. Before it could hit its mark, I threw the 2 shuriken in my right hand with extreme force to a tree on my right. This made sure that the right shuriken hit its mark first before the second right shuriken bounced off the first one and ricocheted at an angle where it hit the shuriken I threw with my left hand, causing it to change direction at the right moment to meet its hidden target. I nodded in satisfaction with my shuriken training as Haku watched with a look of admiration. He silently looked down at the senbon needles in his own hand before throwing a couple needles in separate directions and jumping in the air, throwing more needles to redirect the first batch at a precise angle, causing them to veer towards hidden target marks. TCH, 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 TCH. All 5 needles had hit their marks with perfect accuracy. Haku landed on the ground soon after and gave me a smile. I turned and stared at him with a curious gaze before saying, "Did I say a week?" Forget it, forget it. I acknowledge your senbon needle throwing prowess." We proceeded to train in taijutsu for a while before washing up by the river and getting some sleep. Early next morning we set foot on the road again, and by the time afternoon rolled around, a broken-down village came into view. Haku and I slowed our steps and stood before a broken-down sign that read Kagaya Clan. I took a look around and closed my eyes through my blindfold, attempting to sense any living signatures. If I remember correctly, Zabuza and Haku had once come across Kimimaro when they were traveling out of Kirigakure. The Kagaya clan is near the border, so if I can't find him within the clan ruins, he shouldn't be too far away either. Once I find him, we'll take him and leave Kirigakure, given that Orochimaru hasn't already found him first. I turned to Haku and then said, "Haku, you take a look around the clan ruins to see if you can find anything useful, and I'll scout a route up ahead for us to take out of Kirigakure." Haku nodded and said, "Be careful, big brother." He then took off. Evening soon fell. I hope big brother Izaya is okay. It's been a few hours already, Haku thought to himself silently. He had already finished checking the ruins of the clan and found some basic scrolls for taijutsu and chakra control techniques. He paced back and forth, waiting nervously. Did something happen to big brother? What if he was ambushed? No, big brother can take care of himself. Wait. He wouldn't leave me, would he? No, big brother wouldn't do that. Maybe I should go look for him. Just as Haku was about to run after Izaya, he looked up at the road to see 2 silhouettes walking his way. Big brother! Haku exclaimed as he dashed off towards Izaya. Haku, sorry if I scared you, I didn't mean to be gone for so long. I apologized. No, it's okay, big brother, I knew you wouldn't leave me. It's just that I was doubting myself. I smiled and put a hand on Haku's shoulder as a show of comfort. It was then that Haku noticed the figure next to me. He tilted his head in confusion, but immediately felt his heart sting when he met this stranger's eyes. Painful memories resurfaced in him as he recalled a similar gaze he once had himself. He immediately deduced the reason why his big brother was so late, and it was probably because he wanted to help out this stranger just like how he helped him. Haku snapped out of his own thoughts before extending a hand to the stranger and said, "I'm Haku. Yuki Haku. Since you came together with big brother, then from this day forth, you and I will also be family." Kimimaro gave an uncertain glance at Haku's hand before turning towards Izaya, who gave him a nod of assurance. He then took hold of Haku's hand and said, "I'm Kimimaro, the last surviving member of the Kagaya clan." Haku was inwardly shocked at the revelation that this kid in front of him was a member of the Kagaya clan. The clan that he had just raided the ruins of. The clan that his big brother said was savage and barbaric, where they killed each other to grow stronger. He gave an inquisitive glance to Izaya, who simply smiled back and said, "From today onwards, the 3 of us are more than family. We are sworn brothers. We live together and will always have each other's backs." Haku nodded with a MN, while Kimimaro seemed to have a new light shine in his eyes. He stared at both Haku and Izaya and silently thought to himself, "I will use my life to protect my sworn brothers. That is my purpose." Chapter 4, Long Journey. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The sound of rain continued to fall as a small pot hovered over a fire that lit up a cave with 3 children huddled around it. They continued to eat out of wooden bowls with wooden spoons. These 3 were exactly Karasuma Izaya, Yuki Haku, and Kagaya Kimimaro. Izaya sat down staring at the flames of the fire, going through the motions of dipping his spoon into the soup and bringing it to his mouth for a taste as he basked in the comfortable silence of the cave. The only sounds that could be heard was the constant falling of rain outside the cave, the occasional firewood breaking apart from the heat of the flame, and the sounds of slurping made from the three kids eating soup. After months and months of weary traveling, we had finally made it past the valley lands and into the land of Fire Country's territory. We had to take some detours and roundabout ways to avoid unnecessary attention and potentially life-threatening situations. It'll probably take us another month before reaching Kanagakur. By the time we get there, I reckon Naruto and Sasuke would have already enrolled into the academy. The hard part is that we'll definitely be detected by Konoha's barrier and be restrained. In order to resolve things smoothly, I need to convince the third Hokage of letting us stay in Konoha. Thankfully, his personality should be of a very understanding and amiable old grandpa, but there's no telling if they'd even let us speak face to face with Lord Third. I inwardly sighed and looked down at my bowl of soup and mused to myself at how we ended up getting it. Flashback to 2 days ago. Kimimaro, Haku, and I continued to travel through the valley lands and headed towards the border near Fire Country when I sensed something amiss. Since I'm a sensory-type ninja, my senses were more keen than others. I slowed down my pace, eventually stopping near a cliff of the valley. "What's wrong, big brother?" Haku asked. Kimimaro silently waited for me to answer. I turned to look at them and said, "I sense something off. A mile from here there seems to be about a dozen people stopped in their tracks. It looks like 2 guys are at the forefront obstructing their way." It was then, at that moment, that an epiphany hit me. Surprisingly, I recognized these 2 chakra signatures. They definitely belonged to the 2 bandits with that guy I killed named Kanwai. I believe their names were Yugo and Senator. I inwardly sneered. I think there are 2 bandits trying to rob a roaming merchant caravan. Kimimaro narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to protect you both." Haku then turned to him with a soft smile and said, "No, we will protect each other." I nodded. "Let's first get a closer look. They're in the valley down below whilst we're up on higher ground, so we have an advantage. We'll wait for an opportunity and track them down. When they let their guard down, I'll cast a Jinjutsu on them. Kimimaro, you take them out with your taijutsu. Haku, you provide support." "Okay." Haku and Kimimaro assented. We approached the scene of robbery in time to see the merchants give in to the bandits. They willfully gave away some of their food rations, equipment, and money before the 2 bandits left. I carefully tracked their movements through my sensory perception while we followed suit, being careful not to get too close so as not to expose our presence. After 15 minutes of playing follow the leader, they finally stopped in a secluded area surrounded by rocks and tall cliffs. "Ha ha ha, did you see the looks on their faces?" cackled Yugo. Sin grinned while holding a hefty bag of coins in his hands. "It's unfortunate that Kanwai can't enjoy our fortune with us. I swear I'll kill the bastard that robbed us and killed Kanwai," Sin remarked with a scowl. "Haha, I'll be the first to shred that bastard's guts to ribbons." Yugo laughed. He continued to laugh and was about to unpack his haul when he noticed something off. A small and gentle breeze swept by, kicking up the dust on the ground upwards before dissipating. He turned to talk to Sin and said, "Oi, Sin, does something seem dash?" Just as he was about to finish his sentence, he noticed Sin fall to the ground dead and a figure standing in front of the corpse. It was Kanwai. Yugo suddenly felt alarmed. What? Kanwai? Impossible. Why, you're dead. You can't be here." In a similar fashion, Sin seemed to be seeing the same thing. However, in his mind it was Yugo who was killed by Kanwai. Izaya turned to both Kimimaro and Haku. "Alright, Jinjutsu done. Let's take care of these guys." "Wow, big brother, your demonic illusion hell viewing jutsu is really effective. They look like they've gone crazy," Haku remarked. Kimimaro nodded and added, "That's not all, Izaya even made it so in their vision they see each other as the enemy. If they don't snap out of it, they'll most likely end up drawing their weapon against each other." "Heh," I sneered. "Those 2 bandits deserve it. They probably did even worse things than their dead comrade Kanwai. I made it so they think that the other person is Kanwai who killed the remaining member of their bandit team." We all came out of our hiding spots and just about to take action when the two bandits took out their kunais and ran towards each other. Just before they were about to clash they stopped, snapping out of the Jinjutsu. Crap, they broke out of the Jinjutsu! I exclaimed. Before we could retreat, Sen and Yugo came to a realization that they'd been duped and noticed our presence. Fuck! It's just 3 kids. I'll fucking tear them to ribbons. Yugo angrily shouted as he dashed over. Sen was about to say something when Haku quickly threw 2 Senbon needles at him. He quickly wielded the kunai in his hand to deflect one while dodging to the left to avoid being hit by the other. Sen was inwardly alarmed. He was the more level-headed out of the two, and he immediately noticed that if the Jinjutsu casted on them were done by these 3 brats, then they couldn't be underestimated no matter how young they looked. The 2 needles thrown at him were done with pinpoint accuracy and were aimed at vital spots that could have caused him serious damage had he not reacted in time. Before he could warn Yugo of the situation they were in, Haku charged forth with more needles in hand, expertly throwing and keeping him on the defensive. Kimimaro charged forward to meet Yugo head-on in a frontal confrontation of taijutsu. As Kimimaro charged forward, a large bone protruded out of his left shoulder which he pulled out with his right hand and molded it into a sword. Dance of Camellia, he said. Yugo finally had a look of alarm as he clashed against Kimimaro. What the hell kind of jutsu is that? He pulled a bone out of his body and used it as a weapon? Yugo pulled out a second kunai and slashed towards Kimimaro's forehead, who expertly blocked it with his bone sword. He then counterattacked by stabbing towards Yugo's chest. Yugo jumped back and sidestepped. With a reverse grip on his kunai he spun and aimed once more at Kimimaro's head. Before the kunai could connect, Izaya threw 2 shuriken at him and activated the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Yugo quickly stopped his attack midway and used his kunai to block the incoming shuriken. Kimimaro took this opportunity to stab at Yugo's chest. He quickly used his second kunai to parry Kimimaro's attack, but what he failed to notice was the second shuriken hiding beneath the first one's shadow. This all happened in a flash, and before he realized it he was pierced in the chest by a shuriken. This caused him to panic slightly, which lowered his awareness of the battle. Using this opportunity, Izaya activated the Earth-style Headhunter Jutsu and pulled Yugo's entire body into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Kimimaro didn't waste a second of this chance and stabbed the bone sword into Yugo's head, effectively killing him. Sen was greatly alarmed. This all happened so fast that he never had a chance to rush in to help. He knew he had to escape or he'd lose his life here and now to 3 kids. He quickly parried 3 more needles and threw down a smoke bomb before utilizing the body flicker jutsu to escape in the distance. Izaya quickly sensed the direction he disappeared in and also activated the body flicker jutsu to follow. Just as Sen thought he was safe, he felt a dangerous sensation behind him, causing him to react involuntarily and roll to the side, forcing him to stop running. Just as he did so, a kunai stuck to the ground where it would have been him. He looked up to see a kid with snow-white hair and a black blindfold on in front of him. Shit, he inwardly cursed. The hell is with these kids? They some sort of monsters or what? Without saying much else, he quickly weaved the hand signs for the water-style gunshot jutsu. He took a deep breath and built up chakra in his mouth before releasing it as a powerful water ball with a strong force behind it. At the same time, Izaya quickly jumped back and with incredible speed he formed the hand seals of snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger. Fire-style flame bullet jutsu. A powerful gush of fire spewed outwards from Izaya's lips as the hot fiery flames and the cool watery blast came into contact. A huge white cloud of steam filled the area with a hiss sound as both techniques cancelled each other out. Sen panicked. What the hell? This kid is a freak. He has enough chakra to use a C-rank fire-style jutsu? Before he could collect his thoughts further, Haku and Kimimaro caught up. 2 Senbon needles flew straight at him, which he parried one but failed to dodge the other as it stabbed into a ligament in his leg, causing him to stumble and fall. Just as he pulled out the needle and got back up, Kimimaro activated his jutsu, Dance of the Honey Locust Spear. A large, thin, sharp, and narrow bone protruded from under his right arm and flew out at an incredible speed that pierced Sen's chest, which then pinned him to the ground. Blood spurted out from his mouth and oozed from his chest as he lay there in disbelief. The steam from earlier finally dissipated, revealing 3 kids that stood before Sen's dying form. Sen struggled to keep his eyes open and looked up at his killers. For the first time since their encounter, he finally had a good chance to look at them. He mentally took note of them. Fuck, they really are just 3 kids. One of them looks as pretty as a girl. Another a freak with bones sticking out his body. And one kid that's even blind? Izaya walked forward a bit before saying, "Any last words?" Sen just looked on coldly before laughing. Hey cha ha. Ha ha ha. He died laughing because he couldn't understand how these 3 weird-looking kids were the ones he ended up losing his life to. End of flashback. Well, we ended up killing those 2 bandits and raided their temporary hideout in the valley and ended up getting a pretty decent haul, so we secretly returned the stolen goods they robbed from the merchant caravan. Izaya put his bowl to his lips and emptied the last bits of soup into his stomach before standing up and walking towards the cave entrance. He washed his bowl with the help of rainwater and packed it away before sitting back down by the warm fire. At this point, Kimimaro and Haku had finished as well. Now that we're in fire country, do you know how long until we reach Konoha? Haku inquired. As long as nothing surprising happens, we should get there within a month, I replied. Kimimaro silently cleaned up the pot before taking out a scroll to study. What's that? Haku asked as he looked over curiously. It's a scroll containing some taijutsu movements. I want to make sure I learn as much as I can so I can get stronger. That way I can protect you both without any worries. Haku's facial expression softened. Don't worry, Brother Maro, I will get a lot stronger too, so you and Big Brother don't have to work as hard. Ha ha ha. I laughed bemused and walked over to Kimimaro's side. I'm glad Haku is able to be so amiable around us. He's even taken up giving Kimimaro a nickname like Maro while he still calls me Big Brother. After looking through the taijutsu scroll, the 3 of us sat in a meditative state, internally practicing and simulating techniques and abilities in our minds. In a way, it was a form of cultivation to better understand how to use and control chakra. We continued this for a few hours, taking turns on night watch duty. For the next month, this was what our life consisted of. Eating, traveling, training, sleeping. We continued to hone our skills and develop our areas of expertise. For Haku, it was developing his ice-style Kekkei Jinkai and getting a better control of his chakra output when using water jutsu. For Kimimaro, it was developing his taijutsu skills and getting a better control over his own dead bone pulse Kekkei Jinkai. As for me, I sifted through the memories of my past life and used my knowledge of the Naruto world to pick a jutsu that I personally wanted to train in and develop. I instantly decided on the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Not only would this jutsu be extremely deadly if used correctly, but it would also serve as the most powerful life-saving measure in a life-threatening situation. Other than practicing the seals for the Flying Thunder God technique, I worked on training my Sharingan and Manjikyu Sharingan abilities. After probing and testing out my Manjikyu Sharingan a few times, I discerned what abilities I had awakened. In my right eye, I had awakened the Amaterasu ability, and in my left eye, I had awakened an ability called Kuninoto Kotachi. With Amaterasu, I could summon forth blazing black flames that burn until my target is destroyed, and with Kuninoto Kotachi, I could distort the shape and size of any object within my field of vision, including ninjutsu. I was surprised that I awakened an ability that wasn't mentioned in my memories of the Naruto world I had in my previous life, so it seems I'll just have to test out its full capabilities through trial and error. Through training, I discovered that in my current body, 2 shots of small-scale Amaterasu was enough to drain my chakra to near zero, whereas utilizing Kuninoto Kotachi drains my chakra at various degrees depending on how distorted I want to change something. If I wanted to distort an object to become much larger or much smaller than it already is, then it drains a lot more chakra, and obviously the less changes I make, the less chakra it drains. I also discovered that changing the size doesn't reduce the potency of the object. For instance, I tried reducing Haku's water-style gunshot jutsu by 75% its size, but the power behind the attack was just as strong, only it was more concentrated. In fact, I dare say making it smaller caused it to become even more deadly and gave it incredible penetrative power that it didn't have before. I should probably refrain from using the powers of my Manjikyu Sharingan in front of people until I become strong enough to fend for myself. It also takes too much chakra to use these techniques for the time being. If 2 shots of small-scale Amaterasu are my limit, then that equates to about 4 to 5 shots of C-rank ninjutsu. For my current age and body, I'd say that's pretty good considering Jinin aren't supposed to have enough chakra even for the C-rank fireball jutsu. For now, I'll work on developing my Flying Thunder God jutsu. Even though it's a S-rank jutsu, the drain on my chakra isn't much due to it being proportional to the size of the object being teleported. What makes it S-rank is the potential lethality of the technique and the complicated knowledge one has to have of the sealing technique, as well as creating the formation of a space-time network that connects to the sealing formula. Then one has to be able to execute the technique by connecting the object through either their seal or chakra to the space-time network that allows for instant teleportation. I like the design of the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God kunai. If we get accepted into the Leaf Village, I'll see if there's a way to manufacture my own. For now, I'll stick to inscribing my Flying Thunder God seal onto these blank paper tags that I have and attach them to regular kunai. Day, night, weeks continue to pass by until finally. I let out a large breath. Kimimaro and Haku also let out a breath of relief as they stood beside me. Finally, we made it. It took about 41 days. A bit longer than expected, but we're finally here. I let out. Haku nodded. Since we're here, if we go any closer we'll be detected by Konoha's barrier. Kimimaro assented. Right. How should we approach? Well, I think honesty is going to be the best option for us. First off, we're just 3 kids about age 7. Secondly, we haven't done anything to incite Konoha's ire. Thirdly, if we attempt to do anything suspicious like sneaking around and get caught, it'd end up causing more confusion and chaos. Since we want to join of our own free will anyways and haven't done anything against Konoha, we should politely turn ourselves in and just explain the situation to them. I heard the 3rd Hokage is very amiable and understanding. He may be suspicious at first, but I reckon he won't just leave 3 kids alone with nowhere to go, especially if they come knocking on his front doorstep asking for help and shelter. You both can leave the talking to me. Kimimaro and Haku nodded. I gave them both a look of assurance. Then let's go. Chapter 5, Lord Third. Puff. A plume of white smoke filled the air as the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoked his pipe. He flipped over some paperwork while relishing the taste of tobacco in his mouth. Knock, knock. Enter, he said with a deep and old voice as he gently placed the paperwork to the side and straightened his back in his chair awaiting his guest. From the other side of the door was heard a cough. Ahem. Excuse me for disturbing you, Lord Hokage. The door to the Hokage's room opened to reveal a Jonin, Kotetsu Hagane, one of the guards to the entrance of Konoha. Oh, Kotetsu, what brings you here? Hiruzen asked. As Kotetsu walked inside, Kimimaro, Haku, and myself followed suit. As it turns out, even though we were a bit nervous as to how things would go down, aside from the Konoha guards being a bit wary and asking a lot of questions, they ended up humoring our request and took us to see the 3rd Hokage. Hiruzen gave a surprised look as he saw the 3 unfamiliar children walk in behind Kotetsu. Kotetsu cleared his throat before explaining the situation to the 3rd Hokage. Lord Third, these 3 children claim that they fled from the country of water. They claim that they aren't affiliated with the village hidden in the mist. Kotetsu said. Hiruzen had a pensive look on his face before speaking. Even if they claim they are not affiliated with the village hidden in the mist, it can't be denied that they were born in the country of water, therefore, they are rightful citizens of that country. Error. Kotetsu gave a sheepish look and rubbed the back of his neck before Hiruzen continued on. Alright, I don't want to make things difficult. Children, why don't you tell me your names? Why have you come so far to Konoha? Hiruzen asked amiably. He then gave another puff of smoke from his pipe. The three of us looked at each other before I stepped up to speak. Greetings, Lord Hokage. My name is Izaya. Karasuma Izaya. These two are my sworn brothers, Yuki Haku and Kagaya Kimimaro. Oh! Hiruzen let out a surprised remark and also a look of deep contemplation. He stroked his beard as he spoke. Yuki? I recall there was a famous Yuki clan in the Land of Water. However, I heard their clan was wiped out after the Kekkei Genkai War a while back. And Kagaya, I was certain that I received news regarding the Kagaya clan. It waged war against the village hidden in the mist and they were exterminated not long ago. Forgive me, but I've not heard of the Karasuma clan or tribe. Both Haku and Kimimaro flinched inwardly, having their past brought up. Hiruzen seemed to notice this, which inwardly confirmed his suspicion that these two were indeed of the famous Yuki and Kagaya clan he mentioned. He softened his expression after realizing that these two children in front of him were probably the last of their clan. Ahem. My apologies for bringing up such a dark part of history. It seems from your reaction that you both are surviving members of the Yuki and Kagaya clan. I'm sorry children such as yourselves had to go through something as terrible as a war like that. He then turned his attention towards me. You said your name is Karasuma Izaya, correct? I see that the three of you indeed have very close ties together, and it appears that you are able to speak for both of your companions. Would you mind telling me why the three of you have come all this way? I turned my head at the Jonin, Kotetsu, who brought us in before turning back to face the third Hokage. I must first apologize, Lord Third Hokage. Before I answer you, might I be so bold to ask for an audience in private? This concerns my life. Hiruzen became more and more curious about these three children, and before Kotetsu could protest, he said, Very well. Kotetsu, why don't you bring Haku and Kimimaro and wait in the hallway while I speak to our young friend here? Kotetsu gave a defeated look but assented whilst I nodded silently to Haku and Kimimaro, letting them know it was okay. After they walked out, they shut the door behind them. Now, young friend, what is it that you wish to speak to me in private about? Hiruzen continued. Lord Third, to tell you the truth, I am actually an abandoned experimental subject of Orochimaru. Hiruzen's eyes nearly jumped out of their sockets as he exclaimed, What? Followed by a series of coughing from inhaling the smoke on his pipe to fast. After a few seconds he finally calmed down and studied me more closely with his eyes. After more rounds of inquiry and explaining, I came to tell him the whole story, of course minus the part of my reincarnation and a few other minor details. Overall I painted the big picture of how Haku, Kimimaro, and I came to be here today. And that is why we sincerely hope you grant us permission to stay and be a part of this village. I finished saying and gave a deep 90-degree bow. Hiruzen mused thoughtfully as he went back to stroking his beard and puffing smoke out of his pipe. Raise your head. There's no need for you to show such humility. Your circumstance was brought about by my foolish disciple. Sigh. Oh, Orochimaru, what have you been doing? In short, that boy Haku and Kimimaro no longer have a home to return to. They are not listed as rogue ninja as they have not committed any acts of evil. They are not eligible to be claimed by the village hidden in the mist since they were merely born in the country of water but not affiliated with the shinobi system there, and you were abandoned by Orochimaru as he believed you to be dead. You are not actually blind but possess the Sharingan, and the reason you wear a sealing blindfold is to ensure your safety from other shinobi who may harbor evil intention of your eyes. You all wish to become part of the village hidden in the leaves as proper leaf shinobi. I looked up from my position as I gave a curt nod and replied, Yes, Lord Third. For what seemed like a lifetime was actually just a split second, but waiting for Lord Third to make a decision on the spot was nerve-wracking. Very well. I consent to this. I breathed out a sigh of relief at that moment. Hiruzen gave an amiable laugh before looking straight at me. Would you mind showing me your eyes? I hesitated for a second, but slowly took off my ragged black blindfold, revealing the blood-red black patterned eyes of the Sharingan. What caught me off guard was that Lord Third had a look of sorrow the minute he saw them. I understood at that moment that he probably felt grief for what he put Itachi through and sorrow for the loss of an entire clan that he couldn't protect. Hiruzen let out a sigh and then pulled something out of a drawer. It was a fine black-colored cloth. Before I could react, Lord Third formed some hand seals and then placed his hands on the black cloth before saying seal. A beautiful golden light emanated from the cloth before dissipating. I understand why you would like to keep your eyes hidden from sight. In fact, I'm impressed you could even perform the one-way concealing visual seal in the first place. It is true that the topic of Sharingan and the Uchiha clan right now are sensitive subjects, therefore, at least for now, I will help you conceal your Sharingan. The sealing jutsu I just performed is known as the one-way heavenly concealment visual seal and is many times more powerful than the one you had on. With your sealing jutsu you could fool ordinary ninja but not those who either wield special dojutsu of their own or are adept at sensory-type techniques. With the one-way heavenly concealment visual seal I used, it can conceal your eyes from all those who wish to see through this blindfold. Even those with the Byakugan or Manjikyu Sharingan. Alright, come put this blindfold on and then tell the others to come in. While all that happened, I had watched intently and memorized the hand seals Lord Third had used to perform the sealing technique and stored the memory in the back of my mind, compliments of the Sharingan. I nodded to Lord Third and thanked him for the blindfold before tying it on and calling the others back inside. Hiruzen looked up at Kotetsu before saying, Kotetsu, I've heard what our young friend Izaya had to say and have come to a decision. From this day forth Konoha will have gained 3 excellent young shinobi. I will have their transfer papers prepared so that they may begin enrollment at the academy starting next week. Kotetsu gave a confused look. Then again, he wasn't really against the 3 youngins sticking around. They were well behaved enough and didn't seem like bad kids. Hiruzen then continued on, I will finalize their paperwork today and have them listed in our system. Please find a nice place for the 3 of them to live in the meantime. Yes, Lord Third. I shall do as you say. He saluted the 3rd Hokage before bringing the 3 kids out to look for a place to live. Kotetsu brought the 3 of us to get a glimpse of the essential spots in town, such as where we could get food, buy clothes, the location of the academy, where the training grounds were, and more. As we were walking around town finishing up our tour, I noticed a familiar bright orange color attire out of the corner of my eye and briefly paused. I know I have it here somewhere. Huh? Isn't that Naruto? I silently thought to myself. And of course he's looking for a coupon to Ichiraku's ramen shop. Ha! Found it! Naruto laughed in his disheveled appearance. I knew I had it on me. I forgot I placed the coupon in the inside pocket of my jacket. Haku momentarily paused and turned to look at me after he noticed I wasn't walking by their side anymore. He stared where I was looking and saw a disheveled orange-clothed yellow-haired kid getting some ramen. Confused at why Izaya had stopped, he called out, Big brother, is something wrong? Huh? Oh! I snapped out of my stupor and turned my head back to Haku and jogged over to him. Sorry, I just thought that guy was a bit interesting. Let's catch up to Kimimaro and Kotetsu-sensei. Haku nodded. He gave Naruto one more quick glance before running alongside Izaya back to Kimimaro and Kotetsu. Not long after, Kotetsu brought us to some apartment buildings, and after discussing in private to the person in charge, we got settled into our apartment room number. Alright, you 3 have your own apartment rooms. Izaya is in room 309, Haku gets 310, and Kimimaro is in 311. For now, the Leaf Village will cover the cost of your living quarters until you 3 graduate from the academy. You'll receive a monthly stipend to help you buy some food to eat. It's not much, so please spend it wisely, okay? You'll receive a letter sometime in the next couple of days to officiate your enrollment to the academy. Since the school year started already, you'll be announced as transfer students. From this day forth, you'll be citizens of the Land of Fire and shinobi of Konoha. Lord Third has gone out of his way to accept you 3 kids, so don't disappoint him, okay? Alright, any questions? The 3 of us simply nodded our heads as Kotetsu went on with his speech. No questions, I said. I then looked at Haku and Kimimaro, and as if we all understood each other, we all cupped our fists as a show of respect and bowed, saying, Thank you for taking care of us, Kotetsu-sensei. Kotetsu instantly turned red in the face from embarrassment and sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. He turned his head to look away and said, Ahem. It's only natural that I should help you kids in need. Don't think about it too much. If you've got any questions you can always come find me. I'll be at the main entrance guarding the gate most of the time. Alright, I've been away from duty too long, I'm sure my partner is getting anxious. He then turned to look at the 3 kids in front of him one last time before saying, Take good care of yourselves, okay? He then disappeared in a puff of smoke with the body flicker jutsu. He seemed nice. Haku commented. As long as he doesn't hurt you too. Kimimaro remarked. Haha. I chuckled lightly, wondering if Kimimaro will ever lighten up a little. Okay, let's check out our rooms and rest, it's been a long day. We'll meet up tomorrow morning and go shopping for some new clothes. Kimimaro and Haku nodded before we parted ways. Chapter 6, Konoha. The next morning Kimimaro, Haku, and I met in the hallway of our apartment. Even though we haven't gotten our stipend for food yet, we still have the Ryo from the bandits we killed. That should be plenty enough for us to buy some new clothes and gear. I said as I quickly gave Haku and Kimimaro a once-over. Yup, they definitely need a makeover. I can't have Haku continue dressing like he currently is. He's making his gender too ambiguous. He could be very popular with the ladies with the right outfit. As for Kimimaro, well, it's a bit inconvenient for him to wear too much clothes due to his special Kekkai Genkai, so I guess less is more for him. Follow me, I'll help you both pick out new outfits and then we can go grab some breakfast. Okay, big brother. I could use some new Senbon needles anyway. Haku replied. Min. Kimimaro simply nodded. It didn't take us long to reach the clothing shop that Kotetsu showed us yesterday. It was called Essential Gear and we're tailor. Simple and to the point, I thought. As we entered we were politely greeted by the shop owner, who also gave us a curious glance more than once. I heard her mumble something about not being familiar with our faces before. I guess we did look strange enough that if anyone saw us at least once they would have had an impression. We were 3 strange kids after all, and one looked like a girl, one looked to be blind, and the last had 2 strange red dots atop his forehead. The entire time we were in the shop, the owner, an old lady, didn't try to hide the fact that she was staring at us. I don't blame her. It was early in the morning and we were the only customers in her shop. Furthermore, it looked like the blind kid, me, was the one picking the outfits for the other 2 kids. I suppose we did make for a comedic scene, like a blind mama duck and her 2 baby ducks following suit. After an hour of browsing, contemplation, and trying on various outfits, we had finally found the ones. For Haku, he sported a white t-shirt and a blue vest with high-rise collar. He wore white wrist guards, blue pants with black greaves, white bandages wrapped around his right thigh, a turquoise color jacket tied on his waist, and a ninja tool pouch on his right waist. Min. I nodded silently to myself. He looks much better like this. As for Kimimaro, he wore a long-sleeve white haori with black borders and a black sash tying it in place by his waist with no shirt underneath, while donning a black capri pants. Once again I nodded in satisfaction. Simple truly is best for Kimimaro. As for myself, I chose a long-sleeved black cloak with a high-rise collar that had 9 white tomo patterns printed on the back. I wore a white t-shirt underneath and put on black pants with white bandage wraps around both legs from below the knee to my ankles. I also had a ninja tool pouch on my right waist. As we went to pay for our new attire at the counter, the old lady struck up a conversation with us, no longer being able to contain her curiosity. Well, hello young lads. My name is Mito. I hope you found everything all right. She smiled and said in an old but very gentle voice. Ah, yes, you have a great variety of clothing here, which gives us a lot more options. I replied. Mito gave an inquisitive look as she rang up the payment number and said, I apologize if I'm being intrusive, but I couldn't help noticing that you were the one who chose the outfits. Ahem. I coughed. Then replied as kindly and as convincingly as possible, well, my companions here aren't that picky with their fashion sense, and so I took it upon myself to help out. I happen to be a sensory-type ninja, so even though I'm blind it makes me more attuned to my other senses. Perhaps you didn't hear us since we moved around a bit, but I asked my companions what the color and style of the clothing were before picking for them. I simply pieced what I imagined it to look like in my head. Oh! Very incredible, young man. Your fashion choice is definitely spot on. Please, allow me to give you all a discount. She replied amiably. Thank you very much, Miss Mito-san. I replied. Kimimaro and Haku simply clasped their fist and bowed in salute as a show of respect and gratitude. Mito, embarrassed, simply chuckled lightly as we completed our purchase. She gladly lent the changing room to us so we could wear our new clothes right away. After shopping for clothes, we went shopping for some new Senbon needles for Haku, eventually getting him a new set of long sharp needles. I was looking for a set of kunai similar to that of the 4th Hokage, except they were only custom made and it would take more money than I currently had to have a blacksmith custom make a complete set of 5 for me. I had also wanted mine to be distinguishable from the 4ths, so instead of a black iron color with a silver edge like Lord Fourth, I wanted mine to be a blue-silver color with a white edge. I silently cursed at the fact that I lacked money. I could only wait until we graduated from the academy to be inducted as a genin. Then I could take genin level missions for money. For now I needed to continue focusing on building up my foundations and training. I needed more information on other techniques, and the perfect place to get that was the academy and the library. The academy would have more advanced techniques stored in their archives, but I wouldn't be able to access those until sometime next week. As for the library, it should have the most basic of techniques and information on fundamentals, so that'd be a good place to start. I ended up buying a storage-type scroll before leaving the weapon shop. We wandered around town a bit more and ended up spending a few hours at the library. When noon rolled around, we left to find some food. We totally missed breakfast since we were too busy exploring town, so we were definitely hungry. Where do you guys want to eat? I asked. I'm not sure, big brother. Anything is fine with me, replied Haku. Me as well, Kimimaro replied. I inwardly sighed to myself. One day, hopefully, they will be able to voice their opinion on things like this. I gave a thoughtful look before remembering from my previous life that there was this Korean barbecue-style restaurant that Team Asuma always ate at called Yakiniku Q. Okay, since you both don't mind me choosing, then let's go eat some barbecue meat. We quickly made our way around town trying to find this place. After 10 minutes of walking around to no avail, we paused on the side of the street. Big brother, maybe we should ask for directions, Haku said. I gave a quick sweep of the area and spotted a familiar and famous ninja. Hatake Kakashi. He was leaning on a wall by the side of a store reading a book. He looked like he was waiting for someone. I turned to Haku and Kimimaro. I'll go ask, you two wait here. I quickly jogged over to where Kakashi was. Yup, I inwardly noted. He's reading Make Out Paradise by Jiraiya. Kakashi looked up from his book as I approached him. Hello. I cupped my fist and greeted. Hello. He nodded back. Before the situation could turn awkward, I asked my question. My brothers and I were looking for a restaurant called Yakiniku Q. Would you mind pointing us in the right direction? Oh. Yakiniku Q, huh? Kakashi pointed down the road and said, go straight down that way and take your second right, then follow the path and take your third left. The restaurant is on the right side. I cupped my fist once more and bowed before saying my thanks and left alongside Kimimaro and Haku. Kakashi remained there with a pensive look in his eyes at the place where we disappeared from. Oh, something the matter, Kakashi? Said an aged old voice. This snapped Kakashi out of his daze. Lord Third. He saluted. Hiruzen gave a slight chuckle before saying, what seems to be on your mind? The 3 kids you mentioned earlier just stopped by and asked me for directions. He replied. Oh, so you've gotten to see them, have you? What do you think? Hiruzen inquired. Kakashi gave a thoughtful look before replying, Well, I don't think your decision to let them into the village is a problem. They seem like good capable kids. Ha ha ha, that's good then. Hiruzen replied amiably. Kakashi, you know that I'm already very old. If one day, something happens to the village and I lose my life, I hope that you can also look after those 3 kids. They are a bit special. I know I have already demanded a lot from you with watching over Naruto and Sasuke, so I apologize that I must ask more of you. Lord Third, please don't say such words. You've done more than enough for the village. Anything I can do to help alleviate your burdens is something that I should do. Compared to you, these tasks are minor. Kakashi respectfully replied. Min. Hiruzen gave a slight nod. Following the directions Kakashi gave us, we quickly found the restaurant, and after eating our fill we decided to head for the training grounds Kotetsu showed us the other day. These were public training grounds, and there were quite a few of them. Some were being used by academy students and others by Genin or Chunin level ninja. The 3 of us looked and chose a training ground further away and more secluded than the rest. This was more of a battlefield-style training ground where shinobi used to spar. It was much more widespread and was surrounded by trees and a river. Kimimaro and Haku began sparring to practice their taijutsu. Haku had the speed and agility advantage over Kimimaro, but Kimimaro had the power and techniques advantage over Haku. I took out the storage-type scroll and activated it, summoning forth a box of water balloons I bought earlier when wandering around town. Alright, I made enough Flying Thunder God paper seals, and I'll practice using them later. I've already discerned what my Manjikyu Sharingan can do, but I can't afford to practice their abilities at my current level. As for my Sharingan, it's helpful for discerning and copying techniques, but I can't use it to cast Jinjutsu or that'll reveal my secret. I'll focus on my Flying Thunder God technique, some ninjutsu, taijutsu, and I'll work towards developing the Rasengan. Hence a week of training and waiting around for Haku, Kimimaro, and I went by without much of a hitch. Chapter 7, The Academy. Ding dong ding dong. The academy bell rang, signaling the start of class. Everyone got in their seats respectfully and awaited for their instructor Iruka-sensei to start class. As per usual, Sakura and Ino were staring infatuated at the cold and indifferent-looking Sasuke while Naruto gave him a look of annoyance. It was at this moment that Iruka opened and walked in through the door. Just as Iruka stepped into the classroom entrance, a bucket fell from the top of the doorway. Naruto silently snickered, except what he expected to happen ended up not happening. The bucket that was supposed to fall on top of Iruka's head was instead caught by me. Ah! Iruka put on a bewildered expression and then stared at Naruto and sighed. Naruto, was it you who put the bucket on top of the doorway? Aw man, it didn't work. Naruto remarked, completely ignoring Iruka's question. Iruka simply face-palmed before revelation hit him. The bucket didn't fall on top of his head? He turned his head to see that the bucket was being held in my hands. When did he, how did he, Iruka silently questioned in his head. Ahem. He coughed. Thank you for catching that bucket. Iruka nodded to me. I simply nodded back and then placed the bucket down in the corner of the front room. Soon after, Iruka walked to the front of the class, followed by Kimimaro, Haku, and myself. Everyone else in the class silently whispered amongst themselves at this new development. Sasuke temporarily opened his eyes and stared with the slightest bit of curiosity at us before turning away with indifference per usual. Alright class, quiet down. I have an announcement to make. Iruka said. I know class already started a few months ago, but we have 3 new transfer students. He turned to us and asked us to introduce ourselves, so I stepped up first. Hello, my name is Karasuma Izaya. You can call me Izaya. I'm 7 years old this year and I'll be in your care. 7 years old? Just like most of us. He looks pretty handsome, right? Wait, is he blind? The whispers continued in class as Kimimaro and Haku both introduced themselves as well. My name is Kimimaro. You can call me Kimimaro. I am also 7 years old. My name is Haku, and you can also just call me Haku. I hope we get along. He smiled. Hey, he's too pretty to be a guy, right? Naruto questioned. Okay, quiet down everyone. They will be attending the academy with all of you till graduation, so be nice. Izaya-kun, Kimimaro-kun, Haku-kun, the three of you can pick anywhere with open seats available. Irika said. The three of us nodded and chose a spot near the back by the windowsill. Class is most likely going to be pretty boring since it'll only be the basics like learning how to form hand signs and learning what elemental nature affinities are. I silently mused. Like Sasuke, I stared out the window for most of the class. Naturally, they were talking about how to determine elemental affinities and what their properties were, so I let the lecture go through one ear and out the other. After class was over, some of our classmates came to converse with us. Among them were faces I recognized such as Choji, Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, Hinata, and Naruto. Hey, how did you catch the bucket earlier? Can you even see with that blindfold on? Naruto asked. Oi, is that something polite to ask? Shikamaru lightly scolded. What? It was a serious question? Naruto replied. I simply turned to face them, but before I could reply, Haku spoke up. Something like that isn't enough to stop my big brother. Even though he's blind, he can see just as well as any of us, maybe even better since he's a sensory-type ninja. Oh! So what does that mean? Naruto remarked. Shikamaru and the rest simply let out a loud sigh whilst Hinata blushed and was the only one who seriously gave an explanation to Naruto. Wow! So you can do stuff like see chakra without looking and you can sense things in your surroundings. That's pretty cool. Hey, did you guys get all that stuff Irika-sensei was saying earlier? It was kinda confusing, you know? If you'd like, I can help you. Hinata whispered softly to herself, but of course no one ended up hearing her as Choji cut in. So, have you guys been to Yakiniku-Q yet? They serve the best barbecue meat. Do you ever want to talk about anything other than eating choji? Kiba remarked. Our friendly banter continued on for a bit longer before Kimimaro, Haku, and I excused ourselves. Since we became official students of the academy, we were granted access to the lowest level tier of techniques available to us. The tiers went from D, C, B, and A, with A being the highest rank of techniques. S rank, forbidden, and secret techniques were all kept strictly sealed away in the Hokage's residence. Fortunately and surprisingly, we were also granted access to the C-rank techniques. This was probably due to Lord Third pulling some strings since most kids at our academy don't have access to these techniques until after they graduate. If kids at the academy reach the level where they can utilize C-rank techniques, then they would learn them from either their clans, parents, tutors, or buy them from special shops. Seeing as how the three of us have no background here, Lord Third probably did this as a favor to us in order to help us grow. The three of us looked around at the available D-rank jutsus before walking down towards the floor below where the C-rank jutsus were kept. The more powerful or complicated the technique was, the further down we had to walk. Which made sense. After all, if there was an attack and the buildings got crushed in the process, it'd be safer to have the scrolls that recorded techniques and information below ground. And I'm willing to bet that all the techniques located here are all copies. The originals are probably stored safely away at some concealed bunker. The three of us took a look at some C-rank jutsus that looked promising and stayed there for a few hours to memorize its contents. As I finished reading and memorizing the information on some scrolls, I prepared to leave. Haku, Kimimaro, I'm done looking around. If you guys have more things you want to learn here, then take your time. I'll probably go out and do some training before heading back home. Haku nodded. Okay, big brother. I'll stick around for a little while longer. There are some interesting water techniques that I want to memorize. Me too. Since my elemental affinity is with earth, there are some earth-style jutsu I wish to learn. Kimimaro added. I nodded and then walked back up the stairs and out of the academy. Looks like it's getting pretty close to evening already, I mentally noted and looked up at the sky. I took a quick glance around me, but no student in sight. I guess Shikamaru and the rest of the gang went to eat some barbecued meat after class. Not sure what they're up to now though. I've got a few hours of daylight still, so that should be good enough to try out some new stuff. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Not a second later, I reappeared near a paper tag stuck on a tree that was marked with my own unique Flying Thunder God sealing formula. This was a secluded area in the forest surrounding Konoha that I discovered during the week before Kimimaro, Haku, and I started attending classes. It was nice and quiet here where I didn't have to worry about random prying eyes. As long as no one intentionally tracked me down here, I wouldn't be discovered. Alright, I pretty much have a general understanding of using the Flying Thunder God technique. I'm only missing my own unique kunais. I've placed papers with my unique sealing formula in multiple places so I could instantly teleport to them in case of emergencies. According to Irika-sensei, one of the requirements to graduate is the ability to use the cloning jutsu. For me that's really simple, but it isn't that great of help in actual combat. Even though I still have to work on stage 2 of my Rasengan training, I'll focus the rest of my time today perfecting the Shadow Clone Jutsu first, and if I succeed in that then I could potentially double my training speed. Thud. Dust slowly rose in the air and heavy panting sounds were heard. Huff. 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 Hawa. I let out a deep and relaxed breath as I lay motionless on the ground. Sweat dripped from my face and body. Well, I call that a success, I smiled. I looked up and gazed at the starry night sky. The moon lit up the forest, giving off a scene of beauty and tranquility. A small, soft and gentle breeze caressed the trees, the flowers, and the surface of the river. I slowly closed my eyes through my blindfold and relaxed my body and mind as I steadied my breathing and felt the comfort of the wind brush my face and my hair. I could sense myself getting stronger with every day, but I knew it still wasn't enough yet. As I lay there in the comfort of the silent forest, I contemplated about what was to come. In the future, Naruto will steal one of the forbidden scrolls known as the Scroll of Seals in the Hokage's residence in order to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. The shinobi called Mizuki will then attempt to steal it and Iriko will intervene. In the end, Mizuki fails. I don't think I need to intervene for something like that. This way it'll help Naruto grow as an individual and he'll realize Irika is more important to him than he realizes. The problem is Orochimaru. I know he will instigate an attack on Konoha, but now I'm not too sure how that will play out. Originally he had the help of Kimimaro in dealing with the 4th Kazekage and his entourage, but Kimimaro is on my side now, so I'm not too keen if things will play out the same. It's possible that Orochimaru will still succeed and instigate an attack during the Chunin exams. He'd probably just have to put in a little more effort. If that does happen, how should I respond? Do I tell Lord Third? That'll draw suspicion towards me though if I know about the attack with no evidence. Do I let Lord Third die so Naruto and Jiraiya can bring Tsunade back as the 5th? I need her skills in order to heal Kimimaro. Will she even come back if Lord Third doesn't die, or will she only return after Lord Third is dead and is convinced by Naruto and Jiraiya? Ugh, the problem with knowing the future is that I can step in and intervene at big moments like these, but then it would alter the future I do know of, and from that point knowing the future won't be as large of an advantage to me anymore. I don't even know if I'll have the sufficient strength yet to even change the outcome if and when Orochimaru attacks the Leaf Village. In fact, what if Orochimaru recognizes me as one of his experimental subjects? He originally wanted Sasuke's body, but if he realizes that I survived, what if he wants my body? Maybe he won't recognize me since it'll be quite a few years later, but still, the possibility remains. Oh! I know! I'm an idiot. I practice the Flying Thunder God technique. All I need to do is somehow give Lord Third an object that has my Flying Thunder God mark on it sometime before the Chunin exam begins. Then, no matter how dire the situation gets, I just need to reserve enough chakra to ensure that I can utilize the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to save Lord Third in case the situation turns very bad. I'll have to time it well and make sure that Lord Third doesn't activate the Reaper Death Seal technique. Since Jiraiya will also be in the village at that time, then we don't have to worry about having someone capable of defeating Orochimaru. Ugh, but then he won't have his arms crippled and jutsu taken away. That leaves for an uncertain future again. Then there's Sasuke and his whole Avengers Heart ordeal, and he'll most likely defect to Orochimaru to gain more power. Or do I intervene for that too? Wow, I'm back to square one. Contemplating about what I know of the future and trying to control it so it's different but not different isn't going to work. No matter what, I either intervene and possibly change the shape of the future, or I just let the future play out as I know it and I care only for myself. Sigh, screw it. This is my life now and this is the world I'm living in. Lord Third is a good person and took Haku, Kimimaro, and myself in. If I have the chance to save him, then I will. I'll worry about everything else as it comes. No use thinking about them now since everything might be different by then. The most important thing is getting stronger, that way no matter what changes happen, I'll have the strength to take them head on. I opened my eyes and started my quiet and silent trek back to my cozy apartment. Chapter 8, Brothers Forever. Time skip 4 years. Beep, 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 beep click. My hand lightly smacked the alarm clock by my nightstand, shutting off the noise as I turned to look at the time. My eyes still groggy, but thanks to the Sharingan I clearly saw the time, which read 5 a.m. The slowly creeping light of daybreak attempted to penetrate my curtain, signaling that it was still dark out but getting lighter by the minute. As I lay on my stomach, one arm sprawled outwards toward my alarm clock and another arm underneath my pillow, I gave a slight moan from the soreness of my body and being woken up at this hour. I had trained until my body and mind were completely exhausted and only stopped when 3 a.m. rolled around the corner. A poor choice on my part. Even with my body's amazing regenerative abilities due to having a large portion of Hashirama's cells in me, 2 hours of rest was most definitely not enough to restore myself to peak state. I usually wake up at this time to do some morning exercises and meditation, but it looks like I'll have to skip out on the exercise portion today. I unceremoniously kicked off my bed sheets and rolled out of bed. I gave my body a good stretch and a soft yawn before heading into the shower and completing my daily care necessities. After I got dressed in my attire, I noted the time on the clock to be 6 a.m. I had 2 hours before class started. I made my bed quickly and sat down on top in the lotus position, beginning my morning meditation. It's been 4 years since Kimimaro, Haku, and I have arrived and become official citizens of the Leaf Village. A lot has happened in these past 4 years. For one, Kimimaro, Haku, Naruto, Sasuke, myself and many others are 11 years old of age now. Our graduation exam will be later today, which will consist of a written and practical portion. One of the basic requirements to graduate is to successfully perform the clone jutsu. This will be a cinch. It also means that Naruto will fail and he will steal the scroll of sealing tonight from the Hokage's residence. During these past 4 years, I was finally able to obtain a few sets of the special kunai I wanted to use for my Flying Thunder God technique. I even took up an apprenticeship in blacksmithing and weapon forging, all for the sake of making my own weapons. This not only helped me make some money, but also allowed me to save money by making my own instead of buying them. Naturally, I also ended up making more Senbon needles for Haku, and Kimimaro is a living weapon, so there was no need for him to carry any. I started getting a handle on the Rasengan, but it's not perfect yet. For now it takes me too long to build up the chakra, contain it, and spin it violently. By the time I finish all the steps, my opponent would have slit my throat, and I doubt my enemies would wait for me to complete my jutsu. If I try to build up my Rasengan too fast, then I lose out on the power, and at most it'll act like a super strong punch with some extra force behind it, but it won't bring out the desired effect. My best bet is to try the shadow clone tactic that Naruto used if I really need to use this technique. One other struggle I'm having is with the Flying Thunder God jutsu. I've pretty much mastered the technique to teleport myself. The problem is that teleporting other objects or people is truly complicated. Having to connect my chakra with theirs or connecting them to my teleportation sealing network is difficult to master. It currently takes up too much chakra to transport other objects and people, since I don't have a good grasp on this yet. I let out a deep sigh. I can only continue working at it. On the plus side, I've increased the total amount of chakra my body can contain. Now I won't be so helpless when I meet dangerous opponents. I'm confident in taking on any Chunin-level expert and even ordinary Jonin-level opponents. I'm not sure what my chances would be though if I had to face someone like Kakashi right now, though I'm confident I can escape with my life. Which brings me to wonder who my Jonin instructor will be after graduation. I slowly opened my eyes as I felt the warmth of the sunlight aglow my back. I turned to look at the clock, which noted the time as 7:59 a.m. Class began in the next minute. However, I didn't panic. I got off my bed and made sure I wasn't missing anything before activating the Flying Thunder God technique. I instantly arrived inside the treetop of a large bushy tree by the academy entrance. Then with the body flicker jutsu I arrived in my classroom seat with a puff of smoke just as the bell rang signaling the beginning of class. Haku turned to look at me and said, "Big brother, you're still using that trick to get to class exactly when the bell rings. Even on the last day of class. No one other than you and me knows that Izaya can use that jutsu," Kimimaro said to Haku. I simply gave them a smile. By now everyone in class was used to my antics of using the body flicker technique to rush into class. What they didn't know was that I used the Flying Thunder God technique first to get all the way near the academy entrance first. Sasuke stared at our corner for a bit before turning back to what he was doing. And that was absolutely nothing. He sat there with his elbows propped up on the table and chin resting on his hands. During these 4 years Sasuke had been more conscious of Kimimaro, Haku, and myself since we showed a similar talent to his own. I believe he acknowledged us as worthy rivals these past 4 years, and while he still keeps a bit of his indifferent attitude, he isn't all that cold towards us. He at least answers back with sentences when we talk. For the 4 of us in this class, shuriken and kunai throwing was too easy. The same went for the fundamentals of chakra control and the other topics the academy taught. The truth is that if Kimimaro, Haku, and I wanted to, we could have graduated from the academy earlier, but we refrained from doing so. The reason being? It was because I wanted Kimimaro and Haku to have a bit of a more normal childhood in this life than the harsh life they had in the anime and manga I read in my previous one. Their talent and potential still remained the same, only they went about a different way to acquire their skills this time. Using my knowledge of the anime and manga from my previous life, I was able to help give them some pointers and guidance. By now both Kimimaro and Haku were a foe to be reckoned with. They definitely wouldn't lose out to any Chunin nor low-level Jonin. Since we decided to take things at a more leisurely pace, we showed off just enough skill to grant us the title of genius, but refrained from showing off too much. Irika-sensei soon walked in and explained to us the details of the test. We all began the written examination first. The first to finish at nearly the same time was Sasuke, Haku, Kimimaro, and I. Irika-sensei didn't seem too surprised at this, but he did look a bit worried for Naruto. During these past 4 years, I attempted to help Naruto out, but he really didn't have much patience. While his relationship with me and the other 2 could be considered as entering the good friends realm, we couldn't do much for his acts of mischief. I do believe, however, that he'll do decently well on the written portion at least. With our addition to the class and becoming good friends with Naruto, he had at least picked up some academic knowledge. Once time ran out for the written portion, we began the practical portion. Some simple taijutsu movements and whatnot, and lastly the clone technique, which everyone had passed except Naruto. I watched at the side as Naruto and Irika played out the familiar scene I recalled from my previous life. Not long after, Naruto ended up running off. Well, I won't bother with the next set of events, I silently thought to myself. Naruto will succeed in the shadow clone jutsu once he takes the scroll of sealing. Irika might get hurt, but overall he'll be fine, and Mizuki the traitor will fail. I turned away and looked towards Haku and Kimimaro, who were conversing with the others like Kiba, Ino, Shino, Choji, etc. Concern flashed past my eye momentarily as I stared at Kimimaro. He should be feeling his health deteriorating soon, if not already. It might not be that severe right now, but it'll get worse in the next couple years. In my past life he died at age 15, but he was already bedridden before that. I looked down at my hand, which held a Lee Shinobi headband. I tied it to my left thigh and walked over to the group for a chat. Unsurprisingly, we decided to all go celebrate with some barbecue meat at Yakiniku Q. We all sat around a large group table chatting amiably amongst ourselves. Seriously though, do you really think Naruto isn't going to graduate? Choji asked as he picked up a piece of meat to eat. Sigh. It can't be helped, those are the requirements for graduating. Shikamaru replied while grilling some more meat. We continued our idle chatter and small-scale celebration for an hour and a half before we disbanded. It was already 3 p.m. in the afternoon. The list of the three-man squad and their Jonin instructor was going to be released tomorrow early the next morning, and so there wasn't much for anyone to do except wait. Haku, Kimimaro, and I walked around town a bit before I paused. Kimimaro, tell me honestly. How do you feel? I asked with a solemn expression. Both Kimimaro and Haku were startled by the question. What do you mean, big brother? Is something wrong with Maro? Haku asked anxiously. Kimimaro remained silent for a moment before letting out a sigh and speaking. I knew I couldn't fool you for long, Izaya. I've sensed the changes in my body recently. As you know, the body of the Kagaya clan are slightly different than those of others. I feel my body slowly weakening over time. Currently it's not that bad. I essentially don't feel any different than I normally do. I can utilize my jutsu and Kekkei Genkai without any serious problems for now. What? Brother Maro. Let me help you. I've learned some medical ninjutsu during these past 4 years. No, we should go to the hospital and let them take a look at you. They should be able to treat you. Haku exclaimed worriedly. I let out a deep breath before speaking. I'm glad you answered me honestly, Kimimaro. I've sensed the slight changes in your body and can see your chakra flow is slightly deviated. Only slightly. This may become more pronounced later on if you overexert yourself. From the looks of things, so long as you don't push yourself too hard, you'll be fine for another 3, maybe 4 years. After that I can't be so sure. I'm not sure Konoha's hospital can cure you, but if worst comes to worst, they should be able to help prolong your life. The only one who can truly help you is one of the legendary Sannin named Tsunade. She's supposed to be the greatest medical ninja in the world, so if anyone can figure it out, it'd be her. For now, let's not worry too much about your condition as long as you promise Haku and I something. Kimimaro stared me in the eyes before giving in. Alright, what do I have to promise? I nodded my head, acknowledging his wise decision. No matter what, you are not allowed to push yourself too hard until we are able to meet Tsunade and have her diagnose you. Not even if our Haku and my own life are in danger. Boo dash dot. Kimimaro wanted to protest, however Haku didn't let him. No buts, brother Maro. Big brother and I know that you are strong, but don't you agree that big brother and I are also strong? In fact, big brother might be the strongest out of the 3 of yous. What we want more than anything is you to be alive and well, not for you to put yourself in harm's way for us. Big brother and I are capable of protecting ourselves, and if we really need to, big brother and I have multiple strategies to allow for our escape and survival. So right now, until you are cured, you have to put your own health and safety above ours, okay? Haku lectured. I placed a reassuring arm on Kimimaro's shoulder. Haku is right, Kimimaro. Remember, we live together and protect each other. As sworn brothers. That means you have to trust us on this. I promise, we won't think any less of you. Once you get cured, you can become your stubborn self again, okay? I gave him a confident smile. Haku then placed his hand in between all of us. I placed my hand on top of his, which prompted Kimimaro to place his hands atop of mine. Brothers forever. Haku said. I nodded and repeated, brothers forever. Kimimaro looked where our hands intersected and had a warm feeling of belonging inside of him. He nodded his head. Brothers forever. Chapter 9, Becoming Genin. Everyone was up early the next morning and crowded by the classroom entrance. Looks like everyone who passed the graduation exam and became a genin are here. I walked over to where Haku and Kimimaro were standing. Big brother, you're here early today. Haku said with a surprised smile on his face. Haha, well, I figured I should be early and see who all the new genin are. I replied. I turned to look where Sakura and Ino were arguing and saw Naruto sitting on the floor. Looks like everything went as I thought it would last night. Naruto successfully learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu and graduated with us. Suddenly a realization struck me. Doesn't Naruto and Sasuke accidentally kiss during this meeting? Lo and behold, Naruto propped himself up on Sasuke's desk and stared intently in his eyes. Very closely. Haha, I inwardly chuckled. Not sure what to make of this. I'll just enjoy the show, I guess. Not long after the event played out exactly as I predicted. The student sitting in front of Naruto leaned back and bumped Naruto, forcing his and Sasuke's lips to meet. A full-on kiss. I facepalmed. As a sensory-type ninja, my senses were more attuned than others, but it didn't take one to feel the fire of wrath and rage coming off from the mob of girls standing to the side. The whole fiasco continued to play out exactly as I remembered it as. Not long after, Iruka-sensei walked in to congratulate us and explain to us what was to come. From here on, you'll be in a squad of 3 and carry out missions with your Jonin instructor. Wonder who's gonna be paired with Sasuke? Ino remarked mockingly to Sakura. Who knows? Sakura replied with an air of indifference. However, internally she was gearing up for war. Some other students were also discussing the prospect of who they were going to be paired up with. I hope to be paired with Haku, he's so handsome. That's fine, I'd rather be paired with Izaya. Haku is almost too pretty, he makes me look bad. Izaya is incredibly handsome and cool, and that blindfold makes him seem so mysterious. You two should probably stop daydreaming. I'm definitely getting paired up with one of the 4 Genin Kings. I shuddered inwardly as I heard that. It was a nickname that everyone in the academy started calling us after we showed off our skills. They were obviously referring to Kimimaro, Haku, Sasuke, and myself. Well, before it was just the 4 Academy Kings, but looks like the name changed since we become Genin. Please, Lord Third, keep me together with Kimimaro and Haku, I silently prayed. Sasuke inwardly sneered when he heard that he'd have to be paired with 2 others. They'll only slow me down, he thought. He then gave a sideways glance at us. Except for maybe those 3, he thought. We then turned our attention back at Iruka-sensei, who continued to explain. Now the groups have already been decided based on balance or synergy. As Iruka-sensei continued to list out the teams, he eventually got to Team 7. Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. Team 8. Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. Team 10. Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji. And finally Team 11. Kagaya Kimimaro, Yuki Haku, Karasuma Izaya. That's all. Right after Iruka-sensei finished his speech, Naruto immediately made a fuss. Sasuke had a slight look of disappointment but otherwise remained indifferent. A girl then raised her hand and asked, Iruka-sensei, didn't you say that the teams were made to best balance their strength? How come Kimimaro-kun, Haku-kun, and Izaya-kun are paired together? Aren't they 3 geniuses? If there's a mistake somewhere, I don't mind being paired with one of them. A lot of other students, not just the girls, nodded their agreement. Ahem. Iruka coughed. Then said, I did say balance or synergy. He then turned to look at Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. You all may or may not know this, but there is a famous formation that has been passed down from generation to generation called the Ino-Shikacho formation. Hence Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were placed in a team based on the potential synergy they have. We believe this to be the same for Kimimaro, Haku, and Izaya. Anyway, I will introduce you to your Jonin instructors in the afternoon. Until then you are dismissed. Everyone went their separate ways until the afternoon. Clearly everyone went to find someplace to have lunch before coming back. I silently thanked Lord Third for keeping me together with Kimimaro and Haku. Big brother! We're together with Brother Maro. Let's go out and get some food to celebrate. Haku said excitedly. I'm glad we were put in the same group also. I would have protested if I wasn't. Kimimaro said. I stared blankly at Kimimaro for a second. Really? I silently thought to myself. While I'm glad we were put in the same group so I could help monitor his situation and all, he really is still dedicated to that one-track mind of his. He's gotten better at opening himself up, but he really is a bit too stubborn once he sets his mind on something. I put on a genuine smile. Alright, let's walk around the town for a bit and grab some street food. We should relax and enjoy the outdoors for a bit before meeting our Jonin teacher, I said. I gave a quick glance at Team 7 before heading out the door. It didn't take long before we had to come back to the classroom. Everyone waited obediently as their Jonin instructor came to pick them up. The only ones who were left in the classroom were Team 7 and Team 11, us. Oi, Kakashi, why did you drag me along with you? Yamato said. Because I felt like it, he replied. Yamato face-palmed. We're really late, you know. I have to meet my team still, Yamato said dejectedly. Kakashi simply gave him a smile before turning serious. Yamato, Lord Third has asked me to not only look after Naruto and Sasuke, but also those 3 kids that you've been put in charge of. Yamato turned serious as well. I know. Aside from you, Lord Third has also tasked me with the job of being on standby in case the Ninetales goes out of control, and because you are skilled in the use of your Sharingan, you're the best suited to guide Sasuke, but why did he ask you to look after those 3 kids as well? Kakashi took something out from his pocket with a ringing sound. A pair of bells. He then handed them over to Yamato. To be honest, I'm not too sure. Lord Third didn't really explain much to me except for the fact that those 3 have certain special circumstances concerning their background. That kid Kimimaro is supposedly the last remaining survivor of the Kagaya clan, and that kid Haku is the only known sole surviving member of the Yuki clan. Other than those 2, Lord Third told me that the kid Izaya has an even more special identity than the other 2 and should be protected with great care. Yamato had a look of bewilderment at this revelation. Sweat was visible on top of his forehead. And Lord Third put me in charge of this group of kids? That's a bit much, no? He then looked down at the bells that Kakashi handed him. You want me to give those 3 kids this test? Kakashi nodded. That's right. Other than Naruto and Sasuke, Lord Third has also entrusted me to look after those 3 kids, therefore, I want you to test them. The reason Lord Third placed you as the Jonin in charge is because you're one of the most skilled Jonin in the village. No one else is more suitable. Yamato let out a long sigh in defeat. Alright, Senpai, for you and Lord Third I'll do my best, but seriously we need to get going. How are my new precious students going to view me now that I'm so late? Not long after Kakashi and Yamato made their way to the classroom. I mused internally. So it's Yamato. Indeed, other than Might Guy, perhaps the only other truly notable combat Jonin would be Yamato. I was inwardly elated. If Yamato truly is our instructor, then I will have plenty of chances to learn how to do the wood-style jutsu from him. Just as I had guessed, Yamato took the 3 of us to a separate location as our Jonin instructor. Yamato paused and took a good look at us. This is the first time I'm seeing these kids, but they give off an air of being pretty capable. Alright, we should first do introductions to get to know each other. My name is Yamato, and I'll be your Jonin instructor. I want you guys to introduce yourselves, tell me what kind of hobbies you have and what dreams you have. Haku smiled and went first. Hello, Yamato-sensei. My name is Yuki Haku. My hobbies are reading, studying medicinal herbs, training, and being with my 2 brothers. My dream is to be a person whom my brothers can depend on and be strong enough to protect them forever. Guh. Yamato felt an emotional tear well up. This child is very precious, he thought. Kimimaro went next. My name is Kagaya Kimimaro. I am the last surviving member of my clan. My hobbies are keeping my brothers safe. In the future, I want to be strong enough to protect them from any harm. Yamato nodded. Very well. Your goal is very straightforward and clear. I can tell you are a straightforward person as well. Just don't forget that you must also think about yourself. If you cannot help yourself, then you are no help to your brothers." At that moment Kimimaro recalled the words that Haku and Izaya had spoken to him the other day. He stood up and bowed towards Yamato as he finally realized that he should also try and rely on his brothers more and said, "Thank you Yamato-sensei, I shall remember your teachings." Yamato didn't expect such a drastic show of respect, so he embarrassingly nodded his head in acknowledgement. I was the last to go. My name is Karasuma Izaya. My hobbies are training and making sure my brothers are safe and happy. My future aspiration is to become one of the strongest shinobi in the world and be strong enough to protect those I care about. I also hope to travel and see many places and discover more about the world and leave my mark upon it. Oh! Those are quite the aspirations for one so young. I'm sure you'll do great. Yamato assented. But first, you will have to pass my test. Haku gave a sideways glance. What kind of test, Yamato-sensei? He asked. Hee, it's a survival exercise. I'll explain more tomorrow. Meet me at Training Ground 3 at 5 a.m. tomorrow. You should skip breakfast so you won't cramp up. Bring all your ninja tools and whatever else you need to prepare for a survival exercise. You're all dismissed. Yamato said. I left right after with Haku and Kimimaro in tow with a smirk on my face. So it's the bell exam. I wonder if every team does this or if this was a request from Lord Third or Kakashi-sensei. Oh well, it doesn't really matter since the most important facet is teamwork and there's no problem with our teamwork. More importantly, now that we're Jin, and I suppose it's okay for us to show off a little more skill than we normally do. Early the next morning Haku, Kimimaro and I showed up at Training Ground 3. Surprisingly, Sensei isn't here yet. Haku said aloud. Well, he was really late when picking us up yesterday. Kimimaro replied. Haku then turned to see me carrying a large bento. Big brother, why do you have a large bento with you? I smirked. For our breakfast, of course. I know Yamato-sensei said that we should skip breakfast, but I don't sense his presence anywhere near here. I suspect that he told us that on purpose so we'd lose focus during the actual exam, therefore, we should eat something first. I then proceeded to open the bento box and distributed our fair share of food. As we sat there and waited, the seconds became minutes, and minutes became hours. Wow, Big Brother was right. Yamato-sensei probably told us to skip breakfast on purpose. This means that the actual survival test had already began yesterday. Haku said. Izaya has good foresight. Kimimaro chimed in. Haha. I simply gave an embarrassed chuckle. Can't tell them that I suspected it already due to my past life's knowledge. I then turned serious. Kimimaro, even though this is just a survival exercise and there's no external danger to your life, you must still exercise caution. This time, Haku and I will be in the vanguard while you be the support. Don't overexert yourself, okay? Big Brother is right. If you absolutely have to, only use your small-scale Kekkai Genkai techniques or Earth style. Haku commented. I'll do as you both say. Kimimaro consented. We ended up waiting until 10 a.m. when we finally saw Yamato-sensei approach us. He had an apologetic look on his face and apologized, but we didn't take it to heart. He then placed an alarm clock on one of the wooden practice logs and pulled out a pair of bells. All right. These are a pair of silver bells. Your objective is to take these bells from me. One bell represents one person. You will have until noon to succeed. But Yamato-sensei, there are only 2 bells and 3 of us. You aren't suggesting that only 2 of us will pass, are you? Haku asked, concerned. Ahem. Yamato coughed. That's right. The first 2 who obtain these bells are the 2 who pass. Inwardly Yamato cursed himself and Kakashi. This wasn't his style of teaching and he was a terrible actor. Haku looked at both Kimimaro and I with a concerned gaze. Sensei, may I have a word with my brothers? I asked. Yamato nodded. I simply brought them over a bit further away to huddle up in discussion. Okay, you two, the plan remains the same. Haku and I will be the vanguard and Kimimaro will back us up. I don't think Sensei has realized what he's up against. We can afford to show a little more skill than we normally do now since we become Genin. No need to go all out, but we should show enough skill to pressure Sensei into realizing that we're more skillful than he originally thought. As for the bells, instead of snatching them away, let's aim to destroy them. That way Sensei can't say anything about it since that wasn't against the rules. If the rules are placed against us in the first place, then we'll just make our own. Min, this sounds like a good plan. Haku nodded. Very well, I'll watch both of your backs. Kimimaro consented. We then returned by Sensei's side. Looks like they're done discussing, Yamato mentally thought. Alright. Remember, come at me with the intention to kill. If you don't, then you might regret it later. If you're ready, then start, he said. Chapter 10, Yamato-sensei. Swish! The moment Sensei said start, the three of us jumped into a triangle entrapment formation with Sensei in the middle. Yamato's eyelid raised up in surprise. Oh! Instead of concealing themselves, they went straight for a battle formation? The first step when on a mission is usually being able to conceal yourself. Either they forgot or they're overly confident. Yamato was surprised once more by our next action. Haku held 3 Senbon needles in his left hand and 3 in his right and threw them in a large arc towards Sensei. I performed a similar feat, throwing 6 shuriken in a wide arc towards Sensei. Yamato exclaimed in surprise. This will cut off my escape route. Leaves me with only 3 options. Jump in the air to dodge, leaving me vulnerable, hide underground, or run straight ahead towards Kimimaro. Yamato then looked straight on and dashed quickly towards Kimimaro. To his surprise, Kimimaro also chose this moment to dash towards him. He's planning to fight me in close quarters, Yamato thought. While Yamato and Kimimaro dashed towards each other, the Senbon needles and shuriken collided into one another. Haku threw out 2 more Senbon needles while I threw out 2 more shuriken. Kimimaro punched with his right fist only for Yamato to block it with his left hand. Yamato threw a right hook while Kimimaro ducked and pushed out with a palm strike to Yamato's groin area. Yamato jumped back while Kimimaro gave chase. They exchanged a few dozens more moves before Yamato threw out a left straight punch only for it to be caught by Kimimaro in a tight hold. Yamato exclaimed. Why did he choose this moment to hold onto my arm so tightly? It'll leave him vulnerable for my next attack. At this moment Yamato felt a sense of danger behind him. He quickly used his free hand to disarm Kimimaro's grapple and kicked upwards, forcing Kimimaro to jump to the side as he jumped to his left. Just as Yamato dodged to his left, 2 Senbon needles and 2 shuriken flew past the spot he was just at. Before he could process what had happened, Haku dashed over with a flying back kick towards Yamato's head. Just as he ducked to dodge Haku's attack, he heard Kimimaro say, Earth-style bottomless swamp jutsu. Crap! Yamato exclaimed. Although he successfully dodged Haku's flying kick attack, his feet were stuck and he was quickly sinking down into a mud swamp. I quickly used this opportunity and threw a shuriken at Sensei, then said, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. 1 shuriken quickly became 10. Alarmed, Yamato quickly said, Wood-style wood wall jutsu. A large wooden wall appeared just in time to block the barrage of shuriken. He then formed a hand seal and said, Wood-style wood vine jutsu. A large branch of wood grew out from the wooden wall and pulled Yamato out of the sinking mud. Haku finally landed at this moment from his earlier sneak attack and took a Senbon needle out, throwing it towards Yamato, which hit him in the neck, but a second later it turned into a log. Yamato stood hidden on a tree branch nearby with cold sweat dripping down his head as he stared at the spot he was just at. Luckily, I used the substitution jutsu just in time. Damn you, Kakashi-senpai, what the heck have you gotten me into? These 3 kids are better than I thought. The moment Sensei disappeared, I sensed his location in a treetop nearby. I took out a shuriken and threw it in that direction as I shouted to Haku and Kimimaro, over there. He found me, Yamato exclaimed mentally. He suddenly recalled that in the profile he read, this one named Izaya was a sensory-type ninja. He quickly took out his own kunai and jumped out of the tree, expertly deflecting the shuriken. At this moment Haku also threw out a Senbon needle at Yamato, who responded by throwing out his kunai in his hand to block it. "Let's see what else you guys got," Yamato said. He formed a few hand signs and said, "Wood style wood cage lock jutsu." The moment I sensed Sensei gathering chakra, I jumped as quickly as I could off to my right side. Soon after, a wooden cage appeared where I was standing, only to capture nothing. Haku had also noticed something amiss and with his speed and agility, quickly jumped up in the air and did a backflip out of the wooden cage's grasp. However, Kimimaro remained ensnared by the cage. At this moment I dashed towards Yamato-sensei with two kunai in my hands and engaged in close-quarter combat with him. Haku took this opportunity to reach Kimimaro's cage and weaved a few hand signs before saying, "Wind-style severing blade jutsu." Wind blades appeared on Haku's hand as he made a slicing motion, cutting out a hole for Kimimaro to escape. "Are you alright, Maro?" Haku asked. I'm fine," he responded. Haku placed his hands together to form ox, snake, and ram and said, "Ninja art, Kirigakure no Jutsu." He then expelled a large amount of mist from his mouth, allowing it to fill up the entire area. The moment I noticed Haku use this technique, I parried one of Sensei's attacks and jumped backwards towards Haku and Kimimaro. "What? The hidden mist technique? So they can even do this?" Yamato said in surprise. "It's just one surprise after another," he thought. He mentally began processing the whole ordeal up to now. Is there really a need to continue with this exam? The purpose was to see if they have any teamwork, but they obviously have near-perfect teamwork already. Maybe I'll just use this exercise to probe out their abilities and see what skill level they're at. Yamato then smiled involuntarily. I didn't even notice until now, but my heart is racing. I'm excited to see what other surprises they'll bring me. Facing these three feels like I'm on one of my dangerous B-rank missions. I'm certain these three don't have as much chakra as Jonin level ninja, but they are definitely abnormal for Jinin. Probably somewhere in the Chunin level chakra levels. Hee, I've really picked up some excellent students. I'm gonna brag to Kakashi-senpai later. Yamato then noticed something amiss. Haku quickly and soundlessly appeared behind Yamato and stabbed at his neck area with a Senbon needle. The needle then quickly sank into Yamato's neck, meeting its mark. Haku smiled at his success, only for him to notice something wrong. Before he could react, his hand was held down tightly by wood protruding from Yamato's body. Yamato's body then completely turned into wood. "A wood clone?" Haku exclaimed. "That's right," Yamato said as his actual body stood in front. The wood clone proceeded to wrap itself around more and more of Haku's body, seeking to tightly bind him. Yamato inwardly exclaimed as well at Haku's prowess. He actually knows how to perform the silent killing movement and taijutsu technique of the hidden mist? He's a prodigy. If I wasn't extremely wary and cautious of these three kids and prepared that wood clone, I would have been paralyzed by his needle right now. It was at this moment that he noticed three shuriken flying towards him. Yamato grabbed a kunai and successfully blocked two of them and parried the last. As Yamato looked around to find the attacker, my hand stuck out from underneath him and gripped his ankles tightly, attempting to pull him into the ground with the headhunter jutsu. Yamato exclaimed in shock, "This is the Earth-style headhunter jutsu." Before he could be pulled into the ground, he put his hands together, controlling his wood clone to grab him and kept me from forcing Yamato-sensei into the ground. He then formed another hand seal and said, "Wood-style wood vine jutsu." Before I could escape, two large branches of wood grabbed me by the arms and waist and pulled me up out of the ground in front of Yamato-sensei. Before Yamato could say anything, however, Haku shouted, "Maro." Kimimaro then formed a few hand seals and placed his hands on the ground, saying, "Earth-style earthquake slam jutsu." The ground shook underneath Yamato, Haku, and I before tearing up and splitting Haku and I away from Yamato-sensei. I quickly applied chakra to my legs and kicked hard at the wooden vines holding me, breaking out of their grasp, while Haku applied chakra into his hands, forming a sharp scalpel, cutting himself free. We both jumped backwards as Yamato-sensei took out a scroll. He then unsealed the scroll and said, "Unseal, Wind-style Whirlwind Gale Jutsu." A strong tornado flew out from the scroll, forcing the mist to dissipate, clearing up the field once again. It was at this moment that Haku and I both stood opposite each other with Yamato-sensei in the middle. At an incredible speed, I weaved the hand signs of snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger and shouted, "Fire-style Flame Bullet Jutsu." At nearly the same time, Haku formed the hand seals of dragon, tiger, and hare and shouted, "Water-style Raging Waves Jutsu." I spewed out a mix of oil and flame as Haku spewed out a strong force of gushing water from his mouth. Yamato stood on the receiving end of both attacks with a look of incredulity and seriousness. He quickly formed the hand seals of rat, dog, and tiger and said, "Wood-style Wood-domed Wall Jutsu." Giant wooden pillars quickly appeared from beneath Yamato and sheltered him safely inside as the flame bullet and raging waves collided with the dome before also colliding with each other. As Yamato remained safely shielded inside the wooden dome, he was secretly shocked. Although he had expected them to be able to use jutsu of this scale, he was nonetheless still shocked when seeing it. In fact, more than anything, he was simply shocked at the speed in which both Izaya and Haku formed the seals for the techniques. "Why did I have to say come at me with the intent to kill?" he inwardly lamented. He felt the rumble of the dome as the waves and flames crashed against it. A few moments later and the rumbling stopped. It was at this moment Kimimaro placed his hand on the ground and shouted, "Earth-style Mobile Core Jutsu." Yamato felt a rumble at his feet and felt something bad was happening. The earth suddenly pushed him upwards. "This is bad," he thought. "I'd get crushed on the ceiling of the wood dome." He quickly released the wood dome technique and jumped out from the top before getting crushed. The moment he appeared outside, he was surprised. Although he got rid of the mist from earlier with his wind scroll, the area around him was fogged up and impeded his vision due to the steam created from the flame bullet and raging waves that collided with each other earlier. Don't tell me those kids did that on purpose? If they did, then their teamwork is truly too scary. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a faint movement of the steam parting ways. A shuriken came flying towards him, so he quickly took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag and threw it to deflect the shuriken. However, there was a second shuriken hiding in the shadow of the first one. "What? It's the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu!" Yamato exclaimed. Just as the shuriken was about to pierce his chest, he needed chakra at that area and a wooden block appeared at that spot, stopping the shuriken. Phew, he breathed out a sigh of relief. "I really can't let my guard down for a second against my precious students," he mentally remarked. Haku and I had already regrouped with Kimimaro at this point. I watched intently at Yamato-sensei silently nodding in appreciation. With my Sharingan and sensory skills, I picked up a lot of Yamato-sensei's techniques. I'm not sure how successful I'll be at performing them, but nonetheless this is a great way to see how to use with style in action. Sensei is truly a capable shinobi. He's successfully blocked, deflected, or parried every one of our techniques despite our teamwork and carefully planned attacks. Haku said. "Min." Kimimaro nodded. "Not only that, but Sensei has only used his techniques to defend and hasn't really made a move to attack us. If he did, we wouldn't have had such an easy time coordinating our techniques. In fact, it's possible that one of us would have been defeated already." I nodded at both Haku and Kimimaro. "Both of your analyses are correct. Yamato-sensei is truly formidable. I reckon he's one of the best jonin in the Leaf Village. The fact that he can use the long-lost with style is already a testament to his prowess. Even if the three of us go all out, we still may end up losing. Although we've improved a lot over the years, we still don't have as much chakra as Sensei, plus, he hasn't truly engaged us in battle. I'm sure by now that Sensei has a sense of our teamwork and abilities, so let's make one last attempt and go for the bells. There's only one way we can be successful, and that means we're going to have to show some of our true skills." "Okay, big brother, it sounds like you have a plan. What do you need us to do?" Haku inquired. I took out a regular kunai with a red string on it. "I'm going to mark this kunai with my Flying Thunder God Seal." Kimimaro, you engage Yamato-sensei in a one-on-one taijutsu fight and lure him as close as you can towards the river. Haku, you get to the river and use the water dragon jutsu. Do you have enough chakra for it still? Haku nodded and said, I do. It's a powerful B-rank ninjutsu technique and will drain about a third of my chakra, but I still have enough chakra to use it. Good. Then when Yamato-sensei gets near the river, activate your jutsu and force him to where you see this kunai. I'll then use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to quickly and secretly appear by Sensei's side and steal the bells, and then we'll destroy them. Haku and Kimimaro nodded. Good, let's move out, I said. Although it seemed like they took a while to converse, this all happened while Yamato was attacked by the Shadow Shuriken, and by the time he had landed on the ground the steam from earlier finally dissipated. He then turned to see the three of us standing next to each other when Kimimaro suddenly dashed out towards him. Eh? Did they have a strategy meeting just now? He thought. He quickly engaged Kimimaro in hand-to-hand combat only to be inwardly surprised. Was this kid holding back earlier? All of a sudden his movements have become more fluid and he's applying the power of his attacks at just the right time, giving his strikes more impact. Right as he blocked a kick to his forehead, he noticed Haku by the river and became even more shocked at what Haku was doing than the prowess Kimimaro showed in taijutsu. Haku stood atop the water and with his left hand with incredible speed he formed the hand seals of ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, bird, ox, horse, bird, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, ox, ram, snake, boar, ram, rat, dragon, and monkey. At the same time with his right hand he formed the hand seals of bird, dragon, bird, ox, horse, ram, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, rabbit, boar, dragon, ram, rat, ox, monkey, bird, dragon, rat, boar, and at the last hand seal he placed his hands together to form the seal of bird and shouted, Water-style water dragon jutsu. In next to no time at all a giant vortex of surging water appeared beside Haku and merged together in the air, forming a menacing-looking giant water dragon with glowing golden eyes. Yamato quickly jumped away from Kimimaro's reach, having a hard time grasping what he just witnessed. This kid has enough chakra for the water dragon jutsu? What's more astonishing is his hand sign weaving skills. Even he himself could not perform so many hand signs with one hand at that speed, yet this kid not only accomplished this feat, he did it at the same time as he formed hand signs with his other hand. The water dragon jutsu has a total of 44 hand signs. This kid performed half the hand signs with his left and half with his right to cut down the activation time of the jutsu. He didn't have any more time to think as the watery dragon began to make its move according to Haku's control. The kunai with the red string on it was off to the side near the forest's edge, so he controlled the water dragon to maneuver in a way that forced Yamato-sensei to retreat backwards towards that side. Just as Yamato was getting near the kunai, Haku used the water dragon to crash down towards him. Yamato quickly weaved some hand signs and said, Wood-style grand pillars impaling jutsu. Before the water dragon could reach him, he destroyed the technique by creating multiple thick and giant wooden stakes from the ground and sent them piercing into the body of the water dragon. Although it would be nice if Sensei was a bit closer, this is as good as we're going to get, I thought to myself. I then activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu while Sensei was still distracted by the destroyed water dragon. I quickly appeared at the spot of the red string kunai behind Sensei. Yamato noticed something amiss and looked around for Izaya only to discover him missing. I took this opportunity and dashed forward with kunai in hand as I cut the strings holding the bells in place by Sensei's waist. Crap! Yamato exclaimed in surprise. Before I could grab the bells I cut free, a small wooden hand protruded out from Sensei's waist and reclaimed the bells. Surprised by the unexpected development, I forced chakra into my feet and kicked with as much force as possible. The kick instantly broke the wooden hand that held the bells and flung them up into the air. Before anyone else could react, Haku formed a hand seal and said, Wind-style severing blade jutsu. Then with a slicing motion he shot forth a powerful cutting wind blast and destroyed the bells in the air, turning them into broken ornaments. Yamato wanted to say something but ended up holding it in. Haku then stumbled and was about to fall into the water when Kimimaro quickly jumped over to grab him. Huff, 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 Haku continued to pant heavily in Kimimura's arms. Are you alright, Haku? Kimimaro asked, concerned. He nodded his head and said with a heavy breath, Amen. I just spent a bit too much chakra Maro. Using the severing blade jutsu after the water dragon jutsu took more chakra than anticipated, but I'll be fine after a little rest. Kimimaro nodded his head and placed Haku on his back before saying, You can go ahead and rest, Haku. I'll look after you. Min. He nodded. I walked over to Haku and Kimimaro and placed my hands on both of their shoulders. You both did great. Haku, I apologize you had to use the severing blade jutsu. I was careless and didn't execute my part well enough. He shook his head and said, No, big brother, it's not your fault. Sensei was just too skillful. And I only used up a little more chakra, it's no big deal. Yamato just silently stared at our banter for a bit before letting out a long and drawn-out sigh. And then he started laughing. Ha 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 ha. The three of us just gave a confused stare at Yamato-sensei before saying, What's so funny, sensei? Sensei just continued to laugh for a bit longer before wiping a few tears from his eyes and said, Sorry I'm not laughing at you guys or anything. On the contrary, I'm laughing because I have such good students. In fact, I'm so elated I'm going to go brag to my senpai ahem. Forget the last part. Anyways, I had already decided to let you three pass a while ago, I just wanted to see what skill level you guys were at. Honestly, I'm super impressed. In fact, I'm so impressed that I'm confused why you three didn't graduate earlier. It's because we wanted to spend more time with our friends and we weren't in a rush to graduate anyway. I answered. Yamato gave an inquisitive look but nodded and accepted the answer. Well, it doesn't matter. It's not like we'll force you to graduate early against your will. Yamato then walked over to us and placed his hands on my shoulder and Haku's shoulder since Kimimaro was carrying him. He smiled at us and said, Congratulations. You all pass. Meet me here tomorrow at 10 a.m. so we can take our official Team 11 photo. For now you should all go rest. Especially you, Haku. You used up quite a lot of chakra, so recuperate well. Min. We all smiled and nodded. Okay. Yamato-sensei said. Dismissed. Chapter 11, Accepting Missions. The next day my alarm clock woke me up at 5 a.m. as per usual. I got up and did some stretches. Put on some loose exercise clothes and headed out for some light exercise. I did some basic shuriken and kunai throwing techniques as warm-up before increasing the difficulty. After throwing practice was taijutsu practice. I went through some basic movements before slowly increasing the difficulty again. During the past 4 years I had placed a few of my Flying Thunder God markings in some pretty inconspicuous spots and discovered an area where Rock Lee would perform his taijutsu training. Although Jiraiya calls spying on the ladies as research, I do actual research. In fact, most of the advanced techniques Haku, Kimimaro, and I learnt are thanks to my 4 years of spying on others and then recording them down. It was pretty easy thanks to my Flying Thunder God Jutsu, my Sharingan, and my innate sensor type ability. Easy maneuverability, perfect copying ability, and easy to detect or escape detection. If I had these skills in my past life I wouldn't have been shot. After researching the taijutsu movements of not only Lee, but Niji and many others, I drafted my own unique taijutsu movements using the martial arts I learned in my past life, which I called taijutsu wushu style and Shaolin style, and taught them to Haku and Kimimaro. While it is useful to Haku and I, taijutsu would be the best suited for Kimimaro due to his physique and Kekkei Genkai. With Kimimaro's Kekkei Genkai he could produce extremely dangerous bone protrusions while performing advanced taijutsu movements, and at the same time his bones are as hard as steel, therefore, the burden on his body isn't as great as a normal person's. I had hoped to record as much of the 8 inner gates taijutsu movements as I possibly could and transcribe them down for Kimimaro to practice. Since the 8 inner gates puts a great strain on one's body, especially the bones, Kimimaro's steel-like bones would be able to mitigate the stress on his body and allow him to be a truly unrivaled existence regarding taijutsu. Unfortunately, I only ever had the chance to witness Lee perform the 8 inner gates twice in these past 4 years, and he only ever activated the first gate. Anyways, it's no wonder Yamato-sensei was surprised yesterday at Kimimura's display of taijutsu. After all, he practically studied all of Konoha's young martial arts genius's techniques, albeit not directly. Yamato-sensei would have been even more surprised if Kimimura had incorporated his Kekkei Genkai with his taijutsu. I hope we don't end up shocking Yamato-sensei to death. He was already super shocked yesterday at pretty much everything we did. In fact, even I was shocked to see Haku perform double single-hand weaving skills yesterday. He has truly been hiding some of his skills. Of course, that's to be expected. After all, I'm not the only one working hard on improving myself. I continued practicing my taijutsu for another 45 minutes before taking a short rest. By now the sun had finally lit a glow of the sky in a beautiful and peaceful orange/yellow hue, signifying the start of day but still emphasizing how early it was. I activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and reappeared in my bedroom, showered and finished my morning daily cares as per usual. After getting dressed in my usual attire, I checked the clock. 7 a.m., I have 3 hours left before we have to meet Sensei. I sat down on my bed and began my morning meditation. Hee, ha ha. Yamato chuckled softly to himself with a big smile. Kakashi looked up from his book as he stared dumbly at Yamato. You seem happy. What's with you today? Yamato was inwardly elated. He had waited all morning for his senpai to ask. Ha ha ha. Senpai, my precious students are what makes me happy. Eh? Your students? So you did the bell test then? Kakashi closed his book and focused his attention on Yamato. He nodded and said, Kakashi-senpai, I can see why Lord Third is so conscious of them and why he asked you to look out for them. They truly are very special. I indeed did the bell test like you had asked, although I wish I didn't. Oh? Kakashi raised his eyebrows in curiosity. How did it go? Yamato paused in silent contemplation for a moment before answering. I rank them as at least Chunin level. Kakashi-senpai, you aren't going to believe just how skillful they are. Honestly, I thought I was going to die from all the shock they gave me. The bell test was unnecessary for those 3 kids. First, their teamwork was impeccable. I barely had time to breathe. They coordinated their attacks so well. Yamato proceeded to narrate the flow of the battle while Kakashi's facial expressions changed again and again at the critical points of the story. And that's how it ended. Anyways, they definitely pass. I have to meet them later at 10 so we can take a group photo. Yamato finished. Kakashi put on a look of contemplation. The image of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's bell test flashed through his mind before the imagery of what he imagined happened in Yamato's story flashed by. In his mind he couldn't really picture that those 3 kids had fought Yamato to such an extent. In the end he simply shook his head and continued reading his book before saying, well, since we passed both of our teams we'll have to go and accept some missions later today. Honestly, we're probably going to get some sort of mission retrieving a lost pet or cleaning up the trash. Yamato snickered and then placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and said in a slightly mocking tone, Don't worry, senpai, with you around no cat shall escape your grasp. He then smiled and laughed internally. Finally, for once I have the upper hand against Kakashi-senpai, Yamato joyfully exclaimed mentally. Kakashi just shook his head and let out a soft sigh at the prospect of cat hunting. I let out a slow and deep breath to relax my body as I finished my morning meditation. Turning to check the time, it was already 9:45 a.m. Slowly getting off my bed, I double-checked to make sure I had everything. I grabbed a smooth box off my nightstand before walking out the door. Haku and Kimimura were already waiting in the hallway for me so we could head to Training Ground 3 together. How are you feeling, Haku? I asked. I'm much better now after a night of rest. Thankfully there was a water source nearby for me to activate the water dragon jutsu, otherwise I wouldn't have had enough chakra to destroy the bells with my wind style. Haku replied. I nodded my head before turning to look at Kimimura. What about you, Kimimura? It's good that you didn't activate your Kekkei Genkai yesterday. You should keep that to a minimal as much as possible. In fact, it'd be best if you didn't activate your Kekkei Jinkai at all until you get cured, but you did expend some chakra yesterday. No worries. I don't feel any different from before. I think you're right. As long as I keep my Kekkei Jinkai usage to a minimal, I think it'll slow down the deterioration of my health. I'll use the taijutsu techniques you gave me more often instead. He replied. Okay. I nodded. However, you are forbidden from using the Wushu Style 8 Extreme Fists and the Wushu Style 3 Sovereign Hands. 1. Because they are incomplete techniques right now, and 2. Because they are too powerful. In your current condition, you won't be able to handle the burden it puts on your body. Kimimaro nodded his head in agreement. I understand. Alright, then let's go meet Yamato-sensei. Hopefully he isn't late today, I said as we headed over to Training Ground 3. We arrived exactly at 10 a.m. You're here on time today, sensei. Haku commented aloud. Ha ha ha, well, I didn't want to keep my precious students waiting. Yamato said sheepishly. It's fine, sensei. We are used to it, Kimimaro said. Yamato gave a depressed look and secretly cursed Kakashi for making him late before. Ahem. He coughed. Anyways, let's first take our team photo. Yamato activated his wood style technique to create a flat wooden pillar and placed a digital camera on top, setting it to time picture mode. Alright, let's gather up over here, remember to smile, he said. I stood in the center with my hands straight down at my sides, an indifferent look on my face whilst Haku remained on my left. He tilted his head a bit, held his hands behind his back, and put on a warm, comforting smile. Kimimaro stood to my right with his arms crossed and a straight face, whilst Yamato-sensei stood behind us with a beaming smile and placed his hands atop of both Kimimaro's and Haku's head. Then, not a moment later, with a white flash and the sound of a click, the first official photo of Team 11 was taken. What now, Yamato-sensei? Haku asked. We're going to the Hokage's office to receive our very first mission as a team, he replied. Oh? I wonder what kind of mission it will be, Kimimaro commented. Well, since you guys just became Genin, it will be either a D rank or a C rank mission. However, I have already related to Lord Third of your remarkable skills, so we may end up receiving a high-grade C rank mission instead, Yamato said. As long as it isn't chasing down a cat, I mumbled. We arrived at the Hokage's office soon after. As we walked in, Team 7 walked out. We exchanged glances with Team 7 and noticed the indifferent yet slightly helpless look in their eyes. They probably got a mission to catch a cat or something, I mentally noted. As the door shut, we stood before Lord Third and a team of other administrators in charge of handing out missions. Oh, Yamato, Haku, Kimimaro, Izaya, you've arrived at last, Hiruzen said with a look of contemplation. He focused specifically on the three of us for a few moments before nodding his head and took a look through the mission pile requests. Perhaps this one, he said as he pulled a request out of the mission pile. This is a C-rank mission of high grade that entails tracking and hunting down the demon wolf known as Hankatsu. This mission does incur risk of injury and even death if not handled properly. I've listened and heard Yamato speak of the prowess you three have displayed and have contemplated for quite a long time what level of difficulty I should bestow upon Team 11. As you know, a Genin can receive D or C rank missions, whereas Chunin can receive B or C rank missions, and Jonin are given tasks at B or A rank missions. Even S rank missions are not out of the range of possibility. I usually only give high-grade C rank missions to those that have achieved the rank of Chunin, but I've decided to make an exception this once. Since this will be your first time on a mission as a team, I've chosen a high-grade C rank mission on the lower end, but still, a high-grade mission is still high-grade. If Team 11 agrees, then I will hand over the mission details. Yamato looked at his students, noting their unfazed reaction before turning back to Lord Third and said, Team 11 respectfully accepts this mission. Very well. Then receive your mission, Hiruzen said. After Yamato received our mission, Team 11 prepared to leave except me. I remained standing in place. Is something the matter, Izaya-kun? Hiruzen asked. Yamato and the others stopped by the door when they heard Lord Third speak out and noticed I didn't follow them. Izaya, what's wrong? Yamato asked. I shook my head and replied, it's nothing, Yamato-sensei. I then turned my attention to Lord Third and said, Lord Third, I wanted to show my gratitude to you for taking care of my brothers and I all these years and have prepared a gift. May I present it to you? Oh. Hiruzen gave a surprised look. He then nodded and said with a smile, very well, I humbly accept. I walked over to Lord Third and respectfully presented him with the box that I grabbed from my room earlier this morning. After he took the box, I respectfully saluted him and said, then, I'll be off now, Lord Hokage. I then ran off to join my team. Yamato just gave a curious look before he led us off to our mission. Hiruzen opened the box curiously and saw a black necklace with a red crystal capsule attached that had the words Third Hokage inscribed on the outside. He mused. He decided to take it out and put it on before resuming his duties handing out missions. Chapter 12, Trouble in the Forest. Clink. Clank. TCH, TCH. Swish. Crack. Snap. Thud. Dust slowly rose into the air as a large and ferocious-looking beast collapsed onto the forest floor. A pool of blood spread beneath its fallen corpse as 3 young and 1 adult shinobi landed atop the tree branches nearby. They were exactly Izaya, Haku, Kimimaro, and Yamato. They stood there whilst staring down at the demonic beast that they had just slain. Alright, it's your turn this time, Kimimaro. Yamato said. Min. Kimimaro nodded. He then jumped down to the fallen corpse and broke off the 4 giant horns from the beast as a show of proof that it had been hunted down and disposed of. I put my arms up and stretched before turning to Yamato-sensei and said, so, are we going to set out for Konoha right after or should we head back to the town and rest for a night first? I think it'll be okay to take a break for the rest of the evening. Since we're near the border of Fire Country and the grasslands, it'll take us at least a week and a half to 2 weeks to get back to Konoha, so let's head back to town first and we'll set out for Konoha in the morning. Yamato replied. Then we should enjoy the hot springs they have in town. It's been a while since we just got to relax after all the missions we've been doing. Haku said. Kimimaro took out a simple storage-type sealing scroll and said, seal. His chakra flowed out from the scroll and surrounded the 4 giant horns before dragging them into the scroll. Yamato nodded his head in approval and commented, once we turn this in, that'll make 12 C-rank hunting missions of high grade complete. I nodded my head. After we completed the Hankatsu mission Lord Third gave us in less than 3 days, he elected to give us more difficult C-rank missions. Team 7 has probably just finished their mission to escort Tazuna the bridge builder back to the Land of Waves right about now, so that means it'll be about half a month before they get back to Konoha. I wonder if they fought Zabuza this time, and if they did, I wonder how it turned out. Yamato snapped me back out of my mental thoughts as he said, since Kimimaro is done, let's go back to town now. Just as we were about to leave, my eyebrows twitched and I turned around. Yamato noticed my strange action and said, what's wrong, Izaya? At that moment I furrowed my brow and said in a serious tone, Yamato-sensei, Haku, Kimimaro, prepare yourselves. I sense something approaching us from the south. It's moving incredibly fast and the amount of chakra it has is substantial. Yamato also furrowed his brow and then said, Formation A. We automatically separated, Yamato and Haku moving together on one branch, and Kimimaro and I moving together standing on another branch opposite them 5 meters away. We focused our attention in the southern direction as the unknown entity approached closer and closer at a rapid pace. The closer it got, the more alarmed I became. The chakra I sensed coming off of it became denser and more sinister the closer it got. Everyone, be careful. I sense a sinister chakra coming off its body. It might be a powerful demonic beast. Just as I finished speaking, the entity finally came into view. A large, 3 meters 2-legged, winged creature with a long beaked demonic face appeared. A Tengu! Yamato exclaimed. He then turned serious. Tengus are powerful demonic beasts that reside deep within mountains or forests, and some cultivate their strength by absorbing the blood of other demonic beasts or humans. There aren't many of them left in the world. To think that one would appear here and now of all places. It must have sensed our battle and come to reap the spoils, Yamato thought. At this moment the Tengu noticed the 4 humans standing atop the trees and hissed. It then unsheathed a long green-colored katana from its waist and held it firmly in its hand before rushing at an incredible speed at the 2 younger-looking humans. They were precisely Kimimaro and me. "Shit!" Yamato exclaimed. Facing a Tengu of this caliber was a B-rank mission at the very least. In the face of the Tengu's attack, Kimimaro and I remained calm. Recognizing the potential life-threatening situation we were put in, I decided that this Tengu was worthy of me showing some true skills. I immediately took out my Flying Thunder God Kunai with a reverse grip and engaged the Tengu in a frontal confrontation. It swung downward towards my head whilst I parried upwards, deflecting its blade to the left momentarily. I kicked with my right leg straight at its abdomen, forcing it to flap its wings and dodge upwards. Just as it swung its blade sideways towards my neck, Yamato shouted, "Wood-style wood palm jutsu." A wooden palm emerged from the branch I was standing on, intercepting the blade. Kimimaro took this opportunity to jump upwards, reaching the same height level as the Tengu, and said, "Taijutsu Wushu-style Southern Movement Vicious Viper." His palm lit up with a green color as he struck out with a speed the Tengu couldn't follow and struck it straight in the chest, forcing the Tengu to release its hold on its blade and fly backwards 20 feet through the air before smashing into a tree. Kurowa. The Tengu let out a deafening screech and stood back up, unfazed from the strike. It's tougher than I thought." Kimimaro narrowed his eyes in seriousness. "Don't let it recover its weapon," Yamato said. I nodded in acknowledgement as I saw the wooden hand holding the green katana start to give off black smoke and deteriorate. The Tengu rushed back towards us as Yamato, Kimimaro, and Haku ran to confront it. Haku took out 3 Senbon needles and infused his chakra in them, increasing their penetrative power. He then threw out 2 of them, one aimed at its forehead, the other aimed at its stomach. The Tengu dodged to its left, which prompted Haku to throw out his remaining needle at that moment, piercing through its right wing joint at the bend. The Tengu instantly lost control of its right wing and dropped to the ground. With anguish it forced chakra into its claws, increasing their length to a foot long, and ran at Haku. Yamato weaved his hands together for tiger, horse, tiger, snake, and said, "Wood-style Great Forest Jutsu." He then stuck out his right hand as multiple large tendrils of wood shot forth in an attempt to bind and restrain the Tengu. It merely snarled and forced its sinister chakra into its claws before slashing outwards, creating black wind that smashed apart Yamato's technique. Kimimaro weaved his hand signs and placed them on the ground before shouting, "Earth-style Bottomless Swamp Jutsu." The Tengu noticed something amiss and jumped in the air before it could be trapped in the swamp. Haku quickly formed the sign of ram and tiger and said, "Water-style Syrup Trap Jutsu." He then spewed out a large murky color water from his mouth towards the airborne Tengu. Before it could get trapped, it formed chakra in its right and left hands and thrust it forward, creating a powerful enough wind that forced back Haku's technique to fall towards them instead. Yamato quickly placed his hands together and said, "Wood-style Wood Wall Jutsu." A giant wall quickly rose from the ground, blocking Haku's technique. The Tengu took this opportunity to use the wall and kicked off the top, heading back for its blade. Seeing the Tengu rushing back, I silently cursed. The blade had been infused with sinister chakra, making it impossible for me to touch. I took my unique kunai and threw it towards the Tengu and formed the hand signs of ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger, and said, "Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu." 100 kunai rained down at the Tengu, forcing it to momentarily pause and once more gather chakra with both hands before thrusting them out again. The powerful wind created from the thrust disrupted the rain of kunai, deflecting them towards the side. This, however, allowed Yamato, Kimimaro, and Haku to catch up. Yamato then shouted towards me, "Don't let it recover its weapon, it'll become much more powerful if it does." I nodded and shouted back, "Buy me some time." Haku jumped up on one of the tree branches and said, "Don't worry, big brother, we'll keep it away, so focus on what you have to do. Yamato then formed the hand signs of tiger, hare, boar, and dog and said, Earth-style Earth Wall Jutsu. A giant wall appeared in front of the Tengu, effectively blocking it. Haku then formed the signs of dragon, tiger, and hare and said, Water-style Raging Waves Jutsu. A torrent of water then gushed outwards in a large arc above the Tengu. It only sneered at the pitifully weak technique and simply slashed out with its claws, tearing apart the water. Haku smirked and said, Secret technique, 1,000 flying water needles of death. The water in the surrounding area immediately transformed into thousands of sharp pointy needles and flew directly at the Tengu. Alarmed and noticing it was in a precarious situation, it gathered a massive chakra at its core and then bent its back, shouting outwards as it released a massive wave of air from the massive chakra. Guh! Yamato grunted as the force of the wind not only destroyed the thousands of water needle, but pushed him, Kimimaro, and Haku backwards by 10 feet. The rock wall in front of it cracked and crumbled away. Before it could move from its spot, Yamato quickly placed his hands on the ground, shouting, Wood-style Wood Vine Jutsu. Thick branches of wood shot out from underneath the Tengu and wrapped around its ankles, preventing it from moving. Kimimaro quickly used this chance to close the distance and shouted, Taijutsu Wushu-style Hua Fists of Striking 18 Forms Primary Strike. The Tengu wanted to slash out with its claws, but the speed and power of Kimimaro's attack was too ferocious. He quickly struck out with his fists at both armpit areas of the Tengu before proceeding to strike under both ribs and then the bicep joints, the windpipe twice before landing a strike at the Tengu's center, and then repeated the cycle once more. The Tengu could only stand there as it lost strength in its limbs and body. After Kimimaro delivered the 18th strike, he shouted once more without losing momentum, Taijutsu Wushu-style Hua Fists of Striking 18 Forms Secondary Strike. He struck out and smashed the Tengu's head, armpits, inner thighs, inner elbow joints, hip joints, windpipe, sternum, inner ribs, and finally struck out with a series of powerful palm strikes at the center of the Tengu's chest. If before the Tengu felt the loss of strength over its physical body, then at this moment it felt as if its spirit left its body. At Kimimaro's last hand thrust, he had expelled all the chakra the Tengu could gather out of its body. Kimimaro, however, didn't stop there and once more shouted, Wushu-style Hua Fists of Striking 12 Forms Moving Road. He gathered the momentum into his arms and performed 12 incredibly powerful slashing motions as the Tengu took the beating, swaying whichever way Kimimaro bashed it until Kimimaro's last strike, in which he performed a quick spin, gathering chakra and all the kinetic energy from his earlier strikes into his palm and thrust outwards with both palms aimed at the Tengu's chest. The Tengu immediately felt its rib cage shatter and organs rupture as the force was so powerful its ankles ripped away from Yamato's Wood Vine Jutsu as it flew through the air motionlessly, completely drained of strength. The light slowly faded from its eyes as it continued hitting, crashing, bumping, and falling until nothing but darkness filled its vision. Dead. It had died before it had come to a complete stop. Its dead body rolled around through the air like a pinball through the forest before finally dropping 500 meters away from its original spot. It was at this moment that I made my way over to Yamato, Kimimaro, and Haku holding the Tengu's katana in hand. We all immediately ran over to Kimimaro as he slightly swayed and stumbled a bit. I quickly grabbed onto him to keep him stable and lowered him to the ground, slowly letting him lean back on a tree. He coughed once as a little bit of blood flowed out. I furrowed my brow and focused my Sharingan through my blindfold to take a look at Kimimaro's body. I let out a sigh of relief as I noticed his internal damage wasn't too bad. It has been getting worse over the past couple months, but because he hasn't been using his Kekkei Jinkai, his disease had slowed down considerably. How is he? Yamato asked. Just a minor internal injury from overexerting his physical body. He'll be fine after a night's rest, I replied. After all the missions and time we spent together, we had already told Yamato-sensei of Kimimaro's condition, so he wasn't surprised by this development. All of us could only try to ensure that Kimimaro kept his involvement in fights to a minimum, for now at least. Haku breathed out a sigh of relief when he heard me give my diagnosis. Here, Brother Maro, let me help you, Haku said as he took out a cloth and wiped off Kimimaro's blood. Yamato noticed the green katana in my hands as I deactivated the kunai shadow clone technique and picked up my original kunai. Oh! Were you successful in sealing away its evil energy? Yamato asked. I nodded and said, yes, sensei. I put my kunai away and pulled out a purple scroll which I handed both the katana and scroll to Yamato. Sensei, I sealed away the evil energy into this scroll. As for the katana, I'm not really sure what to do with it, so it's probably best that you hold on to it. Alright. Good job, Izaya. You too, Haku, Kimimaro. Yamato praised. We walked over to where the Tengu's corpse was and found nothing left of it except for its long black beak. Yamato gave out a long sigh of relief and said, looks like Kimimaro's attack indeed finished it off. Its body filled with evil and resentful energy corroded its physical form and caused it to crumble away. Initially I thought it was one of the old and ancient Tengus that was left in the world, but luckily this one wasn't one of them. Haku looked up at Yamato in curiosity and said, Sensei, are the ancient Tengus very powerful? Well, first off, there's really only 5 known ancient Tengu living in the world and only 3 of them boast actual power. The other 2 are more of scholars. Anyways, they normally just stick to their abode and don't come out at all. Other than the 2 scholarly Tengus, the 3 powerful ones have a bounty on their heads and anyone who kills them can claim a hefty reward. I'm willing to bet someone has put in a request to hunt down this road Tengu as well. I'll hold on to the katana for now as proof of its death and report back to Lord Third on this matter. Maybe we can claim a reward. Okay you guys, let's head back to town. I want to make sure Kimimaro gets some rest and I want to soak in the hot springs. I said. Me too. Haku replied. Chapter 13, Fighting Lord Third. Yawn. Finally, we're back. I said as I followed Yamato-sensei and the others through Konoha's entrance. Oh. If it isn't Izaya, Kimimaro, and Haku. Kotetsu said. Yamato then turned to look at Kotetsu and said, what about me? However, Kotetsu completely ignored Yamato and was already in the middle of conversing with us. Yamato just stared at us with an annoyed expression. So how did the hunting mission go this time? Kotetsu asked. He had always enjoyed the story that these 3 kids told him after every successful C-rank hunting mission they completed. He listened intently as we told him about our mission. It seemed like only yesterday that these 3 buggers were standing outside these exact gates seeking help like lost puppies. Now they've grown into such fine shinobi, Kotetsu thought. Yamato walked over and was about to cut in when he heard a loud bird cry in the sky. Eh? He questioned. He then looked up and saw a hawk soar through the sky with another cawing sound. Yamato and Kotetsu made eye contact at that moment as if coming to an understanding. Yamato-sensei, do we have anything else planned for today? Haku asked. Yamato shook his head and said, not today. I've got to report to Lord Third about our mission. I'll come find you guys later in the afternoon. Okay, see you later, sensei. We all nodded and said, Yamato assented before disappearing in a puff of smoke. I looked up at that moment and saw a hawk circling in the air, continuing to occasionally caw out. Oh, seems like it's already time for the Chunin exams to begin, I thought to myself. So what are you kids going to be doing now? Kotetsu asked. I gave a momentary thoughtful look before answering, well, we haven't been in the village for about half a month, so we'll go take a look around first. Then meet up with Yamato-sensei later. Kotetsu put a smile on his face and said, sounds like a plan. Don't cause any trouble. Have we ever caused trouble before? Haku said rhetorically as we walked off waving goodbye. Sigh. Those kids are truly capable now, huh? Kotetsu let out. Eh? Why do you sound like an old man right now? Kotetsu's guard partner Izumo said. It's nothing. I was just listening to those kids tell me how their hunting trip went. Apparently they ran into a Tengu but managed to kill it. Kotetsu replied. What? They killed a Tengu? Izumo stood up from his seat in surprise. Puff. Hiruzen sat on his seat smoking his pipe as he patiently waited for all the Jonin to arrive. The last to enter was Yamato. "Oh, Yamato, finally decided to come in?" Asuma jokingly said. "Haha, my apologies. Team 11 just got back from our mission." Yamato replied apologetically. "Min. Everyone has now gathered." Hiruzen assented. "Now I'm sure you have all realized the reason why I have called you all here today, but I will still formally announce it. The start of the Chunin exam begins in 1 week. I ask the Jonin instructors of the newly promoted Jinins, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, Hataki Kakashi, and Yamato. Please step forward." "Yes, Lord Hokage." All 4 of them agreed and stepped forward. "Now I must ask, are there any rookie Jinin from your teams that you wish to recommend for the exam? Just so you know, any Jinin who has completed at least 8 or more formal missions are eligible." "Well then, let's hear from you first, Kakashi-san," Hiruzen said. Kakashi nodded and said, "Yes. I Kakashi led Team 7. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. I Hataki Kakashi recommend these 3 for the Chunin exams." Irika standing in the back of the group immediately gave a doubtful and shocked expression. Next Kurenai stepped forward. "I Kurenai led Team 8. Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. I Yuhi Kurenai recommend these 3 for the Chunin exams." Asuma then stood forth and said, "I Asuma led Team 10. Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji. I Sarutobi Asuma recommend these 3 for the Chunin exams." Yamato was the last to step forth. "I Yamato led Team 11. Kagaya Kimimaro, Karasuma Izaya, Yuki Haku. I Yamato recommend these 3 for the Chunin exams." Irika then stepped forth with doubt and anxiety and said, "Please forgive me, Lord Hokage, but please allow me to speak my mind. These were all students of mine at the academy. While I acknowledge that they each had extraordinary ability, isn't it too soon for them to take the Chunin exam? They can still take the exam at another time after they have gained more experience." At this moment all 4 Jonin instructors turned to look at Irika with indifference. Kakashi then said, "I became a Chunin when I was 6 years younger than Naruto is now." Irika immediately shouted back, "Naruto is different from you." Yamato then chimed in, "Irika, I understand that you feel that you are protecting them, but what you're actually doing is stunting their growth." Irika gritted his teeth and said, "These exams are dangerous. Do you intend to crush them?" At this point Kakashi said, "Irika-sensei, I understand what you're trying to say, but stay out of this. They are not your students anymore. Now, they are under my care." Irika, at a loss for words, stepped forward wanting to say something but couldn't. Hiruzen sighed and said with a stern tone, "Irika, I understand what you're trying to say, therefore I will prepare a preliminary exam for these rookie Jinins." "Eh? Preliminary exam?" Irika said, confused. Soon after everyone was dismissed. Before Yamato left he turned to Hiruzen and said, Lord Hokage, are you actually planning to give my 3 students a preliminary exam? I feel that for those 3 it's unnecessary." "Heh." Hiruzen smirked thoughtfully. "Those 3, huh? Kagaya Kimimaro, Karasuma Izaya, and Yuki Haku. I will conduct a preliminary exam for them personally." "Eh? Lord Hokage? You personally? Is that going to be alright?" Yamato said with a face of disbelief. "Ha ha ha. Well, you've been saying such great things about them and bragging all the time that you have piqued my curiosity. I would like to see a bit of their skills up close," Hiruzen remarked amiably. Yamato sighed internally. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. This meat skewer is pretty good, would you like some marrow?" Haku said as the 3 of us walked around town. Kimimaro shook his head, "No, it's alright. I know that meat skewers are your favorite thing to eat." Haku nodded and continued eating. I simply smiled and shook my head. Kimimaro had a curious look on his face as he watched Haku eat and decided to ask, Haku, I was wondering, why do you like meat skewers so much? Haku stopped walking at that moment, forcing Kimimaro and myself to stop as well. Haku then stared at the meat skewer in his hand with a look of reminiscence before answering. You remember what I told you before, right, Maro? About how Big Brother saved me. Kimimaro nodded his head. Well, I guess I glossed over the details, but that day, when Big Brother found me, I was cold, tired, and starved. I fought wild dogs for any scraps of food I could get my hands on. Big Brother saved me from 2 wild dogs trying to steal my scrap of food, but Big Brother wouldn't let me eat the spoiled food on the ground. Instead, he gave me his fresh meat skewer and took me in. To me, there's nothing that tastes better in the whole world, because whenever I hold a meat skewer, I feel like it's Big Brother holding out his hand to me and saying that everything is going to be okay. Kimimaro was startled at the story and gave me a meaningful look. I simply turned my head embarrassed and put my hand on Haku's shoulder to reassure him. Haku looked up at me and smiled before continuing to eat his meat skewer and said, anyways, that's why meat skewers are my favorite thing to eat. Min. Kimimaro nodded and then said, now I feel like eating some too. Before we could walk any further, a puff of smoke appeared in front of us. Yamato-sensei? I said rhetorically. Yo. He replied. Is it time for us to meet already, sensei? Kimimaro asked. Well, I'm technically just stopping by to drop off some news. I know this is sudden, but I recommended you 3 to take part in the Chunin exam. Yamato said. Oh! That should be interesting. When is it? Haku inquired. It'll begin a week from today. Here are your registration cards. Yamato said and handed out. Well, you don't have to take it if you don't want to. If you do, sign your name on your card and report to room 301 of the Academy at 3 p.m. That's all I have to report. We won't be meeting for the next week, so don't forget to keep up on your training. And Kimimaro, you keep up on your health. Then, with a puff of smoke, Yamato disappeared. Yes, sensei. Kimimaro saluted to the spot where Yamato was. He was kind of in a hurry. Haku noted as he finally finished his meat skewer. I'll say. I agreed with Haku. Well, let's get these signed and then head to a training ground to get some practice in. Min. Haku and Kimimaro nodded. It wasn't long after until we finished our walk around town and signed our names on our registration forms before we headed off in the direction of the training grounds. As we turned a corner, we saw 3 unfamiliar faces walking towards us. Isn't that Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari? I silently thought to myself. When we walked within 3 meters of each other, Gaara and his group stopped, however we continued walking straight on, not paying attention. Tisk! Kankuro sneered at us when he noticed we didn't bother to stop walking. They're pretty handsome, Temari thought to herself. Oi! You 3 are Leaf Genin? Kankuro said mockingly. The 3 of us paused 1 meter away and turned to look at Kankuro. Oh! So you aren't blind? I said. Haku let out a small laugh at my joke, since I said that when I was the one with the blindfold on. TCH, this bastard, Kankuro thought to himself. Gaara simply stared at us with curiosity, but he soon met Kimimaro's gaze and became surprised. For some reason he felt like he was one and the same with these 3 Leaf Genin. Almost like they might understand his pain. Kankuro was about to make a snarky remark, but Gaara stepped forward and stopped him. He then looked at us and said, I am Gaara. Gaara of the desert. May I know your names? I looked Gaara in the eyes before speaking. My name is Karasuma Izaya. I am Kagaya Kimimaro. My name is Yuki Haku. We all formally introduced ourselves. Gaara nodded and then walked off with Kankuro and Temari following behind him. They both had a surprised expression on their faces, shocked that Gaara stopped to introduce himself first. The 3 of us simply turned away and continued walking to the training grounds. As we continued our trek, Kimimaro commented aloud, Gaara of the desert. He has the same eyes. Haku nodded and said solemnly, the shroud of darkness still looms deep in his eyes. I suddenly felt that the atmosphere around us turned depressing, so I let out a deep sigh and said, you don't have to worry. In the end, it'll all work out somehow. Worry about yourselves for now. Especially you, Kimimaro. Min. They both nodded. We spent the next few days training until finally the day of the exam rolled around. What should we do today, big brother? Haku asked. Let's do some light exercise and training before heading off to the academy. Okay. Haku and Kimimaro nodded. The second we reached the training ground sparring area, I stopped. What's wrong, big brother? Why'd you stop so suddenly? Haku asked. Instead of answering Haku directly, I turned towards the forest nearby and bowed respectfully, saying, Greetings, Lord Third. Both Haku and Kimimaro exclaimed in surprise. They too turned towards the forest and bowed respectfully, even though they couldn't see or sense Lord Hokage. They trusted Izaya. Ho ho ho, so you were able to detect my presence even from that far away. Impressive, impressive. An aged old voice said. Hiruzen then walked out from the shadows of the forest and arrived before us. Lord Third, are we perhaps intruding on your training? I asked. Ha ha ha, no, it's nothing like that. It's more like I am intruding on the three of yours training, he said. The three of us looked at each other confused. What do you mean, Lord Hokage? Haku asked. Hiruzen gave the three of them a meaningful look for a moment before saying, I'm sure Yamato has already told you that he recommended you three for the Chunin exams. I don't doubt his judgment, and the fact that the three of you have already been carrying out high-grade C-rank missions meant for Chunin-level shinobi to take on. I don't doubt your abilities either. Your sensei has been bragging constantly about how great his three students are, so I decided that I wanted to see your skills personally. Lord Third, does that mean you will watch us practice today? I asked. Ha ha ha. Well, no. Actually today I thought perhaps the four of us could do some light sparring. Hiruzen said amiably. The three of us just stared at Lord Hokage dumbfounded for a moment before we all mentally cursed Yamato-sensei for his big mouth. Somewhere in the village, achoo! 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 Sniff. Was someone cursing me just now? Yamato pondered. Lord Third walked a fair distance away from us before standing bemused with his hands behind his back. He then looked at us and said, You may begin your attack when you are ready. We will end our sparring when this incense stick runs out. He then threw a long joss of incense out with expert skill, making it stick into a nearby tree. A little flame lit the stick, signaling the start of our battle. I focused on Lord Third as I gathered my thoughts quickly. I can sense Lord Third's chakra from here, and even though he's old now, he boasts an incredible amount of chakra. He can utilize all 5 elements and not just basic ones either. We don't have an elemental advantage, nor do we have chakra advantage, so we'll lose if we go with ninjutsu. Ninjutsu should only be used to support us in this fight. Our best bet is to rely on our stamina with our speed and agility. Haku, Kimimaro, will use taijutsu. Go with formation D. I said seriously. They nodded. Kimimaro stood in front and in the middle as Haku, and I flanked his sides. Oh, taijutsu, huh? An excellent plan. They realize that I am old and plan to wear down my physical stamina, but perhaps they'll be surprised by this old man's skill, Hiruzen mused. However, he became serious a moment later. He was instantly surprised at our physical speed, which caught him off guard. I didn't expect them all to be so physically quick, he thought while preparing himself. In less than 3 seconds we had arrived before Lord Third, with all of us in the same taijutsu stance as we simultaneously shouted, Taijutsu Shaolin style 1 palm strikes 3. We all used the exact same movement, like perfect mirror images of one person. We struck out with our right palm, forcing Lord Third to block 2 palms with his own 2 palms and raise a knee up high to defend against the other. What taijutsu is this? He shockingly thought. We punched with our left hand as Hiruzen expertly defended 2 and dodged the other. He ducked and swept our feet, forcing us to dodge in the air. Before he could follow up, the three of us performed a powerful axe kick towards his head. Even though they are perfectly in sync, Kimimara's strikes are more powerful, he mentally noted as he quickly dodged backwards while we gave chase and continued to perform a series of advanced taijutsu movement strikes. Right roundhouse, right palm, left kick, somersault kick, right punch, left knee, turn back kick, left elbow strike, extended arm strike, and right forward kick. Hiruzen was extremely shocked as he expertly dodged, parried, defended, sidestepped, countered, swept, blocked, and struck, meeting us strike for strike. The three of us were also extremely shocked. Even though Lord Third was old, he was after all the Hokage for a reason. Changing tactics, I shouted, "Taijutsu Shaolin style 6 kicks of fury." At that instant the three of us stopped performing the exact same movement and instead performed a series of powerful kicks that covered each other's vulnerable points while forcing Lord Third into a passive state. I kicked at his head while Haku kicked at his back and Kimimaro swept at his feet. "What?" Hiruzen exclaimed. He quickly jumped and evaded Kimimaro's leg sweep while at the same time forced his body into a horizontal position in the air right at the gap between my kick and Haku's kick. He used the back of his forearm to block Haku's kick and his left forearm to block my kick. He then utilized the force of my kick to give him momentum and push backwards away from our encirclement. Right as he landed, he took out a shuriken. He threw it and formed the signs of ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, and tiger. However, noticing his movement with my Sharingan, I also took out a shuriken at the same time and formed the exact same signs as Lord Third. At the same time we both shouted, "Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu." In less than a second later, more than 20 shuriken collided, giving off orange sparks from metal striking metal. "Gay, Sharingan, huh? Impressive," Hiruzen said. He quickly formed the tiger hand sign and said, "Earth-style Great Mud River Jutsu." A giant gushing river of mud rushed in our direction. Without time to activate any jutsu, we were forced to dodge out of the way. Haku jumped in the air while Kimimaro and I jumped to the left. Hiruzen then started to form the signs of rat, tiger, dog, ox, hare, tiger, while at the same time Haku formed the signs of dragon, snake, bird, ox, hare, snake. Hiruzen shouted, "Fire-style Phoenix Fire Jutsu." Haku also shouted, "Water-style Turtle Water Jutsu." Dozens of small fireballs flew out from Hiruzen's mouth while dozens of small water balls flew out of Haku's. Every fireball collided with a water ball and cancelled each other out. Impressive," Hiruzen remarked. Before Lord Third could make his next move, I formed the hand signs of snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, and said, "Fire-style Flame Bullet Jutsu." A fierce raging mix of fire and oil burst forth towards Lord Third. He quickly formed the signs of tiger, hare, boar, dog, and said, "Earth-style Earth Wall Jutsu." A large earthen wall effectively blocked the incoming attack when Kimimaro said, "Earth-style Bottomless Swamp Jutsu." Alarmed Hiruzen quickly jumped up and back to dodge the murky mud swamp beneath him when Haku took out 2 chakra-infused Senbon needles and threw them right at Lord Third. Hiruzen, however, formed the hand sign of confrontation, causing mud shuriken to fly out at great speeds from the mud river he created earlier, which effectively deflected the Senbon needles while at the same time flew towards Haku. Without much time to act, he quickly formed the tiger hand sign and activated his Kekei Jinkai, saying, "Ice-style Crystal Wall Jutsu." Strong, cold, and icy crystals quickly emerged in front of Haku, successfully blocking the barrage of mud shuriken. Hiruzen finally landed on the ground at this moment and stared at fascination at Haku's Kekei Jinkai technique. "Ho! Very impressive," he whispered aloud. At this point the incense stick burnt to ashes, so we all lowered our guard and walked over to Lord Third. We bowed respectfully at Lord Third and said, "Please excuse us for our behavior." Lord Third just laughed amiably and said with a smile, "There's no need for you to apologize. I was the one who asked for you all to attack me after all. I am most impressed at all 3 of your developments. Your chakra levels are at the Chunin level and you each have a wide arsenal of skills allowing for versatility in battle. The most important thing is your teamwork. You three know each other like the back of your hands and trust in each other's abilities, allowing you to fight completely focused on your opponent without having to worry about your own back. I am very proud to see this. Not only that, Kimimaro has great aptitude in taijutsu and I have never seen or heard of the style of taijutsu you three performed. Where did you learn such an advanced technique? Lord Third, it is all thanks to Izaya that I am able to improve and learn this much taijutsu. Kimimaro said. Oh? Izaya-kun? Hiruzen mused. I am. Well, I may have peeked at other taijutsu users around the Leaf Village these past few years and attempted to draft my own unique skills of taijutsu to help Kimimaro. After all, he has talent and great potential for taijutsu. It would be a waste if he didn't develop a good foundation. I promise I didn't mean any harm by snooping around, I said quickly and nervously. Hiruzen just gave me a momentary stare before laughing again and said, ha ha ha. I'm not going to scold you for being curious and wanting to learn more. Let me tell you about a disciple of mine named Jiraiya. He too liked to snoop around, although his research was a bit unique. And like that we ended our day listening to some old stories of Lord Third. Scratch that. Just as we were immersed in Lord Third's storytelling, all of a sudden I had a feeling like we were forgetting something. Hey, is it me or are we forgetting something very important? HM? I don't think so, are we? Haku said confused. We came here to train, so I guess sparring with Lord Third can count. Other than that, I don't think we had anything else to do today. Kimimaro said. Something else to do today? Weren't we supposed to meet in room 301 at the academy at 3 p.m. if we wanted to participate in the Chunin exam? I exclaimed. Haku and Kimimaro suddenly exclaimed as they finally recalled what Yamato-sensei had said. Flashback. Here are your registration cards, Yamato said and handed out. Well, you don't have to take it if you don't want to. If you do, sign your name on your card and report to room 301 of the academy at 3 p.m. That's all I have to report. End flashback. Lord Third also let out a surprised exclamation, That's right. My old age must have worsened my memory. I've kept you three from something important for my own selfishness. He then checked the time. Oh! You still have time. It's 2:55 p.m. We quickly bowed once to Lord Third before the three of us disappeared in a puff of smoke with the body flicker jutsu. Hiruzen just stared at the spot we were at with an embarrassed look on his face and said to himself, good grief. And I was the one who gave out the instructions. Chapter 14, Chunin exams begin. Huff, huff, huff. I panted heavily as the three of us continued to run through the academy hallways and up the stairs. Are you all right, big brother? Haku asked worriedly. Huff, fine. Let's focus on making it there first, I said out of breath. Kimimaro took one more glance at me before forcefully grabbing me and threw me over his shoulder. Oi! What dash, I exclaimed in surprise. Before I could finish my sentence, Kimimaro said, just let me do this, Izaya. Not only did you expend chakra during our spar with Lord Third, but you were also forced to use up a large portion of your chakra to activate the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and teleport all three of us by the academy entrance from the training grounds. You're currently drained of chakra. Let Haku and I take care of the rest. I took a deep breath and nodded in consent as I hung passively over Kimimaro's shoulder. Outside the door of room 301 was Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura along with Kakashi and Yamato. Yamato was pacing nervously back and forth while Kakashi was giving a serious talk to Team 7 and praising them as well. Where are they? Where are they? They didn't actually decide not to participate, right? Yamato nervously whispered to himself. He checked the time, which showed that it was 2:59 p.m. Just as he looked up at the end of the hallway, the three of us showed up, which Yamato then let out a loud, "Ah!" His loud exclamation startled Kakashi and Team 7, who looked at him with a weird expression. The three of us finally stood in front of Yamato-sensei while Team 7 just looked at us like we were all performing a circus act. "Where have you been? Do you know how nervous I was?" Yamato shouted anxiously. At this moment Kimimaro put me down while I took one long deep breath to steady my breathing. Then I looked at Yamato-sensei with a mocking smile and said, "Oh. Lord Third wanted to meet with us for a bit." "Yamato-sensei," I said, emphasizing the hidden intent when I said his name. It was then that it struck him that the reason his three precious students were late might have been related to him. "Ha ha ha, ahem. Well, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you're here now. Ahem. Why don't you three go ahead inside?" "Hee." Yamato said nervously and apologetically. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura looked on dumbfoundedly at Yamato's sudden change of tone and expression. Team 7 collectively had the same thought at this moment. That those three were obviously late because of Yamato and he forget that he was the cause. "Okay, well, go on in then. And do your best," Kakashi said. "Min." Team 7 and us three assented. All six of us then walked through the doors. After the door shut behind us, Kakashi just stared at Yamato and said, "What the heck did you do?" "Ha ha ha, nothing. It's my fault. Let's not mention it any further, Kakashi-senpai," Yamato said sheepishly as both he and Kakashi walked off. As the six of us stood at the front of the entrance, Ino immediately attacked Sasuke with a fanatic fangirl hug, annoying him greatly. Shikamaru and Choji walked over as well, starting up a conversation. As usual, Choji was eating some chips and Shikamaru was complaining about the whole ordeal. Eventually Kiba, Hinata, and Shino walked over to join us. Kiba made some snarky remark which prompted Sasuke to reply condescendingly. As they continued their banter, Kimimaro, Haku, and I stood there watching with an amused expression. It was at this moment I noticed someone walking over to our group, causing me to furrow my brow when I realized who it was. "Yakushi Kabuto," I whispered, nearly inaudible to everyone else, except for Kimimaro and Haku, who heard me. "Eh?" Haku raised his eyebrows while Kimimaro turned to me with curiosity. Haku walked closer to me and whispered, "You know him, big brother?" "Ah," I said aloud, realizing my mistake. Did I say that out loud? I replied sheepishly. "Eh? So you don't know him then?" Haku replied, confused. How do I put this?" I said while thinking how to explain. "Oh, I know of an excuse. Haku and Kimimaro know that I was once an experiment of Orochimaru's, and Kabuto happens to be Orochimaru's right-hand man. I'll just use an excuse like I heard Orochimaru say something or saw a younger picture of him once before." I then turned my attention back to Haku and Kimimaro and said in a soft voice, "He's related to my complicated upbringing. That's all I can say for now since there's too many people here." Kimimaro and Haku were completely startled and immediately put their guard up inside. Kabuto finally stopped in front of our group and started giving us a lecture about being too loud and keeping the status quo in the room. As he talked with the others, he finally pulled out some ninja cards and read some info off of them. He then showed a card displaying how many ninja were participating in the exam and where they are from. He said, "Do you know why the Chunin exams are jointly held in the first place?" As no one answered, he proceeded to answer his own question. "First, it's because it's said to deepen the friendship among the other nations, and secondly, to boost the skill levels of shinobi." "It's said?" Sasuke commented. I then walked over, seeing how Kabuto was trying to act all friendly and worm his way into everyone else's good graces. Once I got close enough, I stopped and said, "It's said, because on the surface that is what the villages want others to believe. The hidden motives are to have the shinobi that are sent to the exams of other villages to examine and observe the current strength of that village." Kabuto looked up surprised. He took a careful look at me inquisitively and nodded his head, saying, "That's right. They do this to try and keep the level balance of each village about the same. This way they can better prepare themselves for the worst." A sort of checks and balance of power. Heh. Of those cards, do any have detailed information on individuals? Sasuke asked. Kabuto looked over to Sasuke and said, there are. Anyone in particular you concerned with? Sasuke had a serious expression and said, there are. I see. The information is not perfect this time around, but I do have the information I've collected burned on these cards. Including information on all of you. Just tell me who they are and I can pull up the information for you. Kabuto replied. I narrowed my eyes wondering how much information he was able to collect on Kimimaro, Haku, and I. I'm certain he doesn't know that I was an experiment of Orochimaru's since he wasn't with Orochimaru at the time of my creation. I've also never sensed his presence when we've trained or anything of the sorts like that, so all the information he has on us is by a third party and rumors. With how much Yamato-sensei has bragged about us, though I'm sure he does have a general sense of our strength. It's a good thing the three of us have kept our true strength hidden and that we've kept Kimimara's sickness a secret known to only a few people who promised not to reveal that information. Sasuke proceeded to say, Gaara of the Sand Village, and Rock Lee of the Hidden Leaf. Okay. Kabuto said. He then swiped 2 cards from the deck and showed Lee's information. He's a year older than you guys. Completed 20 D rank and 11 C rank missions. Team leader is my guy. He's extremely skilled in taijutsu, but his other skills are not good at all. Kabuto proceeded to give information about Lee and then on Gaara. Gaara of the Hidden Sand. He completed 7 C rank and 1 B rank mission. Not much is known about him as he's from another village. However, he has returned from all of his missions unharmed. Kabuto said. He then gave a quick glance at Haku, Kimimaro, and I before turning his attention back to the others. Oh, I mentally thought. He glanced at us like he also knew of our missions. I guess he might know a bit about us then, I mused. While they talked some more and made a mention of the Hidden Sound being a small and new upstart village, I knew the same scene from my past life was going to happen. Kabuto will be attacked by the Sound Village ninja and later during the Chunin exam sometime, he'll forfeit, and this was probably a ploy he played for Orochimaru, I thought. Lo and behold, the scene played out exactly as I had remembered. Kabuto dodged the punch from that Sound Village ninja, so why did he vomit blood? Sasuke stared bewilderedly. Lee, did you see that attack just now? Neji asked. Ah. I did. There was no problem following his speed, but I don't know why he vomited blood. Some sort of trick, I guess. Lee replied. While everyone was bewildered, I stood there indifferently and faced the 3 Sound ninja commenting, nice arm you've got there. The design of your metallic arm allows your punch to take in the air when you strike and fuse it with your chakra, creating sound, disrupting the other person's senses. At that moment, everyone let out a surprised reaction and discussed among themselves, while the ones who were shocked the most were the 3 from the Sound Village. They glared at me ferociously and said, oh? A blind genin from the leaf, eh? Before anything else could happen, a puff of smoke appeared in the room with a loud shout, silence you degenerates. After the smoke cleared, a bunch ninja protectors and instructors appeared with Marino Ibuki at the head. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm the Chunin proctor for the first exam, Marino Ibuki. He said with a bemused expression. He then proceeded to reprimand the ninja from the Hidden Sound while they proceeded to apologize. Ibuki simply smirked and said, I'll say this now. There will be no battles or fights without the permission of the proctors or examiners. And even if you get permission, any actions that lead to the death of your opponent will not be permitted. Any idiot who dares to screw with me will be immediately disqualified. Got it? Then let's begin the exam. Come turn in your registration cards and take a number. Then sit at the seat corresponding to your number. Then we will hand out the paper test. Naruto of course made a fuss, but not long after everyone got to their assigned seats with a paper test in front of them. I sat at seat number 72, Haku at seat 100, and Kimimaro at seat 131. Ibuki then proceeded to tell us the rules. The first rule being that everyone received 10 points at the start, as the exam has 10 questions. Each question is worth 1 point. Get one answer wrong and you lose a point. Second rule, pass or fail is determined by the accumulated points of the 3-man team. Third rule, those who are caught cheating will have 2 points deducted for each act, therefore, it is possible to be dismissed even before the examination is over, and anyone who is caught awkwardly cheating will bring ruin to themselves. The last rule was that if anyone on your team gets 0 points, then that entire team will fail. Ibuki then said, "By the way, we'll give 45 minutes for the last problem after the start of the test. The test will be 1 hour long. Start!" Heh. I smirked. I looked down at the test. I wonder if they'll think it's weird that a blind person is able to fill out the test questions, I mentally thought to myself. Well, it doesn't matter since in the end, after Naruto speaks up no else fails. I'll just do what I want. It wasn't long after when the proctor started calling out numbers failing them. Number 23 fails. Number 46 fails. Number 30 fails. Number 121 fails. After about an hour into the test, Ibuki looked at everyone and said, "All right. It's about time for me to give you the final question. You have 45 minutes, but before I tell you the question I have some additional rules to add. First, you guys have to decide whether you'll take the 10th question. If you don't take the 10th question, your score will be 0, then you'll fail alongside your teammates. And finally, the last rule. If you take the 10th question and can't answer it correctly, you'll have to relinquish your rights to take the Chunin exams forever." Whilst many others in the room were panicking, I simply sat back and enjoyed the show. Some people elected to leave, but not long after Naruto of course made a fuss. "Don't give me that crap. Even if I'm stuck being a genin forever, I'll still become Hokage. I'll take that darn 10th exam question." Ibuki simply smirked after noticing no one else decided to leave and said, "Heh. Then for those of you who are still here. The first Chunin exam. You pass." As the people in the room were confused and excited, Ibuki continued to explain about the first exam. A few moments later, and just as I remembered in my past life, Mitarashi Anko flew in through the window to begin the second exam. "Oh? Ibuki, you left 27 teams still? Looks like the first exam was too easy." Anko said. "Well, it's just that there are quite a few excellent candidates this time," Ibuki remarked. "Heh. Oh well, I'll drop that number to less than half." She smirked. She then turned to the candidates. "Listen up. We'll be changing locations for the second examination. Get the information from your Jonin instructor and meet me tomorrow at that location." Dismissed. Chapter 15, Meeting Orochimaru Again. The next day we all arrived outside the Forest of Death. I looked straight at the forest as I thought about how Orochimaru would try to disguise himself and make an appearance during the exam. TCH. I'm sure he won't remember me or recognize me as it's been so long. The fact that Lord Third is a sensor-type ninja but failed to detect the whereabouts of his own disciple Orochimaru means I probably won't be able to detect him either. The only reason I'll know is because of my knowledge from my previous life. I wonder if he's actually here though and going to instigate an attack, as he didn't have Kimimaro to help battle it out with the 4th Kazekage. As we all stood there in front of the entrance, Anko said, "This is the site of the second exam. The 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death." Just as Naruto started making another fuss, Anko played an intimidation trick on Naruto. At that moment someone also snuck up behind Anko. "Guh! That is definitely Orochimaru in disguise." I mentally screamed. He looks exactly like how I remembered in my previous life. Crap! He really came. After their exchange, Anko stood back at the front of the entrance to the Forest of Death and proceeded to explain the details. "From what I remember, we are either given a scroll of earth or heaven and have to somehow get the one we don't possess by any means. Then our entire team brings it to the center of the tower. As there are 27 teams left, at least 13 will be eliminated. It's a bit different from my past life, since from my knowledge only 26 teams were supposed to pass the first exam, but with the addition of Team 11 we made up the extra team. After the second exam, only 7 teams pass out of the 13 total possible. In this case, it might be possible for more or less to pass this time depending on our encounter. I wonder how the scroll is going to be divided up then, as it'll be uneven. At this moment Anko said, "Alright, since there are 27 teams in total, 13 teams will get the Earth Scroll, 13 teams will get the Heaven Scroll, and 1 team will get the Man Scroll. If you have the Earth Scroll, you need to collect either the Heaven Scroll or the Man Scroll. If you have the Heaven Scroll, you need either the Earth Scroll or the Man Scroll. And if you have the Man Scroll, collecting either an Earth Scroll or Heaven Scroll will do. You won't know who has which scroll at the beginning, so use whatever means you want to in order to find out and obtain the scroll you need once you're inside. You have 5 days to complete the objective. After you sign a death waiver form, you can obtain your scroll in that tent over there." I kept a close eye on Orochimaru's movement as he filled out the form without batting an eye, grabbed a scroll from the tent with his team and stood on standby. I turned to Haku and Kimimaro and pulled them a bit further away before whispering to them and motioning with my head, "Haku, Kimimaro, do you see that person over there?" Haku and Kimimaro nodded. "What's up, big brother?" Haku asked curiously. Without trying to make them too suspicious of my knowledge, I pretended to rely on my sensory skills and said, "I'm not 100% sure of this, but his aura is similar to Orochimaru's. Be extremely wary of him if we meet in the forest." Haku and Kimimaro's eyes widened with extreme shock before anger welled up inside them. "So this is that bastard who caused Big Brother to suffer? I want to tear him apart limb from limb." Haku sneered. "Min. I won't let anything happen to you, Izaya," Kimimaro said while clenching his fist. I sighed at their extreme reaction, but at the same time felt emotionally touched. "Min, I made the right choice choosing Haku and Kimimaro as my brothers, I thought." "Oi. Hide your rage and murderous intent or else we'll get noticed," I said to them. "HM?" Orochimaru looked over, seeming to notice Haku's and Kimimaro's rage. Haku and Kimimaro quickly reined in their emotions and apologized. "Oh, they seem a bit appetizing," Orochimaru thought as he licked his lips with that long creepy tongue of his before turning away from us and taking a quick glance at Sasuke. "Phew," I mentally sighed. "Doesn't seem like he recognized me. It's a good thing that Orochimaru isn't a sensory-type ninja, but I wonder what skill he employed to mask his aura that even sensory-type ninjas can't discern. Is it just because he changes his host body often or some other reason?" I mentally pondered. As the 3 of us exchanged our death waiver consent form for our scroll, I was surprised that we got the only unique scroll out of everyone else. The Man Scroll. Heh, this will make our job easier since it won't matter which team we steal from. I put the scroll away as the 3 of us left the tent awaiting near one of the 44 unoccupied entrances into the forest and awaiting permission to enter. 30 minutes later and the gates were finally opened. It was at this moment that everyone quickly made their way into the forest in an attempt to get a head start and set traps for their opponents. Haku, Kimimaro, and I also headed in, albeit at a more leisurely pace. After all, we didn't have to be that picky with our opponents. Others had to find the right scroll first, so they had to plan accordingly. We, however, could pick any team we wanted to eliminate. And of course, I wasn't that worried about us actually being eliminated by the other teams. I was most worried about Orochimaru, but at the same time I knew who his target was. I stopped on a tree branch in the forest, which prompted Kimimaro and Haku to pause as well. "Is something on your mind?" Kimimaro asked. "Min." I nodded. "Remember that person I told you guys about who I suspect is Orochimaru? If he is Orochimaru, then I have an idea as to who he's targeting." "Eh? You do, big brother? Who's he going to target?" Haku asked. I paused momentarily before answering, "Uchiha Sasuke." Why Sasuke?" Kimimaro asked. "Orochimaru gave me the Sharingan for a reason. He wanted to create a strong body with the Sharingan so he could possess the body himself. However, he failed time and time again. I was probably his last attempt before he finally gave in trying to create one himself, since he thought I died. Instead, he now seeks to obtain an already living body with the Sharingan. He wants to pursue all jutsu in the world, and in order to do that he believes he needs the Sharingan. I responded. Then, what should we do, big brother? Do you think he recognizes you? Haku asked with concern. I shook my head. No. I don't think he recognizes me. It's been at least 7 years since he abandoned me in that lab, and I've grown quite a bit since then. Plus I'm wearing a blindfold with a powerful seal on it, so he doesn't realize I have the Sharingan. He also wouldn't think that my 5-year-old self, if I survived in his lab, would have been able to travel all the way from his lab in the land of water and come all the way here to the land of fire, much less be accepted into the Leaf Village. As long as I don't show him my Sharingan, I doubt he'll figure it out. I may have looked more like an experimental subject when I was 5, but at least now I seem more human than experiment. I'm thinking of helping out Team 7 and Sasuke a bit. Here, take this. I took out one of my Flying Thunder God Kunai and handed it to Haku along with the Man Scroll. Big brother, why are you giving me these? Haku exclaimed, having a feeling of a bad premonition. I smiled and said, well, I have a debt to settle with Orochimaru. He tortured my mind and body for so long that it forced me to the brink of death more times than I can count, and he succeeded once pretty much. Take my special kunai and the Man Scroll. You and Kimimaro find another scroll from another team first. I'm going to find Team 7 and give them a helping hand. We should do this together. We can help you. Orochimaru is one of the 3 legendary Sannin. He will be too powerful for you to take on yourself. Kimimaro protested. Nimaro is right. Haku said. Sigh. I stood up and placed both the kunai and the Man Scroll in Haku's hand. Kimimaro. Haku. This is not your fight. Not yet, at least. Most likely the proctors and sentinels have already discovered something amiss, so Orochimaru won't be sticking around the exam site for long. Also, the 3 of us won't always be together. There are times when we may need to move separately. I know it would be most ideal for us to move together, but it isn't realistic. We should always remember that the 3 of us are sworn brothers and will be there for each other forever. But we also need to realize that in order to grow stronger, sometimes we need to walk certain paths alone. As long as we do not forget where our heart is supposed to be, we will never lose our way. Sniff. Haku used his arm to wipe the little tears in his eyes and said, Big brother. I won't forgive you if you die. He then put away the special kunai and Man Scroll. Kimimaro clenched his fist and said, If you don't return to our side in 3 days, I will hunt down Orochimaru to the ends of the earth, even if it costs me my life. I put on an appreciative smile and placed my hands on both their shoulders. Haku, you must take care of Kimimaro, okay? His health isn't too good. Haku nodded. Kimimaro, you must take care of your health. Support Haku well so he doesn't lose focus in dangerous situations. I promise you and Haku that I will return within 3 days, if not sooner. You carry my special kunai so I can get to you at no time at all. Kimimaro grabbed my shoulder and nodded while Haku gave me a hug before they both dashed off into the forest. Staying any longer would mean they wouldn't have the will to leave. I let out a soft sigh as I inwardly thought to myself. I'm sorry, Kimimaro, Haku, I had to do this. Not just for me, but for both of you. I want to test my current skill level by fighting with my life on the line. Picking a legendary Sannin might be a little overkill, but with the Flying Thunder God, I should be okay as long as I don't die instantly. And as much as I want you both to remain by my side forever, you both also need to grow individually, or you might rely on me too much. We're taking baby steps first. If you're this emotional after just leaving my side for the 2nd exam where we haven't even left the village, then how are you going to be your own person in the future? It's best for you both to start getting used to moving without me. That way you'll be okay during the times when we actually need to separate. Okay. Now to find Team 7, I need to concentrate. I closed my eyes and focused on all the energy around me. 27 teams. 3 people per team. 81 people have entered the Forest of Death. Crap. These signatures. They belong to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, and they're engaged in a fight already. I quickly dashed in that direction with incredible speed. I grabbed one of my special kunai and infused it with chakra and employed a taijutsu movement skill before throwing it far ahead. As soon as the kunai reached close enough, I activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and instantly appeared in the far distance as I grabbed my kunai. I then activated the Body Flicker Jutsu and made it to a tree branch nearby just in time to see Orochimaru brand his curse mark seal onto Sasuke's neck. Ag! Sasuke screamed in pain. Sasuke-kun! Sakura shouted in panic. I jumped out from the tree branch and threw my kunai at Orochimaru. His eyes widened in surprise before swinging his head to the side to dodge it. Then, in that creepy and eerie voice of his, he said, "Oh. He, an unexpected guest. And who might you be, youngster?" I turned to look at him and replied indifferently, "Just a passerby." Sakura noticed me at that moment and replied in shock, "Izaya-kun? Izaya-kun, that person, be careful. They're super powerful." I kept my head facing Orochimaru as I simply nodded before saying, "Take Sasuke and move away from here." "Min." She nodded. She grabbed and jumped away with Sasuke while he clutched his shoulder and continued to scream in pain. They couldn't move too far away due to Sasuke struggling and moving around. Naruto lay unconscious on a nearby tree. Orochimaru simply stared at us for a moment before he started laughing as if this was a comedic scene. Me, ha ha ha. Don't tell me that you are the one who's going to face me, boy." His long tongue rolled out of his mouth before licking his lip and receding back in his throat. Ugh, disgusting. As I remembered him, I mentally noted. Gotta be careful with what I say. "Who are you?" I asked. Heh. He stared at me with a bit of interest. Is he not affected by my bloodlust and murderous intent? Orochimaru thought to himself. My name is Orochimaru. That girl called you Izaya, correct? I scoffed. You are Orochimaru? The Orochimaru that I read about in the history books? One of the 3 legendary Sannin? That Orochimaru? I inquired. He narrowed his eyes at that moment, seemingly bemused. Oh! How rare. You, a Leaf Genin, have heard of me, have you? I'm honored. Usually they don't mention such things until you've advanced from Genin. Reading is a hobby. There's no need for me to wait on someone else to tell me these things. What did you do to Sasuke? Orochimaru licked his lips once more before saying, You're an interesting kid. I feel like you may be a worthy specimen to study. You wish to know what I did to Sasuke? How about I just give you one too? He shot forth with incredible speed and struck out with his left hand while I blocked with my right. Orochimaru was inwardly surprised at my ability to react to his attack since I had a blindfold on, when during his fight earlier Sasuke had to rely on the Sharingan to see his speed. He kicked with his right knee, then threw a left hook. I sidestepped his knee strike and ducked to dodge his left hook. I pushed with my right palm and struck his chest, forcing him back 3 meters on the large branch we were fighting on. He licked his lips in anticipation before he once more moved at an incredible speed towards me. He performed an axe kick. I shifted right and struck with my right fist. He blocked with his left palm and struck with his right palm. I parried his right palm with my left palm, grabbed the joint of his wrist and twisted hard to the left. In order to prevent his wrist from breaking, he spun his entire body in the same direction as my twist. As he was mid-twist, I pulled his wrist towards me and kicked upwards with my knee. He blocked just in time, placing his left hand on top of my knee to stop me from hitting his body. I dropped my knee quickly before raising it once more and successfully struck his face. I then threw him towards the trunk of the tree, causing his body to smash into it. I quickly formed the signs of snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, and shouted, Fire-style flame bullet jutsu. What? Orochimaru looked on in shock as a huge blast of raging fire and oil approached him. Soon after, the flames wreaked havoc where he was. I didn't lower my guard. Knowing Orochimaru, I can't kill him at my level. In fact, I wasn't even sure if this guy was actually killable. A moment later he jumped up from below the tree trunk towards me, forcing me to do a backflip away. He stretched out his right arm and said, "Striking Shadow Snake Jutsu." A bunch of brown-colored bulk-spotted snakes rushed towards me as I quickly jumped down and threw 2 wired ropes. One rope tangled itself onto Orochimaru's feet and the large tree branch, rooting him down, while the other latched itself onto the large tree branch we stood on. I used the leverage of the swinging motion to land on a nearby branch before forming the signs of snake, dragon, hare, tiger, and shouted, "Fire-style dragon flame jutsu." I spit a piece of fire on the wired line that quickly moved up to where it was latched onto, which was the large tree branch Orochimaru was rooted down on. Orochimaru looked down at his feet and noticed that I had left a bunch of oil on the tree branch from my earlier fire-style technique. Once the dragon flame reached the tree branch, it was completely ignited and smoked to ashes along with him. I just stared indifferently from the branch below. As expected, that attack only hurt his host body, but he himself is unfazed, I mentally noted. As the branch that Orochimaru was on got incinerated to ashes, he started falling downwards, but before he fell all the way down he formed the hand signs of boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and said, "Summoning Jutsu." A large brown and black spotted snake appeared, catching Orochimaru on its head. "Damn him!" I cursed. The giant snake rushed towards me and opened its giant maw, attempting to swallow me whole. Just before it could snap its mouth on me, I activated the substitution jutsu and it ended up swallowing a piece of log. Ha ha ha, petty tricks. I admit that you are quite skilled. In fact, your skills are even greater than Uchiha Sasuke. A pity that you do not possess the Sharingan, he said. TCH. He's quite persistent. I complained as I dashed further and further away from where Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto were. Just as I jumped on a large branch, another giant snake hidden in the treetops lunged downwards, attempting to swallow me. Alarmed, I quickly gathered chakra on my feet and activated my tree climbing skills, swinging upside down on the tree branch. Instead of swallowing me, the snake's mouth ended up biting the large branch. I quickly pushed off the branch and landed on the ground. Orochimaru, standing on top of his large snake, caught up at this moment. Shit! Now there's 2 of his damn summons. I cursed. He jumped off the snake as it lunged at me, forcing me to jump to the left. It was at this moment the other snake whipped its tail at me. I could only curl my body in a defensive position as it whacked me into a large tree. Boom! Ugh, dot. I let out as blood trickled down my mouth when I smashed into the trunk of a large tree. Orochimaru appeared from underneath the ground and was about to grab my ankles when I quickly rolled on my right side and pushed upwards with all the strength in my arm, lifting me up off the ground. He fully came up from the ground and reached out to grab me once more when I twisted my body in a horizontal motion and said, "Taijutsu Shaolin style 6 kicks of fury." Borrowing the kinetic force of my spin, I delivered 6 powerful kicking strikes at Orochimaru. He was momentarily shocked at my display of powerful kicks. However, he indeed was named a legendary Saiyajin for a reason. He managed to successfully block all 6 kicks, and at the last kick he grabbed my ankle and swung me through the air before smashing me into another large tree trunk. I spit up more blood before throwing out a shuriken and forming the hand signs of ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger, then shouted, "Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu." Heh! He smirked. He instantly sunk into the ground to avoid the 10 shuriken flying his way. I instantly placed my hand on the ground at that moment and said, "Gotcha. Earth-style bottomless swamp jutsu." From under the ground, Orochimaru noticed that he was stuck in mud all of a sudden. I quickly placed my hands together and said, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." 2 shadow clones instantly appeared by my side as I started panting out of breath. Damn. I'm running low on chakra. Especially now that I'm forced to split my chakra into 3 with these shadow clones. The 2 large snakes appeared at that moment and lunged at me once more. One shadow clone jumped into one of the snake's mouth while the other shadow clone jumped into the others. No choice, I said. While Orochimaru was still trapped in the mud underground, I formed the hand sign seal of confrontation and said, "Flying Thunder God Jutsu." I instantly disappeared and reappeared all the way back to where Sakura, Sasuke, and an unconscious Naruto were. I picked up the kunai that I threw at Orochimaru when I first got there and said, "Heh. Now he'll have no idea how I escaped so quickly. I hope you like my present, Orochimaru. I paid a lot of chakra for it." I took this chance and grabbed Naruto, who was unconscious and hanging on a branch nearby, and jumped over to Sakura and a screaming Sasuke. I picked up Sasuke as well before turning to Sakura and said, "Follow me." "Min." She nodded. We quickly disappeared soon after. Orochimaru freed himself from the mud soon after I disappeared using the Flying Thunder God technique. He looked around only to find his 2 large snakes, but with me nowhere in sight. Hee. How interesting. Orochimaru felt something amiss when suddenly the 2 snakes by his side started swelling in size. He instantly had a bad premonition and jumped back as far as he could. Not a moment later, both snakes exploded with a huge boom resounding through the forest, causing debris and snake matter to fly everywhere. The force of the blast pushed Orochimaru flying through the forest for a few tens of meters before he steadied himself. He stared at the spot where his 2 large snake summons were before. He put on a sinister smile and chuckled lightly. Hee, how interesting. The Shadow Clone Explosion Jutsu. And 2 at that. To think a kid would set up a trap like this for me. What an interesting egg. He licked his lips before silently disappearing. Chapter 16, Sound Ninja. Swish. Dash. Fwish. Thud. Huff, 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 huff. I continued to pant heavily as blood trickled down my mouth. I slowly laid down both Naruto and Sasuke on the ground in a secluded part of the forest that I spotted. Sakura landed next to me as she went straight to Sasuke. At this point he had already lost consciousness. I slowly sat down on the ground, leaning my back against a tree as I clutched at my heart. Damn. Orochimaru and his summoned snakes sure pack a punch. Just as Sakura was about to say something to me, I stuck my hand out to stop her and said, "Wait. Let me catch my breath first." I then sat in the lotus position and straightened my back. I closed my eyes through my blindfold and focused on the taijutsu breathing technique I developed a few months ago but never had the chance to teach Kimimaro. Taijutsu 9 Dragons Breathing Technique. I then circulated the first breathing method. The surrounding energy in the air suddenly coalesced and flowed into my airway as it was slowly assimilated into my chakra pathway system and forced outwards into my body's cells, reinvigorating them. I then let out one long and deep breath which had a tint of the color purple. Min. This technique would be good for Kimimaro and Haku to learn. I have Hashirama's cells in me, so even though I'm injured I'll be fully healed in a day or 2. This technique can speed up that process even more, but I can only use it once a week and I can only perform the first breath right now. It's still incomplete, but at least I can catch my breath now. And I still need to build up my chakra reserves again. I slowly meditated on the fight I had against Orochimaru. I definitely lost that fight. He either held back in that fight or couldn't use his true strength due to the limitations of his current host body. Then again, I also didn't use my true strength either. I refrained from using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, the wood-style Yamato-sensei has taught me, and my Manjikyu Sharingan. For now only Haku, Kimimaro, and Yamato-sensei knows I can use wood style, and he promised not to tell anyone except for Lord Third. No one else knows I can use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and activate the Manjikyu Sharingan except for Haku and Kimimaro. I don't want to reveal any of these 3 abilities of mine if I don't have to yet, especially the Manjikyu and wood style, or I'd definitely be living a more strenuous life than I currently am. If I factor in these variables, then I guess I didn't lose that badly, I smirked. But, in terms of pure chakra output, taijutsu prowess, or physical strength, I'm still outmatched by Orochimaru. I'll have to continue pushing my limits to increase my chakra output, and after my battle with Orochimaru I have a good idea where my strength lies on the power spectrum. I then turned towards Sakura and said, "Okay, I'm done with my meditation. Go ahead, you had something you wanted to say?" Sakura stared at me for a moment, confused at what I just did to breathe out purple steam, but she snapped back to reality a moment later and said, "Thank you, Izaya-kun. You saved us and even got hurt while doing so. I'm worried about Sasuke and Naruto. Are they going to be alright? And what did that person do to Sasuke? What is this mark?" Huh. I let out a drawn-out sigh. That person said his name was Orochimaru. From what I read in the history books, Orochimaru is known as one of the 3 legendary Sannin. He was originally a disciple of Lord Third Hokage before he defected and became a S-rank missing ninja. Eh? What? Why would someone like that be here? What does he want with Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked bewilderedly. Calm down. I'll try to answer you with what I know. The best thing you can do for both Naruto and Sasuke right now is not panic, as you are their teammate. I might not be around next time. That means they have to rely on you. You need to be someone they can rely on. That means you need strength. You need to become stronger so you don't drag down your teammates. Sakura had a downcast look and said, I was useless. I know I can't do much for either Naruto or Sasuke. I even mock Naruto all the time, but the truth is Naruto is strong. I couldn't do anything for them when they needed it. Well, at least you realize that. I said. Sniff. Sniff. Eh? Oi oi. Don't cry. Please? I said, a little flustered. Boo, but it's true. If you didn't come in time, we could have died. And I would have died being unable to do anything, she said as she wept. I sighed again. Wipe away those tears. If you break down now, what happens to Naruto and Sasuke? I can't just stay here forever. I need to return to my teammates too. I'll tell you my honest thoughts. Since you don't want to see yourself as a burden to your teammates, you should try learning medical ninjutsu. That way, when your teammates get hurt, they can rely on you to heal them. Also, you need to at least learn some basic fighting skills. Here's a life lesson for you. It's okay to be weak. But it is not okay to remain weak. Sniff. Min. Sakura nodded, wiping away her tears. Phew. She stopped crying. I mentally sighed in relief. Okay. To answer your previous questions. When I fought that guy, he said stuff about wanting a body, and he also tried to give me a mark. That mark is called a curse mark seal or curse seal mark, however you wish to call it. I'm pretty good with sealing techniques, so I do have some sense and understanding of this thing on Sasuke's neck. I can feel it slowly trying to draw out his chakra and replace it with some of Orochimaru's. Since it can draw out Sasuke's chakra, it can grant him more power when he attempts to gather more strength, even when he normally shouldn't have strength left to draw on. When that happens, more of Orochimaru's chakra that is infused with the mark will exert more of its influence on Sasuke's body in an attempt to prepare it, in a sense, for Orochimaru's possession of it. That is why it is known as a curse mark. Anyways, basically Sasuke is in a life or death situation right now. What? Sakura exclaimed. I put my hands up and said, calm down. Let me finish. He is unconscious right now, but he is actually having an internal battle within. Should his body successfully survive the influence of this mark, then he will live. If he loses the battle, well, you can imagine what will happen. But you should know as well as I that Sasuke is pretty tough, so he won't die from something like this. Have a bit more faith in your teammates. As for Naruto, he'll wake up in due time. Just let him rest. I'll stick around for tonight so you can get some rest. I'll keep watch. No more questions for today. Sakura took a deep breath, trying to take everything in before she fell asleep by Sasuke's side. I merely shook my head and sat in the lotus position, monitoring the situation outside with my senses. I took a glance at Sasuke as I gathered my thoughts. I wonder if I should attempt to place a seal over Sasuke's mark. I don't have the tools or time to set up a proper sealing formation that would be really effective right now. The best I could do right now would be to place a temporary sealing technique over the mark, but I'm not sure how effective it'd be, and in the worst case it might agitate his mark instead. It might also interfere with his internal battle right now, so I can only wait until he wakes up. Ugh, but when he woke up, I remember the mark started to spread right away. Whatever, I'll play it by ear. Nighttime came and went as morning soon rolled around the corner. Heh! I inwardly smirked as I sensed the 3-sound village genin hiding in the bushes close by. In my past life I remember that Sakura had a tough time dealing with these 3. Well, those 3 have no chance of succeeding in their plot while I'm around. Soon after, Sakura was startled awake by a nightmare. Ah! She screamed. Huff. 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 She turned to look down at her side and saw Sasuke and Naruto still unconscious. She let out a sigh of relief. It was just a nightmare, she said. Are you all right? I said with my back turned to her as I continued sitting in the lotus position, keeping an eye on the 3-sound ninja in the bushes. Izaya-kun? She spoke in a surprised tone before recalling everything that happened recently. Phew. She inwardly sighed in relief. I'm glad I'm not alone, she thought. Geez. How long are these 3-sound ninja gonna play hide and seek? I mused in annoyance. I'm pretty sure we ended up in a different place in this life than from my knowledge of my previous life, but they still ended up finding us. Persistent roaches. I let out a sigh. Sakura noted my mood as she attended to Naruto and Sasuke and said, Are you alright, Izaya-kun? I nodded my head. Sakura. Yes? She responded. There are a few roaches in the vicinity, so defend Sasuke and Naruto will. Of course I'll help out with what I can, but you should prepare for unexpected events. She was suddenly alarmed before steeling her nerves. She took out a kunai and stood in front of Sasuke and Naruto's unconscious form before saying, Amen. I won't be a burden to them any longer. I'll put my life on the line. I nodded at her newfound resolve and stood up. You can come out. You've been hiding in that bush all morning. How long do you 3 plan on playing hide and seek? I said mockingly. He knew we were here all along? Said the one in a fur coat. TCH. He's that blind guy that knew of your technique in the first exam. Said the one with spiky hair. It can't be helped now that we've been discovered. Said the only female in their group. All 3 of them walked out from the bushes, which startled Sakura. She stared with amazement at Izaya's back as she thought to herself, incredible, he was able to detect them since the beginning. Oi. You're that blind kid from the first exam, huh? I'm surprised you made it this far. What happened to your teammates? They die or something? Said the spiky-haired one in a condescending tone. I simply smirked and said, no worries. They went to grab a scroll. We're taking the exam at our leisure. Scum like you 3 aren't worth putting in our eyes. TCH, cocky brat. What's your name? The sole female asked. When asking for someone's name, it's customary to give yours first. I replied. Ha. Very well. We should tell your names so you know who sent you to your death. I am Dosu. Kinyuta Dosu. Said the one in a fur coat. I'm Zaku. Abumi Zaku. The spiky-haired one said. Tsuchi-kin. The sole female said. I nodded my head, Amen. I'm Izaya. Karasuma Izaya. HN. A stubborn kid who wants to die in the end. Zaku, I'll leave Sasuke to you. Take him alive when you have the chance. I'll kill the rest. Dosu said. Great. I spent all of my chakra in that fight with Orochimaru, and I used what little chakra I recovered overnight to help speed up my physical recovery, so I can only rely on my taijutsu skills. Luckily these 3-sound genin brats are little chicks before me. As Dosu rushed towards me, I said in a calm and relaxed tone, Sakura. Watch closely. Focus on our fight. Don't let a single thing escape your grasp. If you can take away even one thing and add it to your arsenal, then that would be a gain. She stared intently with a serious face and nodded her head. Just as Dosu was getting close, we all heard a shout, "Leaf whirlwind!" Bam! At that instant, Dosu was sent flying backwards as dust and debris kicked up into the air. Sakura and I had a dumbfounded look on our faces as we both said at the same time, "EHHHHHHH." Ugh! Dosu grunted. Standing before Sakura and I was Rock Lee. Lee? Sakura said, shocked. HN. I told you before, didn't I? That I would risk my life protecting you. Lee said with his back turned in a cool, confident demeanor. Ah. That did happen, didn't it? Sakura and I had the same thought, however we remembered it differently. She thought back to when they met in the hallway while I remembered it due to my past life's knowledge. She then replied, thank you. Lee inwardly rejoiced while I facepalmed. It was at that moment Lee also noticed my presence and had a confused look on his face. Who are you? Haha, my name is Karasuma Izaya. I belong to Team 11 under Yamato-sensei. I awkwardly replied. Oh! Yes, I remember you now. My apologies that our first time meeting is under such circumstances, however, I have a duty to protect the lady. He then got into a battle stance while I just rubbed the back of my neck. Well, I went and acted all cool in an attempt to get Sakura to learn some fighting techniques, but it was foiled by none other than Lee. Plans truly never go as you want them to, I inwardly lamented. I simply stood back and said, well then, would you like me to help? I asked Lee. He carefully glanced over Dosu, Zaku, and Kin before refocusing his attention on Dosu. I will handle this one in the middle. Please protect Sakura-chan in the meantime, he said. I simply shrugged as I thought about the knowledge from my past life. Originally this scene happened as well from what I know. Lee fought Dosu, but Dosu was saved by Zaku, and Lee was incapacitated due to Dosu's special arm technique that disrupted his sense of motion. As I watched Lee battle Dosu, the scene played out exactly as I remembered it. I sighed to myself. I guess some things don't change even if I intervene. Then again, if I always intervene they won't gain any experience. I went to help Team 7, but Sasuke still got marked by the cursed seal. I brought Team 7 to a different spot, but we were still discovered by the Sound Genin and surprisingly Lee. Lee still ended up fighting Dosu and lost the strength to fight. Perhaps this is fate. Just as Lee attempted to block Dosu's right fist, the metal arm on Dosu's hand began to emit a high-pitched piercing noise and was redirected towards Lee's ear. Lee noticed the incoming attack but couldn't avoid it, so he gritted his teeth preparing to take the strike head-on. Well, he fought Dosu and lost. This should be enough experience for him, no need to let him get knocked out, I thought. Before the strike could hit him I dashed forward with incredible speed and said, Taijutsu Wushu style southern movement vicious viper. My hand lit up in a green color, striking forth like a viper and weighting that pushed against Dosu's metallic arm and knocking him back more than 5 meters away, effectively canceling out his technique. Huff, huff, huff. Lee panted as he knelt on the ground. He turned to look at me in shock. I stood there by his side without turning to face him and said, your taijutsu skills are great, however, you let your guard down against his technique. You weren't cautious enough. You already knew he had a special technique on his right arm, yet you still tried to physically guard against it. What you should have done was use your superior speed and agility to stick to his left side at all times. With your capabilities you should have been able to do this easily. It seems you're still too inexperienced. Ah. Lee let out a surprised expression. This guy, he's strong. Lee mentally thought to himself. HM? I turned my head to the left. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, huh? I mentally noted as I sensed their presence. I then turned my head upwards to the shadow of the treetops as I sensed Niji and Tintin. Them too, huh? Well, makes sense, Lee is their teammate, but it's funny how fate works sometimes. No matter how many small details change, some things stay the same. In my past lives knowledge Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji fought these sound bastards before Niji and Tenten arrived as well. Everyone arrived earlier than before, so I have some time left to deal with these three. Eh? Did he just turn his head this way? Ino said. TCH, was Izaya always this abnormal? Even if he's a sensory type, how did he know we were here when faced with the current situation they're in? Shikamaru whispered. At the same time Niji was also surprised and said, Tenten. Do you know who that guy is? He noticed our presence even though we concealed ourselves. No idea. I remember seeing him at the first exam with the other Jinin rookies, but I'm not sure what his name is. Tenten replied. At this moment I walked forward and stood in front of Lee. Sakura, like I said before. Watch closely as I deal with these three. If you can take away even one thing from this fight, then you would have taken one step forward onto the path of the strong. As for you, Lee, allow me to show you how you should have fought. Min. Sakura and Lee nodded. TSK. You brat. Let's see what you've got. Dosu yelled as he charged forward. He stepped forward and punched with his right hand, but I ducked and spun to his left with a low leg sweep. What? Dosu shouted as he was knocked off his feet and tumbled to the ground. As he stood back up to prepare his next attack, he lost sight of me only to find me next to his left arm a moment later. He widened his eyes in surprise, but couldn't react in time when I kicked his stomach and sent him flying through the air. He rolled around on the ground a few times before coming to a stop as he struggled to stand back up. And that is how you should have fought him, I said with indifference. Ah! I'll kill you, Dosu yelled. I shook my head at his idiocy and said, and this is how I will fight him. As Dosu rushed forward, I did the exact same. As he moved to the left, I too moved to the left like a perfect mirror image. Something seems off, Dosu mentally thought. As he prepared to kick, I threw my kick, first hitting him in the chin and knocked him back. He grunted. Frustrated, he dashed straight at me. As I dashed at him, perfectly mirroring his moves, he stepped forward and punched with his right arm as I did the same. Before his fists barely moved, I said, Taijutsu Wushu style Southern movement, Vicious Viper. Once again my hand lit up with a green glow and struck faster than Dosu could see. My palm made contact with his shoulder, thrusting him through the air and crashing into a large tree trunk. Guh! He let out a cry as tears welled up in his eyes and blood spilled out of his mouth. I am possible, Zaku and Kin exclaimed as they watched their teammate getting thrashed around. They glared at me viciously. I shrugged my shoulders and said, don't give me such eyes. If you have the ability, then come at me, I said with confidence. Lee widened his eyes in amazement and asked, what was that technique? It's my own unique taijutsu. I call it the Wushu style. The first technique I used is called Wushu style Southern movement Dancing Dragon. It works by syncing the flow of your breathing with your opponent, matching your every movement with theirs. Once you're fully synced, then you become like a perfect mirror image of them. Since it is an advanced taijutsu movement, you use your superior physique to outclass their own movements when you find an opening and flaw in their pattern. This way you know how to time your dodging or perform your counter. Notice how I instantly struck out first when I noticed him begin to attack. That's because I synced my movement with his, allowing me to strike first at the opportune moment, not giving him a chance at all. Damn you! Dosu said as he attempted to get up, however he instantly became panicked when he realized that he couldn't move his left arm. He looked down to inspect. Impossible, he thought. He completely disabled my left arm. At that moment both Zaku and Kin could no longer hold back and rushed at me. Kin threw 6 Senbon needles at me while Zaku stuck out his palms, which had metal holes in them, and said, extreme decapitating airwaves. Powerful blasts of air blew out towards me, which also rapidly increased the speed at which the Senbon needles flew at me as well. I let out an outward sigh. If I dodge, then their attacks will hit Lee, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto. I don't have the chakra to spend on ninjutsu, so I can only use taijutsu. Kimimaro, I know I told you not to use these due to your health, but that doesn't mean I can't, I mentally thought to myself. I took one step forward with my left foot and stabilized my stance lower to the ground. I took one deep breath and pulled back my right fist before saying, Taijutsu Wushu style 8 extreme fists. 8th fist of moving! At that moment my entire right arm and fist seemed to glow with a golden color as I stepped out with my right foot and punched forth with my right fist. I exhaled all the air I took in and let out a loud HA. To everyone in the vicinity it seemed like my fist was moving at the speed of a snail. However, the truth was that time had nearly stopped for everyone. It was as if all sound in the world disappeared. Complete silence. It was because at their current level of strength this fist strike was too fast for their eyes to follow and brain to process. I made a full-on striking motion with my fist before it seemed like the world started spinning again and sound returned to everyone's lives, but the only thing everyone saw was a gigantic flash of golden light and a noise that sounded like thunder. Bang! A ringing noise buzzed in everyone's ear who was in the vicinity for a good 3 seconds before it went away. Huff, 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 I panted as I clutched onto my right arm as blood dripped down from it. Everyone could only stand there in silence. The entire 100-meter area in front of them was torn to smithereens as if a natural disaster blew past. The 3-sound ninja had been blown away far and deep into the forest, undoubtedly dead. The only thing left that was a sign they were here was the earth scroll they dropped when they were blown away. TSK. I clicked my tongue, shattered the bones, and tore my muscles in my right arm. Even with my body's special physique, it'll take about 2 weeks to fully heal on its own. A week if a skilled healer helps. Too bad I don't have bones of steel like Kimimaro. At that moment I picked up the earth scroll they dropped and threw it by Sakura's feet. Before I could say anything else I noticed all of their jaws drop down with shocked expressions on their faces. I simply tilted my head a little and said, "Eh? Do I have something on my face?" Chapter 17, Sasuke Uchiha. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji just sat there in the bush, jaws dropped and eyes wide. Shikamaru was the first to recover from his shock and said in a nervous tone, "Oi. Ino. Choji. We will never piss this guy off. Absolutely. Never. Ever. Got that?" Ino and Choji nodded their heads in agreement as fast as they could. Amen. Up in the treetops Tintin was completely covered in cold sweat while Niji had an incredibly complicated look on his face. She swallowed her saliva before saying with a nervous tone, "Hey. Niji. If you had to fight him, how would you do it?" He furrowed his brow without answering for a good minute before saying, "If by fight you mean spar, then I would gladly fight with him anytime, anywhere. If you mean fight to the death like the one we just witnessed, then with my current strength, I don't even want to entertain the idea. No matter what I thought of him before, I never imagined him as a taijutsu type. In fact, even now I don't see him as a taijutsu type shinobi. However, watching him fight against those 3 ninja almost felt like I was watching Gai Sensei in action himself." Min. I agree. What the hell was with that last move he just used? It felt so similar to Gai Sensei's special 8 inner gates technique. Tintin commented. Min. You're right. If my guess is correct, then they are similar techniques. He did say that the name of that technique was the 8 extreme fists taijutsu skill. When I used my Byakugan earlier to observe his technique, I noticed that his 8 extreme fists is somewhat similar to Gai Sensei's 8 inner gates. Although I've seen it with my Byakugan, I still don't really know how he accomplished such power. To explain what I did see, I'll need to first talk about our bodies. In our bodies there are 8 major gates with many meridians spread throughout. Our meridians create a channel for our chakra to flow through our body. Think of those channels as rivers and the 8 gates as dams. The gates hold a large reservoir of chakra like a dam holds water. The channels let chakra flow into our body at a steady and constant pace like a river lets water flow in a natural stream. Rivers are not bottomless, nor are they infinitely wide. The same goes for our meridian channels. Our channels are not infinitely deep, nor are they infinitely wide. What happens when you flood a river with too much water? It starts rising and eventually floods the land. What if you flood your meridian channels with too much chakra? The chakra flows out of the meridians into your cells, tissues, bones, and muscles. It grants the user exponential strength and power, allowing them to move beyond the limits of normal beings. That's what happens when you unleash the gates. For a limited time you gain more power with the more gates you open, the drawback being the more burden you put on your body. His 8 extreme fists did the opposite. Instead of fully opening the gate, he closed it off completely. What? Then how did that help increase his power? Tintin asked. I'm not too sure. I only know that he closed the 8th gate completely. The 8th gate is one that surrounds our hearts. If you open that gate, you put too much burden on the heart with the excess energy that flows into it, and therefore you would undoubtedly die. He, however, closed that gate instead. When you close the gate, it isn't as dangerous. The reason is because there is already energy stored there, and your heart can deal with the normal amount of energy in that gate. It's only a problem if you keep the gate closed for too long, since the energy will either eventually dissipate or it'll over-agitate the area, since there's nowhere else the energy can flow. Before I could observe more of the technique, I had to turn off my Byakugan, since the golden light released from his technique hurt even my eyes. One thing is for certain though, that technique incurs harm and risk to the body, just like Gai-sensei's 8 inner gates. The bones in his entire right arm are completely shattered. Niji said. What? Why would he even use that technique then? He could have just dodged those sound ninjas' attacks. Tintin replied in confusion. Oi! If he moved, Lee, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto would have been hit and could have died. He risked shattering his entire right arm for our teammate down there, you know. Niji lectured. I know. I'm just saying, since I don't know what kind of relationship he has with those 4. Tintin replied. Well, he must have known the consequences of using such a technique. Besides, it doesn't seem like it's the end for him. With my Byakugan, I can tell that his body is already starting the process of healing his right arm. Already? What is he, a monster or something? Tintin remarked. Niji smirked. I agree, he's definitely a monster amongst the genin candidates, if not the most monstrous of us all. However, what shinobi aspiring to become strong doesn't have their own secrets and special abilities. That taijutsu skill he used must have been one of his trump cards, and his body's regeneration speed is probably another hidden secret of his. I'm willing to bet he has even more skills hidden up his sleeves. Huff, 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 I continued to pant as I attempted to catch my breath. Oi, how long are you guys gonna stay hiding in the shadows? I said. After I said that, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Niji, and Tintin all made their way over. Sakura finally picked up the earth scroll and said in a worried tone, Izaya-kun, are you alright? Niji said in an indifferent tone, his right arm is completely shattered. Everyone else said in alarm. Niji then turned towards me and said, I'm honestly impressed that you didn't pass out. The amount of pain should be unbearable. I merely smirked. Just at that moment, Sasuke woke up with large amounts of sinister and dark, powerful chakra flowing out of him. Ha. He laughed as the cursed mark started to spread over his entire body. Shit! The curse mark is influencing his mind. I cursed out loud. I can't believe I forgot to monitor his situation. I mentally scolded myself. Sasuke-kun? Sakura said in joy before stopping herself when she noticed the strange behavior he was exhibiting. What the heck is going on? Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji exclaimed in unison. Niji was also shocked and said, such power. Is this the strength of the Uchiha? Damn. The mark is influencing its own will on Sasuke. He's gonna go crazy lusting for blood and battle. In the past, Sakura managed to stop him, but after I influenced so many events already, I can't leave it to chance. Everyone! Stay away from Sasuke. I'll deal with it. I finished yelling right as Sasuke looked at me with his Sharingan and body completely covered in the curse mark pattern. He dashed and appeared right before me as he kicked straight at my chin with his left leg. I did a backflip to avoid his strike as he gave chase and raised his right foot to kick me. I quickly countered by raising my own right foot and blocked his foot, then I stepped down on top of his feet, forcing it down in place on the ground. He struck out with his right fist, but I used my left elbow to block it, and then I quickly transitioned my elbow block into a palm strike that grabbed his right wrist and pulled him off his center of balance. I used that chance to expertly pull back my left hand and thrust out my left palm, striking Sasuke in the chest and forcing him to fly through the air. I coughed a few times as I spit out blood from all the physical movement after just sustaining internal injuries from earlier. Sasuke rolled his body a few times in the air and did a backflip to help reduce his speed before landing on his feet back on the ground. He gave me a sinister glare and began to gather chakra to his hands and mouth. "Shit!" I exclaimed in my head. "It's just one fight onto the next and I barely have any chakra left. Forget it, I'll have to use my Flying Thunder God technique at some point sooner or later, and it's the least flashy of the others. Plus, it's the only technique that can help me salvage this situation I'm in with the pitiful amount of chakra I have left." Sasuke weaved the hand signs of rat, tiger, dog, ox, hare, tiger, and said, "Fire-style Phoenix Fire Jutsu." At the same time that Sasuke finished weaving his hand signs, I jumped back and threw my Flying Thunder God kunai. I then used my left hand and smeared the blood flowing down my right arm onto it. I hope this temporary seal works. I mentally crossed my fingers. I performed the hand signs of hare, snake, horse, ram, bird, dog, and rat with my one bloody hand and said, "Sealing Jutsu Minor Evil Suppression Seal." The blood on my left hand lit up in a light green color, and just as the balls of fire arrived in front of me, my special kunai flew past Sasuke's side. I immediately activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and instantly arrived behind Sasuke, catching my special kunai between my teeth. Before anyone could react, I placed my glowing left palm over the top of the cursed seal mark on Sasuke's shoulder. A loud zing sound was heard before all the green-colored light on my palm flowed into the curse mark. Within the next 5 seconds, the marks that spread across Sasuke's entire body flowed back into the seal on his shoulder, with a new ring of fire pattern around it acting as a temporary lock on the curse mark. As soon as I finished placing down the seal, I felt my vision go dark as I lost consciousness. Everything happened so fast that no one even had time to react. Neji and Lee wanted to step in and help when they noticed the balls of fire closing in on Izaya, but before they even had the chance, they saw Izaya appear behind Sasuke like a ghost, and soon after that it was all over. What just happened?" Ino said as she stared bewilderedly. Even Neji and Lee didn't know how to react. They just stood there for a moment trying to process what they saw. In fact, they weren't even sure if what they saw was even right in the first place. "Did Izaya-kun use Genjutsu just now?" Lee asked. Neji finally snapped out of his stupor and closed his eyes for a moment before saying, "I don't know. That doesn't matter right now anyways. His injuries need to be attended to." Everyone then walked over to where Izaya's body lay on the ground, his chest rising and falling a bit quicker than normal. "Byakugan." Neji took a look at Izaya's condition for a moment before deactivating his dojutsu. "How is he?" Sakura asked. "He's exhausted his chakra and has sustained internal injuries. His right arm is completely shattered. I don't know what sort of technique he practices, but his body seems to be repairing itself at a rapid pace. It seems he might have a slight fever due to his overexhaustion of his mental and physical energies. He'll probably recover after some rest. His circumstance is too unique for me to make any kind of proper diagnosis or prognosis," Neji said with a sigh. "He was able to fight Sasuke and defeat him even in the state that he was in? And how did he move so quickly? Just how strong is this guy? What is his true strength?" Neji mentally questioned. "Ugh." Sasuke groaned. He woke back up at this moment. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura shouted as she slowly helped him sit up. Sasuke clutched his head as he felt a pounding headache. "What happened?" He turned to look around and saw Izaya unconscious on the ground. He widened his eyes as the memory of him feeling tremendous power flowing through his body and also extreme rage and bloodlust. He recalled the scene of him attacking Izaya and trying to kill him before Izaya touched his shoulder, causing him to feel a cool and soothing feeling flow through him, erasing his anger and rage. He placed his hand over the place where the cursed mark was and looked. There were 3 black tomo patterns with a ring of flame patterns surrounding it. "Did Izaya stop me?" Sasuke softly asked. "Min." Sakura nodded with tears in her eyes. She gave Sasuke a hug and started to cry while also telling him what happened while he was unconscious. A few hours later and everyone had settled their business. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji left after making sure everyone was okay. Naruto had already regained consciousness and was informed of the situation. And Neji, Tenten, and Lee had left after confirming that Izaya was recovering with his fever going away. Splash! Oi! Naruto, be careful. You almost got Izaya wet. Sakura reprimanded. Ah. Oops. Nay, was he really the one who saved us from that Oro? What was his name again? Naruto asked. Hia. Sakura let out a long sigh. For the last time, yes. And his name was Orochimaru. Anyways, we owe him a debt, so stop fooling around already. Sasuke just continued grilling the fish that they caught by the river as he continued to ponder silently to himself. Ugh. I groaned as I finally woke up. Izaya-kun? Sakura and Naruto walked over. Sasuke also looked over from where he was seated. I said in confusion as I looked around. Sakura? Naruto? Sasuke? Where are we? How long have I been out? I rubbed my pounding head. Slow down, Izaya-kun. You still need some rest. Sakura said. How long have I been out? This is important. I asked again. 2 days. Sasuke said. Ah. I quickly got up. Are you sure? It's been 2 days? I asked hurriedly. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto looked at me bewildered. Yeah, it's been 2 days, Databeo. Naruto said. Crap! I cursed. I appreciate you guys looking after me, but I really need to leave. If I've been out for 2 days, that means I've been gone from my teammates for 3 days. Gotta go before they do something stupid. See you guys later. Oh, and I'm glad you're all doing alright now. I said quickly as I jumped back through the forest away from their sight before activating my Flying Thunder God Jutsu. What was that about, Databeo? Naruto said in confusion. We didn't get to properly thank him either. Sakura mumbled. Sasuke just stared at the forest where Izaya had disappeared into before saying, Oi. We'll have a chance to thank him later. First, we need to focus on the most pressing problem for our team. That Orochimaru guy destroyed our Heaven Scroll. Izaya gave us the Earth Scroll from those sound ninja bastards. That means we still need to find a Heaven Scroll, and we only have less than 2 days left. Deep in the forest sat 2 young shinobi on a large tree branch. One was staring off into the distance while the other was fiddling with a senbon needle. Maro. Today's the 3rd day. What if Big Brother doesn't? Haku teared up as he couldn't and didn't want to finish his sentence. Kimimaro only clenched his fist and said, Izaya said that he will be back in 3 days. If he doesn't return by the end of today, I'll go kill Orochimaru myself. I don't care if he's one of the so-called legendary Sannin. I'll bring him to the grave with me. Before they could say anything else, they heard a familiar-sounding voice. Is your brother here that easy to get rid of? Both Kimimaro and Haku turned to see me walk out from the large treetop's shadow behind Haku. Chapter 18, Preliminary Rounds. Be Big Brother. Haku ran and squeezed me in a tight hug. Kimimaro also surprisingly gave me a hug as well, although it was a bit of an awkward hug. Ugh! I groaned as they pressed against my arm splint. Hearing my cry of pain, both Haku and Kimimaro stepped back and took a good look at me. Ripped cloak, torn pants, disheveled hair, bloodstains, and a right arm splint. Ah! Haku exclaimed in shock. What happened? Did Orochimaru do this to you? That's it, I'm really going to go kill him right now. I quickly stepped forward and grabbed Haku by the shoulder, holding him in place. Oi oi. At least let me explain first. I lightly chuckled. Kimimaro just narrowed his eyes with his arms crossed as he waited for me to explain. Fine. Haku conceded. Ahem. First off, Orochimaru did not do this to me. By the time I got to Team 7 they had already fought. Orochimaru had injured Team 7 and left a special cursed seal mark on Sasuke. I fought with Orochimaru and lured him away from Team 7. That guy was a really tough nut to crack. I lamented as I recalled our battle. I let out a long sigh before continuing. Anyways, after luring him away and recognizing that I was outmatched, I tricked him and successfully escaped. Don't worry, I only incurred some minor physical and internal wounds from my battle with him. The worst part of my battle with him was the large amount of chakra I was forced to expend. Once I escaped, I brought Team 7 away to a safer location. Unfortunately, we were discovered by those sound ninja guys from the first exam. With not enough chakra to spend, I could only utilize taijutsu. I ended up having to use the 8 extreme fists technique, which is why my arm is currently how it is. So really most of the damage you see is self-inflicted. Both Kimimaro and Haku exclaimed in shock. But that technique is not yet complete. And your body isn't tempered enough yet to withstand the burden of that overbearing skill. Kimimaro yelled out. I put my left hand up guiltily and said, I know. I even told you not to use it. I've only formulated the 8th fist and the 7th fist for now, and even then it isn't perfect yet, which is why my arm ended up as it did. But don't worry, I know their power and I know my limits. Even though my bones shattered from using it, I suppose Orochimaru does deserve some credit for the attention and care he put in my body. My body is healing rather quickly. After about 2 weeks my right arm will be good as new. Haku merely massaged his eyes in frustration, clearly unhappy with the scene of events. Anyways, after that dash I started when Haku cut in and said, There's more? Weren't you only supposed to fight Orochimaru? Why did you end up having to fight those sound ninja guys and now you're telling us there's more? I knew we shouldn't have separated. Haha. I laughed embarrassingly. Ugh. This separation was supposed to help them get used to developing their own path and not rely on me. In the end it seems like it might have had the opposite effect, I inwardly lamented. Alright. I concede this time. Just know that what I said before we separated holds true. Some paths we must walk on our own. I know you hate looking at my disheveled and beaten up appearance, and I would also be frustrated if I saw the both of you in the same state, but I would also respect your wishes and help you along your path. Understand? Even though I look beaten up, I'm still alive and well. Now after this experience I have gained a lot of insight from it and have taken another step towards my own ninja way. I want you both to be able to develop your own ninja way too, okay? I said with a soft expression and smile. Sigh. Okay. I understand, big brother. I'm just glad you're here now. Haku said in defeat. Kimimaro remained silent for a moment before saying, Very well. I shall accept your wish. However, that doesn't lessen my rage or intent to kill Orochimaru. Me too. Haku chimed in. I gave a light laugh and nodded. Okay. I understand both of your resolves. Let's just forget about that slippery snake for now. Who knows, he may end up being useful later. Oh right, did you guys obtain another scroll yet? Heh. Of course, big brother, we got it a long time ago. Haku replied as he took out a man scroll and an earth scroll to show me. Then let's head to the central tower and finish up this exam. I said. Okay. Kimimaro and Haku nodded in agreement. After we made it to the central tower and opened the 2 scrolls, a Chunin instructor popped out to congratulate us on our successful pass. We ended up waiting with the other participants who already passed for the next 2 days. To my surprise, Team 7 showed up the next day instead of on the last day. From my past knowledge, however, the same number of teams and participants were still the same. A total of 21 people making up 7 teams. In my past life, the sound ninja that I ended up killing had passed, but obviously since they're dead they didn't make it. Everyone else who passed essentially remained the same as I remembered in my past life. Those who ended up passing were Kabuto's team from the Hidden Leaf, Gaara's team from Sunagakure, Team 7, Team 8, Team 10, Team Guy, and us, Team 11. Once the time limit of the second exam was over, all passing teams were ordered to head to the arena building. As we all walked in, we stopped in front of the judging platform and awaited for further instructions. I looked around and noticed for the first time that pretty much only Leaf Ninja made it this far. Aside from Kabuto and his team, not really counting, albeit they still wore the leaf headband. Only Gaara and his team, who are from another village, made it this far. As we waited here, all the participants began looking around to check out the competition. Our Jonin instructors were also present, standing by on the judging platform. Yamato-sensei spotted us and waved happily until he saw my arm in a cast. His eyes immediately widened in shock as he tried to use sign language to communicate with us. I simply shook my head at sensei's foolishness. Actually, if he just lip-talked, then with my Sharingan I would be able to understand what he was saying, but of course he didn't know that I possessed the Sharingan. So he is here. Niji thought silently to himself as he glanced at Izaya. If he was so strong already, then how strong are his other teammates? Lee also glanced over at our direction as he recalled the battle that fateful day. I thought that I was the strongest taijutsu user in the entire competition, but after witnessing Izaya fight yesterday, I'm not so sure anymore. If Izaya is so strong already, how strong are his teammates? Sasuke also glanced over at Team 11 and specifically at Izaya. He then walked over and said, "Yo." Haku turned to look. "Hello." He replied kindly. "Not you. I was talking to Izaya," Sasuke said. I nodded my head at Sasuke, acknowledging his presence, and said, "How are you feeling?" He rotated his shoulder a few times before saying, "Better." He paused for a few seconds before saying, "Listen, I'm only going to say this once. I came over here to thank you for what you did. And to apologize for what I did that day. I wasn't completely myself. That's all." He then quickly turned away and walked off. Sakura and Naruto also came over to offer words of gratitude before returning to Sasuke's side. Big brother, what did Sasuke mean when he wanted to thank you and apologize?" Haku asked. "Oh, that's right, I never told you guys. Or rather, I was going to tell you guys, but you interrupted me, remember?" I said. "Oh, haha, sorry. Can you tell me now?" Haku replied. Later. When we have more time," I responded. It was then that Anko finally walked up and said, "Congratulations on passing the second exam, everyone. Lord Hokage will now explain why you are all gathered here." We all listened intently to Lord Third's speech as he rambled on about history and the true purpose of why nations host the Chunin exams jointly, etc., etc. Soon after, a Chunin appeared in front of everyone by the name of Heiei Gecko, who explained about a preliminary third exam. Of course I knew this from my past life, but many of the others were annoyed by this. As we waited for Heiei to finish the explanation for the preliminaries, I took a glance at my surroundings to see if I could spot Orochimaru. From my past life's knowledge, Orochimaru disguised himself as the Jonin instructor for the Sound Ninja Genin who made it to this round. However, I killed them in this life, so I searched to see if I could spot whatever form he took on now. Just as I was slowly sweeping through all the ninja instructors, proctors, and sentinels present, I sensed someone's eyes staring at me intently. Without moving my head, I peeked over with my eyes through my blindfold and saw that it was the Jonin in charge of Kabuto's team, who had a thoughtful look on his face. "Oh, Looks like he was forced to possess the body of the Jonin in charge of Kabuto's team in this life. Heh, he must be thinking about our fight in the forest, I mentally smirked. I then noticed his attention shift to Sasuke, however his reaction was one of confusion. And I knew why he was confused. With Sasuke being this close to Orochimaru, he could slightly influence the curse mark seal in an attempt to make it flare up. However, he probably never expected that someone would be able to place a temporary sealing technique on it. While my sealing technique wasn't a very powerful one, thankfully it was enough to prevent Orochimaru from indirectly affecting it from a certain distance. It was at this moment that the other Jonin and Lord Hokage looked intently at Sasuke. Lord Hokage, we should have Sasuke withdraw from the preliminaries and the rest of the exams. Then have him guarded by skilled Umbu. Anko said. I doubt he's going to just agree with an arrangement like that. Kakashi chimed in. Do you know how dangerous it is to have him participate? The curse mark draws on chakra and influences the mind. It can flare up when one tries to build up chakra or gets lost in an emotion of violence. Anko angrily argued. Hiruzen stared intently at Sasuke for a few minutes before letting out a surprised expression and said, "It appears someone has placed a sealing technique over the curse mark in order to suppress its influence." Both Kakashi and Anko said in surprise. While he was in the forest? Who could do that unless Orochimaru did it himself, which I doubt. Anko commented. Well, it isn't a very powerful sealing technique. It is enough to suppress any influence Orochimaru might want to make indirectly. It will also suppress the mark's influence on Sasuke for a bit. There is still a chance for the mark to flare up and break from its seal if he overexerts himself, otherwise the seal should last about another day before it is corroded by the mark. Among the genin gathered here, I can only think of one person who might have had the capabilities of this feat, Hiruzen said as he glanced at Izaya. Soon after, Kabuto raised his hand and said that he wanted to withdraw from the preliminaries, which prompted Lord Third to ask about his background. Just as I remembered it, I thought to myself. A ploy of Orochimaru's. Soon after, the preliminaries began. It would be one-on-one fights from here on out, and whoever loses gets eliminated without the chance of proceeding to the finals. Interestingly enough, the first match was Sasuke versus Yoroi, a team member of Kabuto's. I furrowed my brow. Just how much power does fate have, I silently thought. In my past life, Sasuke also fought Yoroi, and this was also the first match. Everyone began walking up to the balcony to observe the fight as Sasuke and Yoroi got ready for battle. As Kakashi made his way to the balcony, he stopped momentarily by Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, I know that someone placed a sealing technique over your mark to help keep it in check. However, it's dangerous if you overexert yourself. If the mark flares up, it could endanger your life. Try to finish the fight as soon as you can, and if you can help it, don't use the Sharingan." So you knew about the mark. I had the same thoughts. Sasuke smirked and then said with a serious face. Just as Kakashi was walking away, he said, "If it flares up, I'll end the fight." Tisk. Sasuke clicked his tongue. I was the last to leave the arena as I also walked by Sasuke and said, "Oi. I heard he's got a unique skill, don't let him touch you." I then walked off, leaving Sasuke in a daze before he snapped back to look at my retreating form. This guy. First he helped suppress the mark, and now he tells me info on my opponent. Does he want something from me, or is he just that nice? It was at this moment that everyone had finally cleared the field for Sasuke and Yoroi's fight. The proctor Hayate finally said, "Start." Chapter 19, Playing Instructor. Orochimaru watched intently in anticipation. He had specifically planted Yoroi in the Chunin exams so he could fight Sasuke. He wanted him to use his unique ability to absorb chakra and drain Sasuke of his chakra in an attempt to have Sasuke rely on the curse mark. Yoroi weaved some hand signs together before his palms lit up in blue. He slowly made his way over to Sasuke, who stared intently at Yoroi. Once Yoroi got within 10 feet, Sasuke pulled out his kunai and threw it at Yoroi's chest. Just as Yoroi jumped to the side to dodge, Sasuke used his superior speed and agility to move right underneath him and kicked upwards at Yoroi's chin. He was caught off guard and flew into the air after the kick connected. Sasuke mirrored Lee's taijutsu move from when they fought in the academy before the first exam. He used the shadow of the dancing leaf technique to appear behind Yoroi in the air before using his own original taijutsu move he called Lion Combo. That had ended the fight completely as Yoroi was instantly knocked unconscious from Sasuke's barrage of attacks. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes in disappointment and then in astonishment. At that moment he had finally taken note of the pattern around Sasuke's curse mark, which now had a pattern of a fire ring seal that locked the influence of the mark in place. He continued to contemplate what the heck happened and who had placed that seal there, but in the end he resumed his normal expression and disappeared from his spot. I nodded my head in acknowledgement. In my past life Sasuke struggled a bit against this Yoroi person, but this time he finished the fight quickly and flawlessly. Probably because I placed that seal on him and prevented it from flaring up during the fight. Also because in my past life they were the last team to pass the second exam, so they were exhausted in their fight. This time they finished early and had a day's rest before the start of the preliminaries. Kakashi took Sasuke to the back in seclusion as I had expected. He's probably going to place on the stronger version of the evil suppression seal, I silently thought to myself. I glanced over the room and didn't find Orochimaru, meaning he was going to pay Kakashi and Sasuke a visit like I remember. I had to seriously think about what I was going to do about the next set of events. How am I going to respond? How should I deal with it? I sighed to myself. I guess I'll leave Sasuke be. I can't keep treating him and others like they are my pawns on a chessboard. Sasuke is a person as well, and he'll also develop his own ninja way. He needs to grow stronger, but if I keep interfering then it's like I'll end up having to be his teacher. That's too much of a pain. If I remember correctly, in my past life even the filler episodes of the anime showed what would have happened if both Naruto and Sasuke's family survived. In the end, Sasuke still ended up going to find Orochimaru and Naruto ended up saving him. And the whole reason is because Sasuke seriously has an inferiority complex. I let out another sigh. Forget it, if Sasuke leaves the village later then I won't stop him, I'll let Naruto handle that. Those two share a powerful bond in a weird way, but a bond that'll somehow work itself out, I guess. Next match is Aburame Shino vs Karasuma Izaya. Hey, it said. Oh. It's me. Just before I left for the arena, Haku quickly said, Big brother, your right arm isn't healed yet, so be careful. I nodded in agreement. I then jumped down from the balcony to the arena. Up on the balcony, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji simply said, Poor Shino. Asuma looked at them confused and said, Oi? Why did you guys say that? The fight hasn't even started yet. Haha, Asuma-sensei, you haven't seen that guy fight before so you don't know, but if I were to be honest, I don't think any Genin candidate here right now can beat him. The only ones who might stand a chance are his own teammates, since I don't know how strong they are. Shikamaru replied. Asuma glanced at Izaya seriously. If Shikamaru is the one saying that, then there is definitely a reason for him to make such a statement, he thought. Oh! Yamato, it's one of your students that you always brag about. Is he going to be alright? He looks injured. Guy commented. Heh. Guy, you'll know soon enough. Yamato replied. Hey walked to the judging position and said, Start. Shino and I just stared at each other for a moment before he said, You look like you're injured. Are you sure you don't want to withdraw? When Niji, Tintin, and Lee heard Shino say that, they sighed internally and all thought the same thing, ignorance is bliss. On the other hand, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji started feeling incredibly worried about Shino's life. No need. I replied. Since Hayate-sensei said we can start, then let's get it over with. At that moment I flung my left hand out with a speed that Shino couldn't follow with his eyes. I grabbed and crushed a bug that was creeping up on my right side. Shino was instantly shocked at this development. He had secretly commanded one of his bugs to stick itself onto my body so he could prepare his next attack only for it to be found out and crushed in the next moment. Oh! Nice try. A secret attack and on my bad side at that. Not bad, not bad. I mused aloud. At that moment Shino became aware of the severity of the situation and commanded thousands of bugs to rush towards me. I jumped up and did a backflip in the air as I weaved the hand signs of snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger with one hand and said, Fire-style flame bullet jutsu. A large blast of flame and oil instantly burnt all the bugs to a crisp. Not a single one escaped due to my ability to sense their location. Before Shino could do anything else, I arrived behind him with a kunai pointed at his vital artery in his neck. Your move, I said with indifference. The battle ended anticlimactically as everyone had expected, however those who never seen me actually fight before were pleasantly surprised at my ninjutsu ability and one-hand weaving skills. As I made my way back up the balcony, Haku and Kimimaro congratulated me on my victory, to which I simply nodded. The rest of the battles came and went without much of a hitch, and Kakashi also returned. It turns out that Shikamaru was matched against Choji. The outcome was Shikamaru's victory. Another matchup that surprised me was Haku against Kimimaro, but to everyone's disappointment, except Team 11, Kimimaro forfeited the match right away and let Haku take the victory. I'm sorry, Maro. It doesn't seem fair that I won like that, Haku said apologetically. Kimimaro shook his head. No, it's okay. Remember, my health is not great, so it would be best if I just end my part in the competition here. Plus there's no need for the two of us to fight. I feel my condition is starting to worsen. I can always take the exam again when I am cured. I walked over and placed my good arm around Kimimaro's neck and said, That's right. I don't want Kimimaro and you to fight since there's no benefit in the preliminaries. And I'm also getting worried about your condition, Kimimaro. For now I think it's best for you to refrain from doing any taijutsu or ninjutsu. He nodded. Well, seems the results are out. The ones who advanced to the final and third exam are Sasuke, Kankuro, Temari, Shikamaru, Naruto, Neji, Gaara, Haku, and I. And the final part of the exam will be held a month from now, I commented. Lord Third soon announced the rules and the bracket of the tournament for the final part of the Chunin exam. Naruto vs Neji, Gaara vs Sasuke, Izaya vs Kankuro, Haku vs Temari, and whoever won that fight would fight Shikamaru. Alright, let's go. There's nothing else to do here, I said. Yamato-sensei walked over to us and said, My precious students, I'm so proud of you guys. Let's go get some barbecue meat at Yakiniku Q to celebrate. We all nodded and agreed. 2 weeks have passed since the end of the preliminaries and everyone has been training hard. I looked down at my right arm and slowly took off the cast, testing it out by moving and stretching it. Feels much better. Pretty much all healed up. Knock knock. Don't tell me it is who I think it is? I whispered aloud to myself. For the past 2 weeks I've barely had time to myself since Sakura and Lee kept coming over asking me to help them train in some techniques. I've also spent my time passing on the theories and techniques of the Taijutsu 9 Dragons breathing technique to Kimimaro and Haku. In order to help Kimimaro increase his chances of recovery if and when we're able to meet Tsunade, this is the only technique I allowed him to use to help him reinvigorate the cells in his body, albeit it can only be used once every week. Knock knock. I heard again. I sighed to myself and got up off my bed before walking over to the door and opening it. I stared unsurprised at the guests outside my door. Oh, Sakura, Lee, you both are here. Again. What can I do for you? They both quickly bowed and said, Please help me with my training again. I stopped myself from letting out a sigh so I would stop sounding like an old man. I simply looked at them for a moment and said, Sakura. Haku is in the room next door. I've taught you some basic taijutsu movements already to help you better defend yourself. I've also taught you some simple jinjutsu techniques. You only need to continue practicing those so you can build a stable foundation. If you try to take on too many tasks before you are prepared, it'll do the opposite of growing your strength. Stick to what you already learned, and if you really want, go see Haku next door. He can help you learn some medical ninjutsu. Min. She nodded her head obediently. I shook my head as she walked away. Honestly, what the heck is Kakashi-sensei doing? I mentally thought. Spending all his time only on Sasuke, he should at least say one or two things to Sakura and Naruto. I then turned my attention to Lee, who was still bowing. Now I let out a long sigh. Come in, I said as I walked back inside my room. Yes, Lee replied respectfully. He walked in and closed the door as he awaited further instructions. I mused to myself at his obedience and demeanor, since it reminded me of my past life when I was also undergoing strict training. I looked at his battered-up form and splintered leg thoughtfully before saying, Lee, I've decided I will teach you a technique to help reinvigorate your body's regenerative properties. Success will vary amongst individuals, but you are a taijutsu type, so maybe you'll be able to master it. I call it the Taijutsu 9 Dragons breathing technique. The principle of this technique is to slowly take in and absorb the surrounding energy into your body by assimilating it with your chakra. Because it is energy from the surrounding environment, it is much richer in many elements than your natural chakra in your body is used to. Once assimilated with your chakra, you direct the extra energy you took in and expel it into your surrounding cells, tissues, muscles, and bones, allowing them to fill up with life again. After they've been bathed in that energy, you pull that energy back into your chakra channels and force the impurities back out with every exhalation. Currently, I have only successfully developed the first breath of the 9 total breaths, so I can only teach you this. Do not under any circumstances try to attempt more than one breath, or I promise you, you will ruin your future. Also, you cannot use this technique more than once a week. Remember that. Your injuries are too serious for this technique to completely heal you, however it will increase your chances of a full recovery in the future. If you cannot swear on your life as a shinobi to adhere to the conditions I just spoke of, then leave this room and don't seek me out again for help. Lee stared at me as if he had seen hope once more as a tear fell from his eye. Sniff. He quickly wiped away his tears and said with great conviction, I swear on my pride and life as a shinobi that I will adhere to the rules you spoke of. I nodded my head and said, if you swear, then repeat the conditions I spoke of. He placed his only good hand over his heart and said, I swear on my pride and life as a shinobi that I will only use the first breath and never attempt the other breaths unless you, Izaya, give me permission. I also swear that I will only use this technique once a week and no sooner. Min, very well. Remember the words that you have spoken here today. I will now impart to you the first breath of the 9 Dragons breathing technique. I said. The days came and passed as everyone was immersed in their training and awaited for the finals to begin, until finally, the day of the final Chunin exams arrived. Chapter 20, Attack on the Leaf. As all the participants stood there at the center of the open stage, countless cheers from the crowd could be heard. In a line from left to right stood Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, Neji, Naruto, Shikamaru, Sasuke, Haku, and Izaya. I turned and gave a quick glance at Sasuke in surprise. In my past life he arrived incredibly late against his fight with Gaara, but this time he's actually here with the rest of us. I'm a little impressed. It seems the small details of fate are changing bit by bit. That also means predicting the future might be a bit more iffy now. Oh! I turned my attention to the highest balcony where Lord Hokage was seated. The Kazekage, or rather Orochimaru in disguise probably, was walking to his seat near Lord Third. I took a glance at Lord Third and breathed a sigh of relief. He was wearing the necklace I gave him. I then inwardly sneered at Orochimaru, but turned my attention to Gaara when I felt his rage flare up. Right, he would be feeling hatred. After all, he thinks it's his father Raza, and Raza, that bastard, attempted to kill him on multiple occasions for incredibly stupid reasons. I then pondered quietly to myself whether or not Kishimoto, the story's creator, secretly had a rough childhood. Soon after, Lord Third announced the start of the final round. The first to battle was Haku versus Temari. I turned to Haku and placed my hands on his shoulder before saying, "Good luck." Even though I knew he didn't need any. Haku nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone left the field, leaving only Haku and Temari. Temari blushed a little before resuming a composed look and said, "Don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're easy on the eyes." Haku nodded his head with an unreadable expression and got in a battle stance. The proctor named Gimma then said, "Start." Temari immediately took out her giant fan and charged at Haku. She jumped in the air, and just as she slammed down with her fan, Haku dashed forward underneath her, throwing a Senbon needle aimed at her left knee joint. It was so fast that she didn't have the time and enough maneuverability to dodge or block while in the air. The needle struck its mark and Temari instantly lost feeling in her left leg. As her body fell, she quickly landed with her right leg and balanced herself with her giant fan. Haku stood 10 feet opposite her and threw 3 more Senbon needles at her. Just as Temari turned around to face him, the 3 Senbon needles expertly met their mark, disabling the muscle in her right arm, left arm, and right knee joint. Without any strength in her arms, she instantly let go of the giant fan and dropped to the ground. Before she could do anything else, Haku arrived before her and pressed a Senbon needle to her throat before saying, "Last chance." In that moment, she instantly had a look of disbelief and fear flash in her eyes before conceding defeat. What the hell? I knew Izaya's other teammates were some sort of monsters. Do I really have to face that guy? Shikamaru instantly complained and lamented. With the end of the first round, Haku arrived next to me while I congratulated him. We turned our heads to look at the crowd and noticed Kimimaro sitting in his seat as he waved to us, so we waved back. The next round was Naruto versus Neji, in which, after a heated battle, Naruto came out the victor. I was pitted against Kankuro next, however he forfeited before we could start. I simply sneered inside. Even though some details have changed, it seems the main course of events remains set in stone. Kankuro forfeited his match in my last life as well. It seems the attack will begin soon. Since my match was forfeited, I walked over to Kimimaro in the crowd seating area and whispered to his ear, "Kimimaro, there isn't any need to watch the matches any further. My senses are telling me that there is a plot brewing. The Umbu stationed at these stadiums are giving off weird signatures." Kimimaro immediately placed his guard up and put on a serious face. He whispered back, "What do you need me to do, Izaya?" "I need you to go to my room. I have a lot of my special kunai laying around there. I need you to take some and place them at certain points throughout the village, just in case. Also, keep one on your person at all times so I can reach you if I need to. After that, I need you to promise me you'll stay out of battle unless you are forced to. Go find Yamato-sensei and inform him of what I told you. If you can't find him, try your best to warn the other Chunin or Jonin like Irika-sensei and Kotetsu-sensei. If a battle does break out, what about you and Haku?" he asked with concern. I looked Kimimaro straight in the eyes with unwavering confidence and said, "Not being in any danger is the best way for you to help Haku and I. If you are caught up in a fight and your sickness acts up, Haku and I will lose our focus. If we know you're safe away from the battlefield, we can fight to our heart's content. We won't lose then. I promise." We stared at each other for a moment longer, confirming each of our resolve before Kimimaro nodded and said, "Very well. I will trust you and Haku." He then stood up and quickly left the crowd. At this point, Sasuke had began his fight with Gaara. I walked over to where Gai-sensei and Kakashi-sensei were standing and watching the fight. "Kakashi-sensei, have you noticed that there are too few Umbu stationed here?" I said. He raised his eyes with surprise at what I said because he too had noticed this. "Oh, I thought so as well. Why did you bring this up?" he asked inquisitively. "Kakashi-sensei, you know that I'm a sensor-type ninja. I don't like to boast, but my sensory skills are pretty good. The ones dressed as Umbu are giving off strange chakra signatures. I doubt they're from the leaf," I whispered. I was suspicious as well, but are you sure?" he asked in seriousness. I nodded my head. Kakashi furrowed his brow before saying, Alright, we'll be careful and monitor the situation. You join the others and be prepared for the unexpected. If anything happens, we may be counting on you to help out. I nodded my head in consent before returning to Haku's side. He looked over when I returned and said, "Big brother, how come Maro left?" I whispered back to Haku and said, "I'm sensing a sinister plot. The Umbu stationed in the crowd stands are giving off weird signatures." I asked Kimimaro to place some of my special kunai around certain strategic points in the village just in case and to inform Yamato-sensei of the situation. Haku put on a serious face and said, "Then, is there anything I should do?" I shook my head and said, "If a battle breaks out, do your best to help out the village and protect the others. I'll do the same." I already told Kimimaro to find someplace safe to rest and not to engage in battle unless he's forced to. We don't have to worry about his sickness acting up this way. One more thing, Haku, if a battle breaks out and Lord Hokage seems to be in trouble or is outnumbered, immediately signal for my return with a paper bomb in the sky. Min. Haku nodded in consent. Oh. Just as I returned my attention back to the battle between Sasuke and Gaara, I noticed that Gaara covered himself in a dome of sand and Sasuke performed the hand signs of Chidori, gathering up chakra in his hand. I suppose I could have tried to master this technique earlier if I wanted to, but seeing it with my Sharingan and sensing the flow of how Sasuke gathers the chakra sure makes it easy for me to learn. I guess I should start getting ready for the next flow of events. I turned to Haku and said, "Haku, do you still have my special kunai I gave you during the second exam?" He looked at me inquisitively but answered, "Yes, big brother, I still have it." Min, keep it with you at all times. I told Kimimaro to keep one with him as well. I'll leave this area to you for a bit. I'm going to scope out the situation around the village really quick. I walked over to a wall in the shadow and left a flying thunder god mark just in case before dashing off from the spectating stands. The darn giant snake summon that destroyed a lot of Konoha's buildings will probably be summoned soon along with a bunch of other foreign ninja mounting an attack. I'll go help put some suppressing fire down first to try and reduce any casualties that might occur to the citizens. In the past, Yamato-sensei was still an Umbu under Lord Third's command. I didn't see him in the spectating stands, which means it's possible he took up a mission for Lord Third before the start of the finals. If he is gone, then Kimimaro won't be able to give him my message, so he'll have to find a safe place on his own. As long as I help keep the giant snake and foreign shinobi at bay for a bit, that'll limit the damage they do to the village, and most likely Kimimaro won't have to fight it out with anyone. I can also buy time for Jiraiya to make it. Then I'll head back to the stadium and help Lord Third escape Orochimaru. Although I might have to return sooner if Haku gives the signal. I don't know if the timing and sequence of events will be similar or not this time. I'll let Naruto and Sasuke deal with Gaara and the One-Tails. It wasn't long after I left the stadium that a Jinjutsu was cast over the stadium. All the leaf shinobi in the area instantly released themselves from its influence. Jinjutsu? Looks like Big Brother was right about some sort of underlying plot. Haku placed his hands together and said, "Release." The feathers that were falling down instantly flew away from Haku, leaving him unaffected. Smoke instantly appeared where Lord Third and the Kazekage were sitting. Before long, Lord Third and the Kazekage, who revealed himself as Orochimaru, were trapped in the four violet flames formation barrier created by the Sound 4 ninja Jirobo, Kidamaru, Sakan and Yukon, and Taiyuya. The other foreign ninja disguised as Leaf Umbu began their attack against Kakashi and the others. Haku also dashed out to fend off the attackers. Just as he made his way over to Kakashi and Guy, one of the Sound ninja jumped over to attack him only to quickly be disposed of by Haku. At this point, Haku fought to kill the foreign enemy, leaving him as an extremely deadly weapon. What the hell? Isn't he only one of those Genin candidate kids? A Sound ninja exclaimed. Shut up and focus. Another one said as the chaos ensued. At this moment, a giant snake had appeared by the village walls and smashed through, creating an opening and attacking some of the guards to let foreign ninja into the village. I placed a special barrier sealing tag down on a well-hidden rock and quickly raised my right hand into the seal of confrontation and said, "Flying Thunder God Jutsu." I instantly appeared in another area of the village and placed another barrier sealing tag down. I did this 2 more times, totaling 4 tags before I returned to where the giant snake was causing chaos. Alright, the 4 barrier sealing tags are placed just before the giant snake. I only need to put down this last tag within the encirclement of the other 4 and activate the barrier. It will then force the snake to take an incredibly long way around the village if it wants to continue moving forward. Since the other leaf shinobi are also attacking it, it probably won't get far. It looks like Kimimaro did a good job informing other chunin or jonin of the potential situation. When I sensed for living signatures there weren't too many civilians around. I said to myself. I quickly placed the last tag in a well-hidden area inside the encirclement of the barrier tags and placed my hands together saying, 5 seal barrier activate. My chakra immediately connected to all 5 barrier seals and created a special field where all damage to materials inside the encirclement of the barrier tags were forbidden. I nodded my head as I felt the power of the barrier. Now all the buildings in this area and whatnot won't be affected during the battle. With my sensory perception I can activate the 5 seal barrier pass technique and allow any reinforcements to enter. Hopefully Jiraiya won't take too long. To keep up this barrier, I'll have to be careful about how much chakra I spend. Right before a leaf shinobi was going to be stabbed with a kunai from a sand ninja, I threw my kunai to deflect it. That leaf shinobi quickly made his way over to me and was about to thank me when he noticed how young I was. Aren't you a genin? Why aren't you at the Chunin exam site? He asked. I noticed something was wrong and came to help. I said matter-of-factly. I appreciate it. You're a student of Yamato, correct? He said with a serious face. I am. I replied. From here on it's life or death. You can't hesitate to kill. Thank you for earlier, but these guys are either Chunin level or Jonin level already. And that giant snake summon over there is extremely dangerous. I'll take it from here. I don't want you to die for nothing here. He said. I simply shook my head and said, allow me to help. I understand the situation clearly. Besides, haven't you noticed? That snake has been attacking the buildings, but nothing is broken. I've already placed a barrier around this area. Nothing material-wise will be damaged, so we can fight without holding back. He exclaimed in surprise. He took a quick sweep around and noticed what I said was true. He was extremely shocked but composed himself and simply said, I never knew Yamato's student was so skilled. I guess all those times he bragged weren't for nothing. Very well, I'll be counting on you. I consented. I also inwardly scolded Yamato-sensei in my head for his big mouth as I thought, just how many people is Yamato-sensei going to reveal our strength to? I then stared at the sand ninja group together before saying, hey. Alright then, let's do some light stretching. You guys can be my warm-up. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you on part 2. Peace.